Yuito observed the statistics showing Japan had only 2.4 doctors per thousand people, ranking low among developed countries. He reflected that the shortage was far worse elsewhere, like in Tanzania, where only 0.06 doctors served 1,000 people. In a chaotic land filled with dangerous creatures, Yuito questioned what a doctor could do in such a place. A massive monster loomed. Yet he realized that medical skills could still save lives even here. Returning to Japan, Yuito hurried to meet friends, determined to help and make a difference. Yuito met his colleagues at a small restaurant after a busy day at the clinic. They discussed workloads and long hours, appreciating a rare chance to relax together. Yamagishi revealed he was going to be a father, surprising everyone. Other patrons congratulated him, sharing in the joyful news. The friends decided to celebrate together, strengthening their bonds before Yuito returned to work. Yuito was surprised when his friends reacted to his news while eating together. They learned that Yuito would be transferring to a new assignment, leaving them momentarily shocked. He explained he was going to Siwajima, a remote island lacking a doctor. Yuito emphasized that people in need required someone to go, showing his dedication. Despite career concerns, he left immediately after receiving the hospital's call, ready to help the island. Yuito focused intensely, preparing to perform a critical procedure for the sake of his patients. He began the hemostatic process, ensuring that bleeding and complications were carefully managed. Colleagues watched his determination, noting the precision and seriousness in his eyes. The hospital's exterior showed the calm outside, while urgent procedures unfolded inside. Tests revealed a patient with hypophosphatemic rickets, and Yuito analyzed the results with care and expertise. Yuito celebrated as a patient's medication proved effective, bringing relief and reassurance. He continued working tirelessly, even staying overnight, ensuring patients received care until the very end. A young patient expressed her gratitude warmly, calling Yuito sensei with joy. Colleagues reflected on his character, acknowledging that he was a genuinely good and selfless person. Yuito reminded patients to continue their treatment, showing dedication and care even in small acts. A young patient waved goodbye to Yuito, grateful for his care. Yuito reflected that his transfer to a village without a doctor might be permanent, but he accepted the responsibility. Colleagues helped each other in the office, supporting Yuito's work before he departed. He thanked his co-workers for their assistance, showing appreciation for teamwork. Yuito smiled, determined to return someday and continue helping those in need. Yuito sailed to Siwajima, excited but facing rough seas on the way to the remote island. Seasickness struck him aboard the boat, but he persisted, determined to help patients in need. He struggled to communicate over the wind and waves, showing his perseverance despite challenges. The island approached, revealing a chaotic scene, testing his resolve before even arriving. Upon arrival, he met locals and a disorganized storage room, ready to take immediate action for those who needed him. Yuito explained to the villagers that he had come because the island lacked a doctor and offered immediate care. He struggled to understand the local dialect, feeling unsure of how to communicate with the islanders. Despite language barriers, he persisted, trying to grasp the villagers' concerns and needs. The locals watched him intently, assessing his intentions and sincerity. Grateful for his presence, the villagers welcomed Yuito, acknowledging his dedication and promising to cooperate with his medical efforts. Yuito prepared to serve the islanders, learning the local dialect to communicate effectively. The villagers bid farewell, expressing hope and support, despite the incoming storm. Yuito reminded everyone to seek him immediately if they needed medical attention. Exhausted from the day, he noted the relentless weather but remained committed. Alone in his room, Yuito reflected on learning the dialect and adapting to his new responsibilities. Yuito checked a water bottle from the fridge, preparing himself mentally for the challenges ahead. A violent storm raged outside as he faced the harsh conditions of the island. Lightning struck dangerously close, testing his courage and resolve to help those in need. Arriving at the village, he saw the chaos and determined to take immediate action. The arrival of wild animals and obstacles did not deter him, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to his mission. Amami navigates the small boat through rough waters, determined to reach the remote island. Seasickness hits him, but he persists, clutching the railing and barely keeping his balance. He reaches the chained girl, exhausted but focused, preparing to help her safely. The island's overseer notices the chaos and calls out, alerting Amami to the situation. Amami approaches the girl, ready to free her from the chains and provide care immediately. Amami-sensei observes the dangerous situation as the cart carrying the chained patient gets out of control, realizing the severity of the moment. The patient struggles against her restraints while the chaos intensifies, showing her fear and desperation. Amami-sensei's companion shouts warnings, trying to prevent further disaster. Amami-sensei approaches the cart, preparing to stabilize the situation and protect the patient. The chained patient trembles under stress as Amami-sensei acts decisively, confronting the danger head-on. Amami encounters a massive chimera in the forest. The creature charges forward with overwhelming force, shaking the ground as it targets a nearby traveler. The chimera opens its jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth and abnormal features. Its aggressive behavior suggests severe distress or unnatural modification. The traveler panics and tries to escape as the chimera attacks. The situation becomes critical as the beast shows no control. A restrained beast girl watches in fear while the chimera moves violently. Her condition hints at a connection to the creature's instability. Amami regains composure in the forest, preparing to assess the situation. He focuses on understanding the cause behind the chimera's abnormal behavior. Amami appears in an unfamiliar forest, confused but alert. He checks his surroundings and calls out, trying to confirm if anyone is nearby. He feels something pushing him from behind. His body reacts, but he cannot identify the source, increasing his suspicion about the situation. Amami notices strange objects on the ground. A bottle and container leak liquid unnaturally, as if something invisible is consuming them. He reacts with shock, realizing the environment behaves abnormally. His senses begin to register subtle details around him. Amami pinches himself to confirm reality. The pain proves he is conscious, and he begins assessing the situation logically. Amami observes a small slime in the forest. He stays calm and studies its behavior. Realizing this world is not a dream but reality, he offers the slime a drink. The creature responds peacefully, showing no hostility and reacting to the liquid with simple curiosity. Amami looks around and considers his situation. He begins to accept that he is in an unknown environment and prepares to understand it step by step. A chained beast girl suddenly falls near him. Amami reacts quickly, noticing her unusual ears and her weak condition. Amami focuses on her breathing. He recognizes abnormal symptoms and immediately shifts into a medical mindset to assess her condition. The beast girl suddenly lunges toward Amami, despite her weak state. Her breathing remains unstable, and her movements appear driven by distress rather than intent. Amami struggles to understand her condition as she reacts unpredictably. He realizes communication is impossible, while her symptoms worsen. Slime abruptly intervenes, colliding with Amami and interrupting the situation. The unexpected interference creates a brief opening. The beast girl regains enough awareness to signal danger. Amami recognizes her warning and begins to understand the urgency. Amami carries her and turns to face a chimera emerging from the forest. He identifies the true threat and prepares to respond. Amami runs while carrying the beast girl as the chimera attacks from behind. The creature closes distance quickly, forcing him to move without stopping. The chimera crashes forward, destroying the ground. Amami barely avoids the impact, realizing direct escape will not be enough. Amami decides to act. He uses a medical penlight to provoke the chimera's vision, while placing the weakened beast girl aside. He runs in a different direction to draw the chimera away. The creature follows his movement, shifting its focus toward him. The chimera locks onto Amami with clear intent. He confirms its behavior and prepares his next step under pressure. Amami shouts to draw the chimera's attention while standing his ground. The beast girl watches, still weak but aware of the danger. The chimera lunges forward with full force. Amami braces himself and times his movement carefully to avoid a direct hit. A sudden burst occurs as liquid spreads across the ground. The chimera loses balance, its movement disrupted by the slippery surface. The chimera slows and becomes disoriented. Amami maintains distance, confirming the effect of his action. The slime appears and stabilizes nearby. Amami realizes its role in the situation while the immediate threat weakens. Amami returns to the beast girl and examines her body. He identifies her condition as an allergic reaction and prepares proper treatment. Deep inside the forest, Corone collapsed suddenly as painful hives spread and consciousness slowly faded away. Quickly checking her pulse, Amami realized dangerous shock symptoms appeared from severe anaphylaxis within moments. After inspecting her injuries carefully, Amami confirmed minimal bleeding and prioritized the deadly allergic reaction instead. Panicking briefly, Amami searched desperately through medical supplies until discovering an adrenaline injector inside his emergency bag. Without hesitation, Amami injected adrenaline into Corone's thigh, successfully preventing her condition from worsening further. Although painful, the adrenaline injection remained necessary because stopping the anaphylactic shock immediately was absolutely critical. Several armed beastmen suddenly emerged nearby, while Amami continued Corone's treatment within the dangerous forest clearing. Nervous around armed strangers, Amami calmly explained everything while El quietly remained standing protectively beside him. Stepping forward carefully, an elderly beastman revealed Corone was his granddaughter and questioned Amami's unusual treatment methods, focused entirely on saving Corone. Amami requested guidance towards somewhere clean enough for continuing proper medical treatment. Eventually trusting Amami completely, the beastman carried Corone carefully while he continuously monitored her unstable condition throughout. Hidden deep within the forest, a small village welcomed them as Amami prepared treatment space immediately afterward. Using a pulse oximeter inside the village, Amami checked Corone's oxygen, while confused villagers silently observed nearby. Relieved after stabilizing Corone's oxygen level, Amami prepared steroids and intravenous treatment to reduce dangerous allergic symptoms. Shocked villagers watched silently while Amami treated symptoms they believed originated from the forest god's terrifying curse. Carefully monitoring Corone's recovery, Amami remained inside the village house while the concerned chieftain watched nearby silently. Strange medical tools and unfamiliar treatments gradually convinced villagers that Amami possessed extraordinary magical healing powers instead. Corone's breathing stabilized significantly afterward, leaving Amami relieved that his emergency medical treatment succeeded completely today. Beside continuing fluid treatment, Corone slowly awakened inside the unfamiliar room, while confusion filled her exhausted expression, happily confirming her regained consciousness. Amami watched Corone recognize the human doctor who previously saved her life. Startled after awakening, Corone suddenly leapt from bed, accidentally pulling the IV line onto the floor violently. Approaching cautiously, Amami reminded Corone about her injured leg while she continued watching him nervously afterward. Hoping to finish treatment correctly, Amami politely requested another examination while Corone carefully listened nearby attentively today. Offering a gentle smile, Amami attempted calming Corone, though embarrassment quickly overwhelmed her unexpectedly afterward. Instead, confused and flustered, Corone caused another chaotic commotion while Amami silently observed the entire situation nearby awkwardly. Once calmer emotionally, Corone finally permitted Amami continuing treatment and examining her remaining injuries carefully afterward. Beyond the distant forest village, large city bells echoed loudly while alarming kingdom news rapidly spread everywhere. Within the royal palace, a mysterious figure informed the king about the dangerous illness spreading uncontrollably nationwide. Using powerful magic, a mysterious woman directly examined infected victims and discovered terrifying symptoms covering their bodies. Witnessing the horrifying disease personally, the frightened king realized ordinary healing methods could never cure victims successfully. Inside the magnificent cathedral, the grateful king praised priests for treating the mysterious illness spreading throughout kingdoms. Calmly accepting gratitude, the horned priest explained delayed treatments caused countless deaths, despite faithful magical healing efforts. Secretly, the priest believed their magical abilities and unwavering faith remained insufficient against the spreading disease everywhere. While bells echoed across the darkened city, the priest reflected anxiously upon worsening conditions surrounding everyone nearby. Far within the forest village, Amami completed Corone's treatment successfully, without depending upon magic or faith whatsoever. Feeling pain disappear completely, Corone learned anesthesia and medicine greatly accelerated her physical recovery from injuries afterward. Quietly expressing gratitude afterward, Corone thanked Amami sincerely while he happily watched her healthy recovery continue progressing. During conversation inside the house, Corone wondered whether Amami used magical powers for healing patients successfully. Instead, denying magical abilities completely, Amami clarified he relied solely upon medical knowledge and professional experience treating patients. Listening carefully afterward, Corone realized medicine could be learned through study and practice by absolutely anyone someday. Encouraging Corone warmly, Amami promised teaching medicine willingly whenever she seriously desired learning the field professionally someday. Proper introductions finally followed afterward, allowing Corone gradually becoming comfortable around Amami's kindness and reassuring presence nearby. Happily informing Corone's grandfather afterward, Amami confirmed her recovery stabilized completely and danger no longer remained nearby. Suddenly, the elderly beastman revealed Corone's identity as a slave intended for returning toward dangerous slave brokers. Villagers explained surrendering Corone protected their settlement from violent retaliation carried out by ruthless slave traders. Corone's grandfather explained unauthorized healing violated church law, while compensation payments became financially impossible for villagers anymore. Attempting defending Amami bravely, Corone discovered villagers ignored her entirely because they considered her merely property. Instead, Furious after hearing their justification, Amami declared he would always help suffering individuals without hesitation anywhere afterward. Warning Amami seriously, the elderly beastmen insisted laws and magic mattered more than individual lives within society. Realizing forbidden medical practices occurred, villagers considered Amami dangerous, and decided eliminating him became necessary immediately afterward. Before villagers attacked Amami, the gigantic forest god suddenly appeared and destroyed village buildings through terrifying roaring violence. Terrified villagers panicked immediately while the massive beast rampaged everywhere, believing divine punishment struck their settlement today. Blaming Amami angrily, Kuron's grandfather accused him of bringing catastrophic disaster directly toward the vulnerable village population. Surrounded by collapsing buildings, Amami faced the terrifying creature directly, though surprisingly it never attacked him violently. Immediately noticing unusual behavior, Kuron realized the forest god deliberately ignored both her and Amami completely nearby. Observing strange parasites attached everywhere, Amami realized painful infestations caused the forest god's violent rampaging behavior recently. Examining wounds closely afterward, Amami discovered parasites continuously stabbed the creature, causing unbearable suffering and violent destruction. Amid widespread panic everywhere, Amami quickly announced having a proposal capable of stopping further catastrophic destruction immediately. Boldly negotiating afterward, Amami offered curing the forest god if villagers allowed Kuron leaving safely alongside him. Hearing Amami's proposal carefully, Kuron's grandfather agreed because saving the village outweighed returning Kuron to brokers. Carefully examining the forest god, Amami concluded surgery remained possible if the embedded object became removable afterward, successfully. Confused villagers questioned Amami's intentions, while the cautious forest god reacted warily toward approaching medical preparations nearby. Explaining his plan clearly, Amami requested Kuron's assistance removing the object causing unbearable pain within the creature. While organizing medical equipment, Amami declared refusing treatment never mattered regardless of species, status, or divinity. Afterward, calmly reaffirming his beliefs, Amami insisted saving lives remained every doctor's responsibility, despite fear or oppressive laws. Beginning treatment carefully, Amami cleaned the forest god's infected wound, while the creature roared painfully nearby throughout procedures. Parasites burst violently outward, while struggling villagers restrained the forest god during Amami's careful medical treatment afterward today, injecting lidocaine directly afterward. Amami successfully numbed the creature's pain and gradually calmed violent movements completely nearby. Using stronger anesthetic medicine later, Amami sedated the forest god until the massive beast collapsed peacefully unconscious afterward. After stabilizing the creature successfully, Amami prepared surgical instruments carefully, despite dangerous conditions and infection risks nearby. Closely examining the lodged weapon, Amami confirmed removing it required an extremely precise surgical incision afterward, successfully today. Studying the wound carefully, Amami discovered barbed spearheads prevented safe removal without causing devastating additional injuries afterward. Thoroughly disinfecting the wound beforehand, Amami prepared the forest god carefully while preventing dangerous infection during surgery procedures. Requesting assistance afterward, Amami instructed Kuron preparing surgical instruments carefully from his medical kit nearby today nervously. Despite unfamiliarity with medical equipment, Kuron seriously handled sharp instruments while assisting Amami throughout dangerous surgery procedures. Following instructions carefully, Kuron adjusted surgical tools successfully, while Amami praised her steady hands and quick understanding afterward. Continuing treatment independently afterward, Amami instructed Kuron cleaning injured villagers' wounds carefully using fresh water nearby today. Though hesitant after recent suffering, Kuron listened seriously, while Amami promised never forcing unwanted responsibilities upon her. Gathering courage gradually, Kuron willingly chose assisting Amami before he officially began operating upon the forest god afterward. As surgery commenced finally, Amami requested Kuron's assistance, tying his surgical gown properly behind him before treatment. Kuron first heard villagers discussing the forest god and became curious about the mysterious guardian nearby. According to the elder, the beast tribe survived because the forest god protected their territory constantly. Many villagers believed the forest god frightened intruders away using claws, fangs, and terrifying curses. While examining the injured victim, Amami discovered the curse originated from wounds inflicted by the forest god. Seeing the enormous creature resting peacefully, Amami finally understood the villagers' fear toward the forest god. After inspecting the barbed spear carefully, Amami realized direct removal would severely injure the forest god. Comparing the spear with a fishhook, he planned a safer extraction method before beginning the surgery. Preparing his surgical knife carefully, Amami decided to open the wound before removing the dangerous barb. While slicing through tight skin carefully, Amami stayed focused as the massive spear gradually loosened inside. Upon reaching the barb successfully, Amami confirmed the forest god's skin resembled ordinary human flesh closely. Carefully widening the wound further, Amami searched deeper for the dangerous hidden barb inside the creature. Blood suddenly poured from the wound, but Amami finally exposed the sharp barb beneath thick flesh. Slowly guiding the barb outward, Amami prayed nothing vital inside the giant creature became severely damaged afterward. Beneath the moonlight, Amami pushed the spear completely through, until reaching the opposite wound side successfully. Nearby villagers waited nervously, fearing Amami would die from the forest god's terrifying curse after surgery concluded. Carrying medical supplies carefully, Corone arrived while anxious villagers watched Amami treat the wounded forest god. Promising assistance immediately, Corone prepared to treat her grandfather while Amami inspected the spear wound carefully. Knowing the dangerous operation could not continue outside longer, Amami planned to close the incision quickly. Carefully preparing surgical instruments beforehand, he gripped the thick spear tightly to prevent additional internal damage. Twisting the spear, slowly and carefully, Amami finally loosened it from the forest god's enormous body successfully. Amami realized the spear could finally be removed while the exhausted forest god remained unconscious beside him. Firmly tightening his grip, he hoped the sleeping forest god would survive the painful extraction process safely. Carefully pulling the massive spear outward, Amami caused blood to spread heavily across the creature's white fur. Nearby villagers rejected Corone's treatment immediately, believing beastmen should never imitate human magicians and doctors. Despite receiving insults constantly, Corone calmly admitted her painful slavery experience, while helping injured villagers continuously. Begging the injured villagers sincerely, Corone explained she personally understood the pain caused by severe wounds. Eventually, the beastmen agreed because Corone's treatment seemed safer than ignoring their injuries outside much longer. While villagers gathered nearby nervously, Amami carefully continued pulling the massive spear through the wounded creature slowly. Following intense effort and concentration, Amami removed the enormous spear successfully before checking the deep wound immediately. Dark blood suddenly burst outward violently, shocking everyone observing the difficult operation beside the sleeping forest god. Amami realized the spear had severed an artery, causing violent bleeding from the forest god's wound immediately. Witnessing the massive bleeding suddenly, villagers panicked and feared the forest god would die from blood loss. Immediately pressing gauze against the wound, Amami desperately attempted slowing the dangerous bleeding before treatment completely failed. After carefully locating the bleeding point, Amami applied pressure inside the wound and controlled the artery successfully. Seeing Amami covered entirely in blood, Corone worried deeply while he calmly prepared another surgical procedure afterward. Dark clouds suddenly covered the moonlight, causing Amami difficulty seeing the forest god's bleeding wound clearly anymore. Although completely exhausted already, Amami continued pressing the damaged artery, while blood spilled heavily nearby continuously. Requesting a lamp from Corone, Amami knew the operation would fail without proper lighting beside the wound. Remembering Amami's words about medicine carefully, Corone decided treatment and learning could also save lives someday. Gathering her courage bravely, Corone chose to assist Amami directly, despite everyone warning her repeatedly beforehand. Apologizing to her grandfather sincerely, Corone decided she would assist Amami, despite fearful village warnings nearby constantly. Ignoring everyone's protests completely, Corone bravely ran toward Amami, carrying a burning torch beside the wounded creature. Thanking Corone for the light, immediately, Amami asked her assistance retrieving another nearby surgical instrument quickly afterward. Following Amami's instructions carefully, Corone searched through medical instruments for the curved tool controlling dangerous bleeding inside. Successfully handing Amami the curved hemostat, Corone allowed him continuing surgery without wasting valuable time unnecessarily afterward. Quickly locating the surgical forceps nearby, Corone illuminated the deep incision carefully beside Amami throughout surgery. Afterward, slowly releasing the gauze carefully, Amami immediately clamped the damaged artery before dangerous bleeding restarted inside again. After successfully securing the artery, Amami confirmed the bleeding finally stopped while Corone watched him amazed nearby. Although completely covered with blood already, Amami prepared continuing surgery, because the forest god remained dangerously unstable. Still, ignoring concerns regarding cleanliness temporarily, Amami understood delaying surgery longer would endanger the wounded forest god further. Confidently encouraging Corone afterward, Amami reminded her doctors never abandon suffering patients during dangerous treatment situations anymore. Using surgical sutures carefully, Amami slowly began stitching damaged tissue inside the forest god's massive wound together. Continuing the sewing process carefully, Amami ensured the incision stayed closed without causing additional internal complications afterward. Confirming the bleeding had completely stopped, Amami explained the wound could reopen, unless sealed properly afterward carefully. Working together beneath torchlight quietly, Amami and Koron continued stitching the forest god's enormous wound throughout nighttime. Carefully tying the damaged blood vessel securely, Amami finally stopped the dangerous bleeding inside the deep wound completely. After securing the artery successfully, Amami prepared drainage tubes before carefully closing the large surgical incision afterward completely. Villagers watched silently nearby, while Amami asked Koron remaining beside him, until the difficult operation finished safely afterward. Completing the stitches successfully, Amami planned future treatment, despite difficulties staying inside the isolated village afterward permanently. As sunrise finally appeared above the forest, Amami realized the exhausting overnight surgery had concluded successfully at last. The following morning, Koron praised Amami's efforts while the forest god rested peacefully after surviving surgery safely afterward. As sunlight spread beautifully across the sky, Amami declared the difficult overnight operation finally finished beside everyone present. Exhausted after removing the massive spear successfully, Amami collapsed backward, while Koron observed the recovering forest god quietly. Yahello washed the blood from his hands beside the river after treating injured people in the forest. Koron watched him carefully while he continued cleaning himself instead of resting. Yahello explained that blood could carry dangerous viruses even if wounds were not visible. Koron became confused by the unfamiliar idea. Yahello gently held Koron still and checked her face after noticing blood near her eyes. He taught Koron to wash her eyes properly because infection could spread through them as well. Yahello explained that surgeons could become infected if blood entered their eyes during treatment. Koron listened carefully and followed his instructions. While talking, Yahello realized that clean baths were only available to nobles, making proper hygiene difficult for ordinary people. He began thinking about how social status affected medical care in the kingdom. Koron suddenly pushed Yahello back into the river after noticing blood still on him. Later, Yahello spoke with the villagers about taking Koron along on his journey. Yahello learned from the village chief that people might return to capture Koron again, making the village unsafe for her. The villagers explained that death from childbirth, injuries, and disease was common because medical care was limited. Yahello compared their situation with modern medicine and understood how dangerous life in the village truly was. He saw that the village was slowly declining after losing many people, and even harming the forest god. The chief decided that Koron should leave the village and travel with Yahello to find a better future. Koron saw her grandfather blaming himself for failing to protect the village, despite all his efforts. Yahello remembered the people who once supported him, and believed nobody should carry every burden alone. He encouraged the old chief to keep searching for hope because problems could still be solved with determination. Koron comforted her grandfather and stayed beside him while he struggled with his worries. Before leaving the village, Koron promised her grandfather that she would return again someday. Koron decided to travel with Yahello, so she could help him heal people and repay everyone who had protected their village. She promised the chief that she would return after becoming strong enough to save others from sickness and injury. Yahello also planned to gather better medical tools for future treatments. Yahello admitted that he still felt unfamiliar with human society in this world. The chief hoped Yahello could find a safe place where Koron would be accepted. Yahello began searching for a land where many different races could live together peacefully. Yahello and Koron arrived at Yahello, the Great World Tree Kingdom, where the elves lived among enormous branches and ancient structures. Inside the massive tree, they saw a city built within the roots and walls of the living forest. The capital was crowded with roads, bridges, and countless people moving through the tree's interior. Koron learned that powerful magicians from the elven country had been sent to handle important matters there. Yahello quietly observed the unfamiliar elf magicians and warriors while entering the new kingdom with Koron. The elf leaders welcomed the visitors and promised to treat their injuries with care inside the World Tree Kingdom. Queen Melina and Princess Yuno explained that healing magic could only be used by humans, even among the elves. Yuno showed respect toward human healing methods and accepted the beliefs carried by Yahello's people. Queen Melina revealed that healing magic had become tied to politics, taxes, and power, instead of helping everyone equally. The leaders admitted that the world remained filled with sickness and conflict, despite the existence of healing magic. The villagers wished they also possessed the power to heal others, after seeing Yahello's medical knowledge save lives. Yahello and Koron prepared to leave the village while the beastmen thanked him for helping their people. Before departing, Yuito reminded everyone to continue washing wounds, hands, and mouths to prevent disease. The villagers guided Yuito toward the Western Demon Territory, a land where many races supposedly live together. After hearing the directions, Yuito and Corone continued their journey toward the unknown region. Before leaving the village, the elders told Corone to call Yuito master while traveling outside for safety and precaution. Corone happily accepted the idea. While Yuito felt embarrassed by the title, the villagers gathered together to send Yuito and Corone off as they finally began their journey. Even after seeing them leave, the villagers continued watching with hope and gratitude. During the trip, Yuito became worried because the forest god had disappeared after the previous day's operation. While traveling, Yuito worried that the forest god's wound might become infected if dead space formed during healing. Soon after, the forest god suddenly appeared in front of Yuito and Corone deep in the forest. Yuito quickly approached the giant creature and checked its condition. After realizing it had been waiting nearby, he discovered that the wound was healing properly and that the fur around the stitches had already started growing back. After thanking Yuito for the treatment, the forest god quietly left the forest path and disappeared. Once again, Yuito asked the forest god if it wanted to travel together with him and Corone through the western lands. The giant creature lowered its head beside Yuito and calmly accepted his presence. Yuito wondered whether bringing the forest god along was truly safe, because the villagers treated it like a sacred being. After thinking carefully, Yuito decided it would be better to keep the creature close instead of leaving it alone in danger again. Corone happily joined them, and the three continued their journey together through the forest. Corone quietly rested beside Yuito as the group prepared to continue exploring the unknown world together. Yuito, Corone, and the forest god departed from the forest, no longer traveling alone on their journey. Meanwhile, influential figures inside the World Tree Kingdom warned that healing knowledge must never spread beyond their control. The human nations continued gaining wealth, respect, and authority because healing magic existed only among them. The rulers feared that if other countries learned healing magic, the balance of power and even their nation's survival would collapse. Ancient records explained that humans once received healing magic after surviving disease, monsters, and disasters across the world. Over time, humans believed themselves chosen by the gods and built nations, using healing magic as authority and power. The legends also claimed that other races were later given knowledge that anyone could learn instead of divine healing magic. While those beliefs continued spreading among kingdoms, Yuito, Corone, and the forest god quietly traveled through the vast forests together. Yuito carried modern medical knowledge into the world, beginning a journey that would slowly change countless lives. Amami checked Sir Culnelson after hearing that no healing magic worked anymore. The patient's condition became worse, and the healers around him started losing hope. Saya quietly watched the scene while Amami examined the strange illness carefully. The healer admitted that neither magic nor herbs could cure the sickness. Saya realized the situation was becoming dangerous because the nobles expected results immediately. Saya warned Amami that failure could start conflict between kingdoms and placed the blame on him after his return. The frightened healer decided to leave before the royal army punished everyone involved. Later that night, Corone stayed beside the campfire while waiting for Amami to find another way to save Sir Culnelson. Madame Melina sat in the forest palace while her guards waited beside the throne. She sensed uneasiness after hearing reports about the failed treatment of Sir Culnelson. A young elf hurried into the hall and warned Madame Melina that something terrible had happened outside the kingdom. Yuno revealed that the human healers, including several royal doctors, had suddenly escaped during the confusion. Madame Melina realized the healers probably feared punishment after failing to cure the illness spreading through the region. After understanding the situation, Madame Melina decided to meet the human kingdom directly and explain everything herself before war could begin. Madame Melina arrived before the demon leaders and apologized for the chaos caused by the failed treatment. The room became tense as everyone already knew the human healers had escaped. One of the demon nobles warned Madame Melina that the situation could no longer be hidden from the other kingdoms. Melina and Yuno entered the council chamber where the demon leaders waited for an explanation about the missing healers and the spreading illness. The angriest noble demanded that Madame Melina take responsibility and find a way to solve the growing crisis quickly. Outside the palace, the forest remained silent while scouts quietly searched the area for the humans who had fled during the night. Amami examined the large beast's injured face and explained that the fur would grow back slowly after treatment. The creature finally calmed down after hearing the condition was no longer dangerous. Corone compared her own wound with the beast's fast recovery and became surprised by its natural healing ability. Amami carefully observed the difference between their bodies. While resting, Amami explained medical case studies to Corone and Elle, describing how doctors in his world shared treatment records to help future patients. Corone became excited after seeing a strange creature suddenly jump toward the group from the grass nearby. The snake creature removed Corone's collar before quietly leaving the area, and Amami realized it was trying to apologize for injuring her leg earlier. Corone happily thanked the forest god after the strange snake creature removed the collar from her neck. Amami watched quietly while the giant beast rested beside them. While treating his own injuries, Amami complained about the pain caused by the recent encounter. Elle floated beside him and watched with concern. Soon after, Yuno moved through the forest while several dangerous bird monsters surrounded her from every direction. One of the creatures suddenly attacked and slammed Yuno to the ground before she could escape safely. The monsters continued their assault as Yuno struggled to protect herself against the pack closing in around her. Yuno ran through the forest while bleeding from her injuries. Even while escaping the black wolves, she still tried to bring the missing healer back safely. The wolves quickly surrounded Yuno and closed the distance as she struggled to continue running through the forest path. Before the monsters could attack again, the forest god suddenly charged into the battlefield with Amami and the others riding on its back. The giant beast crashed through the wolves and protected Yuno from the pack surrounding her. Amami noticed that she had already been bitten during the attack. Yuno finally collapsed after seeing Amami Corone, and the forest god arrived to rescue her from the monsters. Amami caught Yuno before she collapsed completely from her injuries and exhaustion after escaping the monster attack in the forest. Corone asked Amami what they should do next. Amami immediately decided to treat Yuno's wounds before her condition became worse. Elle carefully prepared medical supplies while Amami checked Yuno's injuries and confirmed the bleeding had not stopped yet. Amami began cleaning the deepest wounds first using the limited medicine and equipment inside his bag, while Corone assisted beside him. After finishing the treatment, Amami carefully placed gauze over Yuno's injured head while Corone quietly watched his work. Amami noticed that Yuno's wound was still bleeding through the gauze. He immediately decided to use stronger medicine to stop the blood loss before her condition worsened. Corone handed Amami the correct medicine while he prepared an adrenaline additive to control the bleeding during treatment. Amami carefully injected the anesthetic directly inside the wound instead of the skin so the medicine would work faster. Corone watched nervously as Amami continued the treatment and cleaned the injured area with steady hands. After the procedure, the bleeding finally stopped. Corone became impressed after seeing Amami successfully control Yuno's condition with modern medical treatment. Amami prepared a skin stapler from his medical bag and explained that it could close wounds faster than normal stitching during emergency treatment. He carefully used the stapler on Yuno's head wound while making sure the injury was safe enough for the procedure. Corone became amazed after seeing the wound close so quickly. Amami confirmed that Yuno would recover, although his medical supplies were starting to run low. After the treatment ended, Yuno slowly regained consciousness while resting on the ground beside the group. Yuno suddenly woke up after the treatment ended. Corone, Amami, and the forest god immediately noticed that she had regained consciousness safely. As Yuno tried touching her injured head, Corone quickly warned her not to move too much, because the wound had not fully healed yet. Yuno learned that Amami had stopped the heavy bleeding and treated her injuries even though the situation had been extremely dangerous. After hearing the explanation, Yuno began wondering if Amami was actually a healing magician from another land. Amami hesitated when Yuno asked about his abilities, while she quietly waited for his answer. Corone proudly told Yuno that Amami was different from ordinary humans, and called him the greatest healing magician she had ever seen. Amami promised that he would help anyone in need, while Yuno realized the forest god had trusted the right person all along. Yuno begged Amami to save her country from the growing crisis. Even after hearing the serious request, Amami calmly agreed to help without hesitation. After hearing his answer, Yuno became overwhelmed with emotion, and tears filled her eyes. Yuno quietly wiped away her tears while looking at Amami with renewed hope for her people's future. Yuno explained that her country was suffering from a deadly illness known as the spitting blood disease. Amami immediately focused on understanding the symptoms before starting treatment. Corone and Yuno described how the disease caused stomach pain, coughing blood, weakness, and black-colored waste, before many patients eventually died. After hearing the symptoms, Amami realized the sickness was related to severe bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract. He quietly worried about his limited medical supplies. Amami decided that he needed to examine the patients directly before making a proper diagnosis, and immediately prepared to leave for Yuno's homeland. The forest god agreed to carry the group again, and Amami traveled with Yuno and Corone toward the country suffering from the mysterious disease. The forest god carried Amami, Yuno, and Corone across the mountains at incredible speed as they rushed toward the country suffering from the deadly disease. While traveling through the skies, Corone and Yuno looked over the vast land ahead and realized how serious the situation had become. Back in the Forest Kingdom, several demon nobles questioned whether Amami and the others would truly return with a solution. Madame Melina warned the council that the group needed to succeed quickly before the political situation completely collapsed. One of the extremists proposed assassinating the queen and starting a massacre to seize control during the growing chaos. After hearing the terrifying plan, Madame Melina became deeply worried about Yuno and the future of the kingdom. Dr. Amami finished his work before the storm arrived. He warned Okusawa to rest properly before going fishing again. Okusawa laughed at the warning, but his body already showed signs of illness after the cold rain. The next morning, Amami suddenly disappeared during the heavy rain, leaving everyone confused about where he had gone. Amami arrived in another world and traveled toward the Elf Kingdom's castle, where a patient suffered from a deadly blood-spitting disease. Guided by Corone and El, Amami entered the kingdom and prepared to save the patient with his medical knowledge. Before entering the Elf Kingdom's castle, El stopped Amami and looked uneasy about the request they had received. El admitted that she had hidden important information about the patient's condition because she feared Amami might refuse the dangerous mission. She apologized for misleading him despite the kindness he had already shown to everyone in the kingdom. Amami quietly listened while Corone watched the tense moment with concern beside him. Before they could react further, Amami suddenly disappeared again, leaving Corone and El shocked inside the castle entrance. As Amami and his group approached the Elf Kingdom's castle, El became nervous after noticing several people walking out from the entrance. El finally revealed the truth. The people waiting outside were dangerous nobles connected to the patient inside the castle. Yuno stepped forward and begged Sir Alec to release her mother after bringing Amami, the magician healer, as promised. The nobles doubted Amami immediately, especially after seeing the giant chimera beside him. They believed El had deceived them. Alec rejected the explanation and refused to trust that the forest god had willingly guided Amami to the kingdom. Sir Alec accused Yuno and her people of breaking their pact with the kingdom after failing to protect the patient properly. Alec angrily warned that everyone would lose their lives if they continued ignoring their responsibilities toward the agreement. Yuno calmly answered that her people had always fulfilled their side by providing protection and support to the kingdom. She revealed that the kingdom still kept her mother hostage, despite everything the World Tree country had sacrificed for them. Unable to hold back her emotions, Yuno shouted at Alec and demanded that he stop talking about duty while her mother continued to suffer. Alec mocked Yuno's explanation and claimed that her people's livelihood meant nothing after breaking the pact with the kingdom. He accused humans of discrimination and greed, saying healing magic had become a tool to control and exploit weaker races. Filled with anger, Alec revealed how his people had suffered for years while the nobles ignored their pain and deaths. Wanting revenge, Alec attacked violently so the others could experience the same suffering his people endured. Amami watched in shock as the conflict finally exploded into direct violence inside the kingdom. Alec's attack exploded across the castle entrance, forcing everyone to scatter as the flames and shockwaves spread around them. Amami protected the others while the nobles quickly retreated from the violent blast caused by Alec's rage. Alec threatened to burn everyone alive as the situation completely fell out of control. Suddenly, a massive black dragon appeared through the smoke and flames, stopping the chaos with its overwhelming presence. Amami stared at the creature in complete shock after realizing that a real dragon had appeared before him inside the kingdom. The dragon suddenly released a massive attack toward the castle grounds and challenged Amami to heal the destruction it created. Powerful beams and explosions spread across the area while everyone struggled to escape the overwhelming force. The chimera protected Amami and the others as the dragon's attacks continued to destroy the surroundings. Another huge blast struck the kingdom, leaving the nobles and guards shocked by the scale of the damage. Amami realized the dragon was controlling water during the battle and watched carefully, trying to understand the creature's power. After the dragon's attack, Amami and the others were left soaked and surrounded by water across the ruined castle grounds. El protected Amami again, and he thanked her while trying to recover from the sudden attack. The chimera immediately charged toward the dragon to defend Amami and the group from further danger. A fierce battle began as the chimera and the dragon clashed violently in front of everyone. Alec watched in disbelief after realizing that the humans had somehow gained the support of both the chimera and the dragon. Amami stepped between the chimera and the dragon, raising his hand to stop the fighting before anyone else was hurt. Ignoring the danger around him, Amami calmly asked where the patient suffering from the blood-spitting disease was located. Everyone fell silent after hearing his request, including Alec and the dragon who had been ready to continue the battle. Amami declared that he would treat the patient immediately, because he never discriminated against anyone in need of help. Alec and Yuno stared at Amami in shock, slowly realizing that this human doctor was different from the others they had known. The Dragon King Glintworm finally appeared before everyone, forcing the nobles to lower their heads in fear and respect. Yuno was shocked after realizing that her mother had personally come to the battlefield, despite her dangerous condition. Glintworm calmly questioned why Alec tried to kill the people who had come only to heal her illness. Yuno rushed toward her mother while Glintworm reminded Alec that he had been fighting against Amami and the others without understanding the situation. Alec looked back at the Chimera and realized too late that he had challenged allies connected to both the Forest God and the Dragon King. Glintworm calmly walked closer to the group and stated that coming to the battlefield had been the correct decision. Her overwhelming presence silenced everyone, and Amami, Corone, and Elle froze after feeling the pressure from the Dragon King. Glintworm stopped directly in front of Amami and carefully observed the human doctor who had entered the kingdom. She gently picked up Elle and greeted the small spirit warmly, showing that they already knew each other from the past. Amami watched nervously as Elle quietly reacted to Glintworm. Realizing their connection was far deeper than he first imagined, Glintworm admitted that the conflict had started because of her own mistakes, and apologized to everyone gathered at the castle. She immediately ordered Alec and the others to release Queen Melina and stop the fighting caused by her children's actions. Before anyone could respond, Glintworm suddenly coughed up blood, revealing the seriousness of her condition in front of everyone. Amami and Alec were shocked after realizing the powerful Dragonkin Queen herself had been hiding the illness all along. Amami quickly understood that Glintworm was the true patient suffering from the deadly blood-spitting disease. Amami immediately gave orders to Yuno and Corone, after realizing Glintworm's condition had become critical. Alec angrily tried to stop the human doctor from touching his mother, still unable to trust him completely. Ignoring the hostility, Amami stayed focused on the patient and carefully checked Glintworm's weakened body. Amami firmly ordered everyone to move quickly, so treatment could begin before the illness worsened further. Glintworm was finally carried to a quiet room inside the castle, while Amami prepared to examine the blood-spitting disease properly. Amami carefully examined Glintworm's eyes and noticed signs of severe anemia caused by the blood-spitting disease. He explained that her body had likely lost too much blood and warned that she might need an emergency transfusion. Corone and the others became confused after hearing Amami describe transferring blood from another person into the patient's body. Yuno slowly remembered hearing stories long ago about people sharing blood to save dying patients. Amami realized that traces of medical knowledge about blood transfusion might already exist somewhere in this world. Yuno explained that blood transfusions had been forbidden after many patients died from failed treatments in the past. Amami understood that problems like blood type differences and infections had likely caused those deadly accidents. While discussing possible treatments, Yuno showed Amami the leaves of the world tree that were used to reduce fever and pain. Amami carefully examined the leaves and learned that the entire country depended on the world tree's healing properties. After hearing how the leaves were prepared, Amami started considering whether the tree's bark might contain stronger medical effects. Amami suspected that the world tree's bark worked similarly to medicines like aspirin or quinine from his original world. Alec became confused after Amami showed him modern medicine tablets and explained how they were used to reduce fever and pain. Amami warned that medicines similar to aspirin would be dangerous for Glintworm because it could worsen her bleeding condition. He explained that some medicines thin the blood and damage the stomach, causing the opposite effect needed for treatment. Corone and the others listened carefully as Amami connected the world tree's healing properties to real medical science from Earth. Amami warned the group that the world tree leaves could worsen Glintworm's condition if they continued using them as medicine. Alec became anxious after hearing that the treatment they trusted for years might actually be harming the Dragonkin Queen. When asked how to save her, Amami suspected that Glintworm was suffering from internal bleeding somewhere in her digestive system. He explained that an endoscope would allow him to look inside the body and locate the source of the bleeding directly. Corone and the others listened in confusion as Amami described medical tools and techniques, completely unknown in their world. While examining Glintworm, Amami noticed that the Dragonkin Queen understood far more about him than anyone else in the kingdom. Glintworm revealed that she believed Amami did not belong to their world, and connected him to the mysterious elder beside him. The others became confused by her words, but Amami stayed calm and quietly listened to the weakened queen. Alec immediately asked his mother what she meant, worried after hearing her strange conclusion about the human doctor. Before explaining further, Glintworm admitted that her strength had reached its limit as her condition continued growing worse. Lintworm apologized to everyone and accepted that her condition might already be beyond saving, despite all the trouble caused around the kingdom. Alec held his mother's hand while Lintworm quietly cried, finally showing fear and sadness she had hidden for a long time. Corone desperately asked whether anything could still be done to save the Dragonkin Queen from the blood-spitting disease. Amami remained deep in thought because he lacked proper medical tools and could not safely perform major surgery in this world. Remembering the medicine inside his bag, Amami considered using vonoprazan to reduce stomach acid and slow the internal bleeding temporarily. While thinking about possible treatments, Amami suddenly realized an important clue after looking at the Chimera and Lintworm's condition. Alec remained devastated beside his mother while Corone waited silently for Amami's next decision. After connecting the symptoms and the medicines available to him, Amami finally found a possible method to save the Dragonkin Queen. Amami noticed cuts on the dragon girl's hand and realized they matched injuries from her dragon form. He believed this discovery could help save her mother. After checking the wounds carefully, Amami became certain that the injuries were connected. The dragon girl grew confused while he calmly continued thinking of a treatment. Amami explained that the cuts proved her mother's condition could be treated. The dragon girl listened in shock as he formed a dangerous plan. Amami understood he could not examine the dragon mother normally. He decided the only way was to treat her while she stayed in dragon form. Without fear, Amami declared that he would enter the dragon's body himself and stop the internal bleeding directly to save her life. Amami gathered everyone and explained that the procedure to save the dragon mother would require several dangerous preparations and full cooperation from the group. Alec refused to trust the humans. Fear for his mother made him reject Amami's plan, even while the others remained silent and uncertain. Alec clenched his fist and swore he would never allow humans to enter his mother's body, believing they only wanted to take advantage of her condition. Amami stayed calm and told Alec to watch the treatment himself. He offered his own life as proof that he had no intention of betraying them. Alec stared at Amami in disbelief. Despite the danger inside the dragon's body, Amami showed no fear and remained determined to save her mother. Amami admitted he was afraid, but what frightened him more was abandoning a dying patient. His determination finally made Alec hesitate. Alec silently lowered his guard after hearing Amami's resolve. The doctor's words reached him more deeply than any promise could. The group climbed a long staircase through the forest while carrying medical equipment. Corone guided Amami toward the observation deck where the treatment would begin. When they arrived, Amami saw the enormous circular platform prepared for the dragon's transformation and realized how massive the operation would be. Alec and his mother appeared before the group as Amami raised his hand confidently, ready to begin the dangerous procedure to save the dragon mother. Amami explained that the operation required tools large enough to work on a dragon's massive body. The others listened carefully while preparing the supplies he requested. The group brought thick ropes and equipment for the procedure. Amami checked everything with relief, but Alec continued watching him with suspicion. Amami suddenly realized something important was missing. He looked toward Alec after noticing the large blade he requested had not been brought. Amami reminded Alec that the blade was necessary for the operation and could determine whether the treatment succeeded or failed. Alec stepped closer and angrily ordered Amami to look carefully, forcing him to understand the distrust and fear the dragon family still carried toward humans. Alec suddenly cut his own arm without hesitation, shocking everyone around him. Blood scattered across the ground as he proved his resolve to Amami, using his dragon power. Alec released enormous magical energy from the wound. Amami watched carefully while the others stepped back in surprise. The black energy gathered along the ground as Alec focused his strength. The atmosphere became tense as the power continued forming before them. A massive blade finally appeared from the magical energy. Amami stared at the enormous weapon, realizing Alec had created it himself. Alec handed the sword to Amami and explained that it was made from his own blood and magic power. He finally entrusted the operation to the doctor. Alec accepted Amami's determination and agreed to help with the operation. Even while injured, he remained focused on saving his mother. The others prepared to begin the procedure while Alec stepped forward to assist. Amami worried about Alec's wounded hand, but the dragon clan stayed determined. Amami asked the group about magic power and listened carefully to their explanation of mana and how each race controlled it differently. Although Amami still could not fully understand magic, he examined the blood-made blade carefully and prepared to use it for the operation. As Amami tested the sword, the blade suddenly released powerful energy into the air, proving that Alec's magic weapon possessed incredible strength. When Amami swung the blade, flames burst from the sword and exploded into the air. The sudden power shocked everyone around him. The others explained that Alec was a fire dragon, and his flames had been sealed inside the weapon. Amami admired the sword but worried it might be difficult to use during surgery. After examining the weapon carefully, Amami adjusted the blade and decided it was suitable for the operation. He calmly prepared himself for the dangerous treatment ahead. Alec walked toward the center of the massive platform, while the others watched in silence, understanding the operation was finally about to begin. Alec looked back at Amami one last time. His expression showed both lingering doubt and growing trust as he prepared to place his mother's life in the doctor's hands. Alec's mother began releasing overwhelming magical power as her transformation started. The entire platform shook from the pressure surrounding her body. Dark energy burst across the area while the dragon's enormous form rapidly expanded. The spectators could only watch the terrifying transformation in silence. The magical explosion grew even stronger as the dragon completed her change. Smoke and light covered the observation deck completely. Amami stood his ground, despite the massive dragon towering before him. Holding the magic blade tightly, he prepared himself for the operation. The dragon mother finally revealed her full form. Her gigantic body and powerful aura overwhelmed the area, marking the true beginning of Amami's dangerous treatment. The giant dragon spread her wings across the sky while smoke and magical energy surrounded the observation platform. Her overwhelming presence silenced everyone below. Amami and the others stared at the enormous dragon in amazement. Even Alec remained serious as the true scale of his mother's body became clear. Amami admired the dragon as a magnificent creature and realized the operation would be far more difficult than he first expected. Corone nervously called out to him. Despite the pressure from the dragon's massive aura, Amami steadied himself and prepared mentally for the dangerous treatment ahead. Alec quietly watched Amami from behind. Seeing the doctor remain calm before the gigantic dragon slowly strengthened Alec's trust in him. Corone carried the heavy rope to help Amami prepare for the operation. Amami checked on her while they continued setting up the treatment area. Amami politely asked Mrs. Lindworm to lie on her left side. The giant dragon calmly followed his instructions, despite the pain in her body. Dark smoke and hot breath suddenly burst from the dragon's mouth, as her condition became unstable. The pressure from her body shook the entire platform. A massive explosion of heat erupted across the area, forcing Amami and the others to step back. Even with the danger growing, Amami stayed focused on beginning the operation. Elle noticed moving roots underground while Tadato investigated the cave before the giant plant suddenly attacked everyone. Corone tightly pulled the rope while watching Tadato falling deeper inside the dangerous collapsing underground chamber. Tadato struggled painfully after giant roots wrapped around his body and restricted his breathing inside darkness. Elle stretched a slime thread toward Tadato while he desperately reached forward searching for survival assistance. Corone pulled Tadato away using Elle's thread before the giant roots dragged him underground forever completely. Tadato screamed painfully after acidic liquid splashed onto his arm during the monster's violent underground movement suddenly. The forest rulers calmly watched events unfold, while Tadato unknowingly approached the dangerous creature hidden beneath them. Tadato realized the giant creature contained stomach acid, and immediately avoided falling deeper inside its massive body. Elle fired a slime thread toward Tadato while he searched desperately for something stable to hold. Tadato watched nervously after sharp debris crashed downward, narrowly missing his head inside the creature's dark stomach. Elle protected Tadato from falling debris, while the creature's stomach violently released dangerous acidic liquid around them. Tadato breathed painfully, after acidic liquid touched his clothes during the creature's violent movement inside darkness underground. Tadato safely landed nearby and realized his protective medical clothes prevented fatal injuries from the dangerous acid. Tadato carefully checked Elle's condition after escaping, worried the small slime companion suffered injuries during rescue efforts. Tadato gratefully held Elle and thanked the slime companion for saving his life inside the dangerous creature. Tadato gently held the slime creature and apologized for causing danger during their underground escape earlier together. Tadato happily thanked the slime companion again after surviving the creature's dangerous stomach and collapsing underground tunnels. Tadato realized the slime lacked a proper name while carefully observing the small companion beside him quietly. The forest ruler reminded Tadato the slime was previously called Elder by Mrs. Lindworm before meeting him. Tadato decided naming the slime Elle sounded suitable, while both continued exploring the underground creature together afterward. Tadato happily played beside Elle after finally escaping the dangerous underground creature together safely without serious injuries. Tadato smiled confidently beside Elle before continuing their careful exploration through the strange underground passage ahead peacefully. Tadato and Elle moved deeper underground, while searching carefully for a safe path outside the giant creature. Koron suddenly noticed the rescue rope moving strangely and immediately realized something unusual happened underground below her. Koron anxiously held the rope tightly while waiting nervously for Tadato and L to safely return. Tadato carefully walked deeper inside the giant stomach while studying its strange biological structure using medical knowledge. Tadato examined the stomach carefully and compared its internal structure with normal human digestive anatomy differences. Scientifically, Tadato noticed flowing blood nearby and realized the injured area causing problems existed somewhere ahead inside dangerous darkness. Tadato avoided slippery liquid carefully while continuing deeper through the creature's massive stomach, searching for dangerous abnormalities. A violent explosion suddenly erupted ahead of Tadato, shaking the giant stomach and surrounding underground passage completely. Tadato suddenly panicked after another violent explosion erupted nearby, while L watched the dangerous situation beside him. Dark liquid spread across the stomach walls while Tadato carefully observed the violent internal damage surrounding them completely. Tadato noticed fresh blood flowing nearby and realized they finally approached the creature's dangerous injured area closely. Tadato discovered a massive abnormal growth attached deeply inside the creature's stomach wall. During careful examination there, using medical knowledge, Tadato identified the abnormal growth as a dangerous Yamada Type 4 polyp inside stomach. Tadato immediately realized the abnormal growth inside the creature's stomach was dangerous malignant cancer tissue spreading rapidly. Koron watched nervously while the massive creature weakened painfully from the spreading cancer, hidden throughout its enormous body. Loud screams echoed through the forest as the giant creature continued suffering from unbearable internal pain and damage. Nearby travelers complained about hiding inside dangerous forests while searching carefully for safe roads through surrounding territories. The frustrated travelers angrily blamed their enemies, while continuing deeper into the dangerous forest area together cautiously. The horned healer explained Isekai'd possessed abnormal healing abilities beyond ordinary magic users, treating deadly diseases successfully. The young mage believed another hidden treatment method existed if Isekai'd could cure impossible diseases successfully before. The young mage suddenly spotted dangerous black wolves approaching nearby while traveling carefully through the dense forest together. Inside the giant creature, Tadato examined the enormous tumor carefully while considering possible treatment methods seriously afterward. Tadato realized the creature suffered severe anemia because the massive tumor continuously caused dangerous internal bleeding inside. Tadato realized normal medical tools were unavailable and too small for removing the creature's massive dangerous tumor safely. Tadato decided using the strong rope for ligation could temporarily stop the severe internal bleeding inside successfully. Tadato considered using his heated sword like medical cauterization equipment, despite understanding its dangerous surgical limitations carefully. Tadato worried insufficient hemostasis would fail stopping the bleeding because proper electrocauterization equipment remained completely unavailable underground. Tadato feared Mrs. Lintworm would die from severe anemia if internal bleeding flooded her stomach continuously afterward. Tadato decided immediate surgery remained necessary because Mrs. Lintworm's dangerous condition continued worsening rapidly inside the creature. Tadato understood untreated stomach cancer could cause fatal anemia, organ damage, and severe physical complications eventually afterward. Tadato and L quickly surrounded the giant tumor, while preparing emergency treatment using limited available underground equipment carefully. Tadato tightly pulled the rope around the tumor stalk, while carefully avoiding sudden damage or dangerous tearing completely. Tadato carefully secured the rope knot around the tumor stalk before attempting emergency removal surgery, inside underground darkness. Tadato carefully used surgical knot techniques while tightening the rope around the massive tumor stalk securely underground. Tadato pulled the rope forcefully while struggling physically to completely block dangerous blood flow from the tumor. Tadato realized blood continued escaping from the tumor because the tightened rope still remained insufficient for hemostasis. Tadato strained desperately while tightening the rope harder until the tumor slowly changed from red toward purple. L suddenly noticed unexpected movement nearby, while Tadato remained focused entirely on stopping the dangerous bleeding inside. L controlled the tree branch skillfully, while helping Tadato tighten the rope around the massive tumor securely afterward. Tadato became surprised after realizing L could freely control the strange tree growing from its head naturally. Tadato thanked L sincerely, while both pulled the tightened rope together around the dangerous tumor stalk successfully afterward. Tadato confirmed the bleeding finally stopped after securing the square knot tightly around the giant tumor safely. Tadato immediately prepared his heated sword carefully before beginning the dangerous tumor removal surgery inside the creature. Tadato carefully burned through the tumor stalk using his heated sword as improvised surgical cauterization equipment underground. Tadato slowly continued, cutting the massive tumor while carefully preventing sudden bleeding or dangerous tissue damage nearby afterward. Outside the creature, Corone anxiously waited while violent shaking continued from Tadato's dangerous underground surgery procedure inside. Anna, their companion, confidently reassured Corone that Tadato would successfully save Mrs. Lintworm, despite the dangerous circumstances surrounding them. Corone remained suspicious toward Tadato's abilities, while nervously warning consequences if the human doctor failed the dangerous surgery. The young beastwoman trusted Tadato completely because he previously saved her life, despite having no personal connection whatsoever. The Forest Queen reminded Corone that Tadato also risked himself saving strangers without expecting anything in return. The Forest Queen sincerely hoped Mrs. Lintworm would survive the dangerous illness after enduring severe suffering for years. The Forest Queen calmly understood Corone's frustration and encouraged everyone nearby to continue waiting patiently together afterward. The Forest Queen gently reminded Corone that Mrs. Lintworm continued fighting desperately for survival inside the dangerous operation. Tadato groaned painfully while maintaining pressure during the dangerous surgery, deep inside Mrs. Lintworm's massive stomach urgently. Outside the forest, Mrs. Lintworm suddenly vomited enormous amounts of dark blood, while everyone watched in complete shock. Carefully slicing swollen flesh, Amami shocked Corone after exposing deep infection hidden within the giant creature. Escaping pressure forced Amami to secure damaged vessels quickly, while violent shaking endangered the risky treatment. Alone inside darkness, Amami searched deeper passages desperately before the enormous creature completely collapsed from internal damage. Fear overwhelmed Corone after recognizing arterial bleeding, while Amami continued performing dangerous surgery inside the creature. Suddenly losing control, the creature hurled Amami violently through collapsing tunnels while protecting fragile medical equipment, falling closer toward deadly stomach acid. Amami stayed composed while desperately searching escape routes through darkness. Violent internal movements slammed Amami against narrow walls repeatedly, while dangerous pressure rapidly continued increasing inside. Inside ancient libraries, Princess Yuno investigated mysterious records carefully, seeking answers behind the giant creature's illness. Outside nearby, Corone witnessed terrifying swelling before dark liquid exploded outward, spreading panic among frightened companions. Violently collapsing across surrounding ground, the creature trapped Amami inside while explosions shook nearby areas intensely. Spotting the flying rope suddenly, Corone realized Amami possibly survived inside the creature's collapsing remains afterward. Nearby children cried desperately while the massive creature crashed violently, spreading fear throughout surrounding people immediately. Thick organs gradually became motionless while dropping temperatures revealed catastrophic blood loss inside the dying creature. Discovering mostly blood instead of acid, Corone regained hope while desperately searching everywhere for Amami afterward. Sensing approaching death nearby, the dragon-like guardian prepared immediately, while trembling spread across surrounding areas rapidly. Panic consumed Corone immediately after the guardian moved suddenly, refusing helplessly watching its mother die nearby. Approaching carefully, the young guardian pressed against wounds protectively while supporting its weakened mother's exhausted body. Strange glowing light transferred slowly from the guardian's body, reacting deeply within dangerous injuries inside afterward. Shocked villagers and beastmen watched silently after witnessing the guardian recklessly sacrifice dangerous powers without hesitation. Suddenly noticing faint figures inside glowing wounds, Corone regained hope Amami remained alive, somewhere within afterward. Explaining dragon biology carefully, the elf woman revealed guardians sacrifice mana, directly supporting their mother's survival. Losing excessive mana dangerously, the guardian weakened steadily while continuing life-threatening energy transfer throughout treatment procedures. Watching silently nearby, Corone noticed glowing energy fading slowly while the struggling guardian barely remained standing. Desperate villagers begged desperately for the guardian's safety, while fear intensified throughout increasingly hopeless surrounding crowds afterward. Exhausted beyond limits, the guardian admitted failure, despite risking everything attempting saving its dying mother alone. Overwhelmed by despair, the young guardian blamed weakness entirely, while staring hopelessly toward its dying mother. Refusing surrender completely, the guardian continued struggling desperately despite fading strength, threatening its survival continuously afterward. Silently observing nearby, Corone remained uncertain whether Amami still survived somewhere inside the enormous creature afterward. Begging desperately for survival, the guardian relied entirely upon Amami, while Corone prayed anxiously nearby afterward continuously. Emerging from glowing darkness suddenly, Amami appeared blood-covered yet continued carrying valuable medical equipment forward afterward. Violent rushing currents dragged Amami deeper inside the creature, while he struggled maintaining balance throughout afterward. Stopping against inner walls, Amami realized protective guardian mana shielded him completely from deadly stomach acid, thankful toward the guardian afterward. Amami calmly focused entirely upon surgery, despite surrounding dangerous acidic conditions everywhere. Discovering rescue ropes vanished completely, Amami accepted temporary entrapment, while continuing deeper inside alone afterward immediately. Finally locating the tumor's origin, Amami understood removing everything entirely remained essential, saving the creature afterward. Moving carefully through rushing blood, Amami survived solely because weakened stomach acid became heavily diluted inside, reaching damaged vessels eventually. Amami noticed unstable circulation immediately before searching desperately for bleeding solutions afterward. Carefully monitoring blood pressure, Amami realized dangerous shock threatened survival if circulation slowed excessively during treatment. Remembering severe blood loss consequences, Amami patiently waited before beginning another dangerous surgical procedure afterward carefully. Preparing cauterization carefully, Amami discovered suddenly his necessary surgical blade disappeared during dangerous treatment procedures afterward. Recovering missing equipment quickly, Amami resumed operating immediately while blood surged violently throughout surrounding passages afterward. Carefully advancing forward, Amami navigated narrowing vessels while tracking dangerous bleeding sources, with precise concentration afterward. Precisely targeting damaged tissue, he avoided piercing completely because mistakes would instantly kill the enormous creature afterward. Successfully striking bleeding points carefully, Amami sealed damaged vessels while enduring violent surrounding pressure continuously afterward. Despite exhausting remaining powers outside, dropping blood pressure confirmed the creature remained dangerously near death afterward. Battling violent blood currents continuously, Amami struggled maintaining position while avoiding being swept backward again afterward. Outside nearby, the mother dragon convulsed painfully while cracked ground spread beneath her weakened enormous body afterward. Helplessly observing nearby suffering, Corone feared worsening tremors, while the mother dragon continued violently shaking afterward, continuously. Enduring destruction surrounding them, the young guardian struggled desperately stabilizing the giant mother's collapsing body afterward continuously. Remaining beside injuries faithfully, the exhausted guardian waited desperately while Amami continued dangerous surgery inside afterward, continuously. Finally reaching exhaustion completely, the guardian admitted fading mana prevented continuing support much longer, afterward continuously nearby. Realizing the guardian weakened rapidly, everyone feared Amami soon losing critical protection inside the dangerous creature afterward. Completely depleted of mana afterward, the guardian collapsed suddenly, while panic spread throughout frightened surrounding crowds immediately. Lowering her head hopelessly, Corone prayed desperately afterward, while fearing Amami might fail the dangerous operation completely. Burning through tumor centers successfully, Amami destroyed remaining stems, while massive bleeding gradually slowed afterward completely nearby. Confirming successful hemorrhage control afterward, exhausted Amami thanked sincerely for life-saving protection during surgery procedures afterward. Surveying surroundings carefully afterward, Amami discovered blood and smoke covering everything inside the creature completely nearby afterward. Remembering vanished rescue ropes suddenly, Amami questioned uncertainly how escape remained possible from inside afterward, completely nearby. Unexpected violent shaking returned suddenly, while Amami searched carefully, nearly throwing him dangerously off balance afterward, completely. Echoing through darkness, unexpectedly, familiar voices shocked Amami, after realizing somehow returned once again, afterward completely. Hearing familiar voices within darkness, Amami remembered another doctor while reflecting deeply upon lifelong responsibilities, afterward continuously. Questioning Amami's reckless sacrifices afterward, the doctor forced him considering burdens carried endlessly as dedicated physician continuously. Slowly recovering movement afterward, the mother dragon expelled massive dark objects violently from her enormous body nearby. Shocked witnesses observed enormous objects crashing nearby violently, while tremors spread throughout surrounding battlefield areas afterward immediately. Impact forces hurled the young guardian aside, while smoke and blood overwhelmed frightened surrounding survivors afterward, completely. Rushing toward exhausted guardians afterward, villagers heard weak cries calling desperately for the mother dragon nearby continuously. Suddenly collapsing motionless afterward, the enormous mother dragon spread complete silence throughout surrounding devastated areas nearby immediately. Horrified beyond belief afterward, the young guardian stared helplessly toward its completely motionless mother nearby, continuously afterward. Lowering heads silently afterward, villagers watched despairingly beside Corone, while tragedy unfolded before everyone nearby continuously afterward. Frozen with fear afterward, Corone remained uncertain whether Amami's dangerous surgery truly saved the mother dragon completely. Staring toward motionless dragons afterward, Corone worried intensely, because Amami still remained trapped somewhere inside nearby continuously. Suddenly hearing Amami calling nearby afterward, Corone's hopeless despair transformed instantly into overwhelming shocked relief immediately afterward. Forcing himself outward afterward, Amami escaped through the dragon's mouth while smiling despite exhaustion and injuries continuously. Tears streaming uncontrollably afterward, Corone rushed toward Amami, while relief spread across exhausted surrounding survivors nearby continuously. Immediately questioning Amami afterward, the young guardian worried because the mother dragon still remained unconscious nearby continuously. Revealing enormous removed tumors afterward, Amami explained clearly how dangerous growths cause deadly illnesses within dragons continuously. Calmly reassuring everyone afterward, Amami confirmed successful survival, while exhausted companions celebrated hearing hopeful words nearby continuously. Slowly reopening her eyes afterward, the mother dragon astonished the young guardian by awakening alive nearby continuously afterward. Overcome with relief afterward, the guardian cried endlessly after witnessing the mother dragon awaken, safely nearby continuously. Smiling peacefully afterward, Amami completed dangerous surgery successfully, while saving both guardian and mother dragon completely. Beneath the sacred tree, Yuno attended the festival while petals covered the crowded kingdom plaza beautifully. Strange forest incidents forced the royal family to summon Sir Amami before the waiting crowd immediately. Together with Corone, Amami entered the deep forest searching for dangerous creatures, causing disturbances nearby. Hidden among towering trees, a giant serpent confronted Amami and El near the frightened village residents. During the attack, Yuno unleashed powerful magic while Amami defended terrified citizens from destruction everywhere. Using intense flames, Amami destroyed harmful bacteria surrounding the infected land beside the giant serpent carefully. Extreme heat melted Amami's scalpel afterward, revealing his sterilization technique damaged essential medical equipment completely. Reflecting upon mistakes, Amami explained carefully that treatments required safer approaches within this unfamiliar world afterward. Unable to observe microorganisms, Corone and the serpent struggled understanding Amami's explanations about bacteria and viruses. Despite lacking evidence, Amami remained determined studying germs and proving his medical theories someday successfully. Following the dangerous conflict, Amami thanked Alex sincerely while calm gradually returned throughout the devastated surroundings. Believing her efforts insufficient, Corone rejected Amami's gratitude, yet continued standing nearby despite lingering frustration. After noticing Corone's injured hand, Amami examined her condition carefully and warned against ignoring worsening pain. Walking through the village peacefully, Amami became startled when Yuno suddenly approached carrying something behind him. Repaired personally by Yuno, the damaged clothes impressed Amami, while he appreciated everyone's thoughtful support deeply. Insisting upon helping personally, Yuno explained repairing the clothes was entirely her voluntary decision afterward. Corone invited Amami toward celebrations, honoring Lintworm's recovery and renewed peace among dragons and elves everywhere, focused heavily upon research. Amami hesitated resting until companions reminded him constantly about exhausting himself daily. Traveling beside companions, Amami entered the capital, where flower petals decorated streets awaiting grand festivities beautifully. Entering festival grounds, Amami discovered numerous races celebrating peacefully together throughout the lively atmosphere surrounding everyone. Humans, dragons, elves, and beastfolk gathered happily sharing food, music, and drinks beneath falling petals together. Watching cheerful streets carefully, Amami remembered festivals from his previous world and felt comfortable once again. Relieved peace returned finally. Yuno gazed toward the world tree, remembering joyful moments connected there previously. Standing beside companions quietly, Amami shared Yuno's appreciation regarding peaceful moments following recent conflicts ending successfully. Recovering completely afterward, Lintworm thanked everyone protecting the kingdom, especially Amami restoring peace among races successfully. During celebrations, Amami examined Lintworm's eyes carefully confirming improvements after receiving treatment for illness recently afterward. Observing gradual recovery signs, Amami explained anemia improvements, while Corone listened and Lintworm questioned future healing. Unable predicting recovery precisely, Amami surprised Corone because she believed treatment solved everything already completely beforehand. Discussing dragon biology uncertainties, Amami presented two explanations regarding difficulties measuring healing progress accurately afterward. Since dragons differed entirely from humans, Amami continued observing Lintworm carefully before reaching further medical conclusions. Powerful creatures recovered rapidly compared with humans, Amami explained while mentioning Lintworm and the forest god. Remembering the forest god's quick recovery, Corone questioned Amami regarding Lintworm's remaining uncertain medical condition afterward. Tension spread immediately after Amami revealed concerns surrounding the tumor coughed up by Lintworm recently afterward. Without proper equipment available, Amami suspected cancer yet remained uncertain whether the illness proved dangerous. Eventually, apologizing sincerely afterward, Amami promised researching Lintworm's illness further until discovering clearer medical explanations someday. Although confused by medical terminology, Lintworm trusted Amami completely and continued enduring painful treatments patiently afterward. Regaining strength gradually, Lintworm asked Amami how she could actively support her recovery process afterward, successfully. To monitor recovery carefully, Amami recommended regular checkups while Lintworm listened attentively throughout celebrations nearby afterward. Curious afterward, Corone asked Amami explaining unfamiliar regular checkups commonly performed within his original world previously. Doctors observe recovery through regular examinations, Amami explained, preventing severe complications from appearing unexpectedly later afterward. Understanding future suffering ahead, Lintworm compared painful dragon treatments with hardships experienced by humans. Constantly afterward, feeling apologetic, Amami admitted lacking better treatment methods, while Corone listened nearby with growing concern silently. Hearing another sincere apology, Lintworm stared toward Amami while questioning his unusual kindness toward patients afterward, suddenly laughing loudly instead. Lintworm shocked Corone completely as the tense atmosphere disappeared around everyone immediately. Calling Amami considerate yet strange, Corone noticed he prioritized others constantly throughout the ongoing festival celebrations everywhere. Trusting Amami completely afterward, Lintworm decided placing her health and future treatments entirely under his supervision. Because future checkups continued ahead, Lintworm requested Amami calling her Lin during their meetings afterward. Happily, witnessing a dragon interested in human doctors, excited festival crowds, who considered everything entertaining and unusual simultaneously. During celebrations, warrior Normam approached suddenly, immediately attracting attention from nearby people, including Princess Yuno afterward, questioning Lintworm's closeness toward outsiders. Normam confronted Amami while she calmly rejected accusations beside him firmly. Protecting Amami fiercely, Lintworm warned the former dwarf king against harming the doctor ever again afterward. Acknowledging possible disaster, the dwarf king nevertheless respected Amami's courage, despite dangerous risks from treatment previously afterward. Celebrating enthusiastically, the dwarf king forced strong alcohol upon Amami, while concerned Lintworm observed nearby silently afterward. Refusing alcohol threatened celebration moods. The dwarf king insisted while Amami awkwardly accepted another drink nearby afterward. Though unfamiliar and strong, kingdom liquor slowly became enjoyable for Amami during festival celebrations afterward, eventually happily. Drinking alongside Normam, Amami noticed someone searching urgently for the dwarf chief during ongoing festivities nearby afterward. Unexpectedly gathered together, Lintworm, the forest god, and important figures shocked everyone observing nearby immediately afterward. Realizing important individuals assembled together, a young elf reacted nervously while tension spread among observers afterward. Immediately, through dark forests, frightened people fled desperately after wolves, dragons, and elves began hunting them relentlessly everywhere. Exhausted completely, one woman collapsed calling desperately for Kulwelson-sama, while companions checked surrounding escape routes nervously afterward. Struggling desperately for breath, the injured woman begged companions using regeneration magic upon severe wounds immediately afterward. Despite personal injuries, the exhausted man healed her wounds until poison effects weakened significantly afterward, eventually successfully. Attempting departure suddenly, the man became stopped by worried companions noticing his unstable, exhausted condition immediately afterward. Explaining limitations carefully, the man admitted, using purification magic only, while lacking genuine healing abilities completely afterward. Choosing survival carefully, the exhausted man conserved magical strength, while fear spread among hiding companions afterward everywhere. Although bleeding remained absent, frightened expressions revealed the injured woman already understood approaching danger completely afterward. Increasing pain suddenly frightened the injured woman deeply, making her realize worsening conditions immediately afterward, completely. Before resting safely, wolves rediscovered their hiding place, while pursuit sounds approached rapidly through forests afterward, immediately. Emerging suddenly from darkness, a giant wolf nearly struck the fleeing man beside towering trees afterward immediately, determined protecting the injured woman. The exhausted man continued running deeper, despite surrounding wolves everywhere afterward. Desperately reaching toward Kulwilson-sama, the injured woman begged loudly while dangerous pursuers followed closely behind afterward. Suddenly, several girls approached Yuno during festivities, attracting attention from nearby people gathered around celebrations afterward. Learning important business awaited her, Yuno excused herself politely from Amami and others nearby. Afterward, quietly observing events, Normim warned Amami carefully while seriousness gradually spread across nearby gatherings afterward. Music and dancing began afterward, while Yuno joined other girls beneath continuously falling flower petals, beautifully everywhere. Beneath dancing performers, glowing rings illuminated the ground, while magical energy brightened festival surroundings, beautifully afterward everywhere. Watching glowing lights carefully, Amami listened, while Normim proudly explained mysterious phenomena surrounding dancers afterward. Connected with the world tree, glowing mushrooms reacted strongly toward elven magic, illuminating everything beautifully afterward everywhere. Long ago, elves guided travelers, using glowing lights while protecting the sacred world tree faithfully throughout generations. Hearing Normim's explanation carefully, Amami reflected deeply upon the world tree's importance during festival celebrations afterward. Completely supporting every race equally, the world tree healed suffering through leaves, becoming humanity's treasured symbol everywhere afterward. Although magical power remained valued greatly, Normim admitted widespread distrust toward humans throughout the kingdom. Afterward, persistently considering possibilities quietly, the group discussed how healing magic and medicine could reshape futures worldwide afterward together. Looking toward future changes, hopefully, Normim admitted curiosity regarding Amami's potential accomplishments within the kingdom afterward. Completely listening carefully afterward, Amami realized medicine possessed entirely different meanings within this unfamiliar world. Completely afterward, deeply. During celebrations, Amami finally understood his role better, while Koro noticed changing expressions nearby afterward. Completely peaceful festivities stopped abruptly, after warnings revealed approaching black wolves, threatening the kingdom nearby afterward. Everywhere. Gathering around exhausted messengers, several elves demanded information immediately, while tension returned throughout surrounding crowds afterward. A flock of giant black birds suddenly attacked the forest ruins near the village. The creatures moved together and rushed toward the walls, while the guards tried to stop them from climbing higher. Tadato, Amami, and Philin defended the entrance, while more birds gathered around the ruins. The soldiers carried an important object toward the hollow, as backup forces prepared to arrive. An explosion struck the battlefield, and Philin realized the attackers were connected to the same group, causing repeated disasters across the region. Konalson, the holy priest, entered the scene and forced his way through the barrier to join the battle. After the fighting slowed, Karon and the others gathered quietly while waiting for Amami's next decision. Tadato Amami asked everyone to avoid unnecessary fighting, because he wanted to protect every life during the conflict. Karon watched quietly as the group prepared for another dangerous mission. Yuno handed her sword to Amami's group before leaving the city with the other warriors. The soldiers thanked her while preparing for the next attack. Karon departed with confidence as the remaining members stayed behind to defend the area and support Amami's plan. One of Amami's allies warned him that the enemy humans believed themselves superior and were responsible for the spreading violence. While the battle continued, Amami still chose to save lives, despite learning the enemies would continue causing harm to others. Tadato Amami understood the anger and fear surrounding the conflict, but he remained calm while listening to the others inside the shelter. Amami admitted that he could never ignore injured people standing before him, even if helping them created more problems for his group. He declared that he would treat anyone in need without discrimination, causing the others to react with frustration and confusion. Soon after, one of the enemy men arrived at the abandoned house searching for the missing magicians. The intruder discovered the magicians had already escaped through the window, leaving the room empty before the enemy could capture them. Alex struggled to accept Amami's decision to help the enemy, while Amami remained firm despite the growing tension among the group. The horned priestess encouraged Amami to follow his own beliefs and continue acting according to his principles during the crisis. Amami silently reflected on her words and strengthened his resolve before making his next decision. The priestess advised Alec to calm down and think carefully, reminding him to protect what he believed was right instead of acting out of anger. Alec finally regained control of his emotions, but the conflict inside him still remained visible as the situation continued. Amami arrived as the giant beast charged through the burning area. The people nearby could not stop its movement. The shrine maiden watched Amami carefully and believed he would still try to save everyone despite the danger. Uedo immediately accepted the responsibility and prepared his medical tools while Karon stayed beside him. Amami focused on the wounded creature and searched for a way to calm it before more lives were lost. The giant beast finally turned away from the city as the tension around the battlefield slowly faded. The giant beast continued running through the rain while Amami stayed on its back to stop it from attacking the city. Princess Yuno ordered Alec and the guards to protect the evacuation route, while she watched Amami's dangerous plan unfold. Alec released his power and rushed forward without hesitation as the ground shook around him. A massive dragon suddenly appeared beside Yuno, creating an explosion that blocked the beast's path. The soldiers escaped in panic, while Corone protected Amami from the debris caused by the violent collision. Amami and the soldiers were surrounded as more monsters rushed from the forest without stopping. Alec encouraged the exhausted guards to keep defending the road until reinforcements could finally arrive. A new group of fighters suddenly appeared behind the front line and pushed the monsters back together. Philin reached her hand forward after spotting the wounded soldiers trapped near the battlefield. Princess Yuno led the united forces into the forest while Alec and the others followed closely beside her. The black dragon descended into the battlefield and forced the monsters to stop their advance for a moment. The forest god stood beside the dragon, protecting Alec and the soldiers from the surrounding beasts. Alec and the others realized the forest god had come to support their side during the battle. Philin smiled with relief as the dragon and the giant beast roared together, frightening the monsters away. The remaining creatures retreated into the forest while Amami checked the injured soldiers after the fighting ended. The black dragon quietly watched the battlefield after the fighting finally stopped around the forest road. Amami examined Sir Magician's injuries while Alec stayed nearby and waited for the results. Amami noticed the deep claw wounds could become infected if they were left untreated for too long. He decided the injured magician should be moved to the castle where proper treatment could be prepared safely. Heath escorted the wounded group toward the castle while Amami remained behind to help the remaining soldiers. Amami checked the survivors carefully and felt relieved after learning the casualties were kept low during the battle. The black dragon suddenly warned everyone that the danger around the forest had not completely ended yet. A scout noticed the remaining wolves retreating deeper into the forest and quickly informed the others. The dragon silently focused its glowing eyes toward the dark area beyond the trees. The dragon then spread its wings and landed before Amami's group as the forest became quiet again. The dragon warned Amami that releasing the captured man would only cause more deaths in the future. The prisoner panicked after hearing the dragon's decision and struggled desperately to escape from its claws. Amami stepped forward and stopped the dragon before it could attack the terrified man. The dragon silently stared at Amami for several moments before slowly calming itself down. The captured man realized Amami was protecting him and begged for help while the others watched nervously behind them. The dragon suddenly threw the captured man onto the ground and demanded information about another missing human. The prisoner froze in fear as the dragon continued questioning him beside the ruined battlefield. Amami and Alec explained that they had only found one survivor among the wolves during the attack. The dragon became angry after learning another person had been abandoned inside the dangerous forest. It threatened the prisoner and ordered everyone to search for the missing human before the wolves could return again. The dragon warned the captured man that he would die if the missing human was not found soon. The prisoner secretly planned to escape while pointing the dragon toward another path in the forest. The dragon immediately flew away with the man as Amami, and the forest god rushed after them. Amami realized Alec might kill both people if they arrived too late at the scene. Under Princess Yuno's orders, Alec joined Amami's group while the dragon disappeared deeper into the forest sky. Amami's group arrived at a ruined area deep inside the forest where the missing human was likely hiding. The dragon and the forest god gathered beside the destroyed ground while searching for clues nearby. Alec realized the wolves attacked because humans had disturbed and damaged the parents' territory. Connelson prepared to strike first before the wolves could surround the group again in the forest. More wolves suddenly appeared from the trees and rushed toward the group from every direction. The wolves dragged the missing girl deeper into the forest while she struggled to stay conscious among the attacks. The dragon finally discovered the injured girl hidden beneath the plants and called the others toward her location. The wounded girl collapsed weakly onto the ground after being separated from the wolves surrounding her. The dragon carefully watched the girl's condition while Amami hurried closer with his medical equipment. Amami realized the girl was already close to death and immediately prepared to treat her before it became too late. Amami quickly carried the unconscious girl away from the dangerous area, while the dragon silently followed behind him. The dragon watched Amami carefully as he prepared to examine the girl's condition in the forest. Amami checked her pulse and breathing, then realized her condition was far worse than he expected. Corone assisted beside him while Amami immediately used his medical tools to begin emergency treatment. Sweat ran down Amami's face after discovering the girl's chest injuries were already threatening her life. Amami quickly prepared his stethoscope and focused on checking the girl's weakening condition. He immediately began chest compressions while the others watched nervously around the injured girl. Alec could not understand Amami's strange medical treatment and questioned why he was helping her so desperately. Amami realized the girl was suffering from tension pneumothorax and urgently asked Corone for his medical bag. Sir Magician and Corone watched silently as Amami continued the emergency procedure without stopping. Alec became furious because Amami chose to save the criminal girl first, while Heath was still waiting for treatment at the castle. Amami quickly checked the injured people after the sudden attack in the forest village. He understood that some patients could still survive if they received treatment immediately. Corone watched Amami focus on a heavily wounded woman. Sweat covered his face as he tried to stabilize her condition before it became fatal. Amami explained triage and placed the woman in the highest priority group because her injuries were severe. The lightly injured villagers waited for delayed treatment while others with minor wounds stayed calm nearby. After organizing the patients, Amami examined the injured snake monster and prepared to treat it as well. Amami ignored the selfish demands of the injured magician and continued checking the victims based on their conditions. The snake monster also became irritated by the man's behavior. Alec questioned why Amami focused on saving ordinary humans first. He could not understand the doctor's decision during the chaotic rescue. The nobles explained that the injured man held high social status, making Alec believe his life should have greater priority than others. Amami calmly approached the arrogant magician despite Alec's anger. He decided to examine the injury himself before making any judgment. After checking the patient, Amami discovered the man only suffered a minor burn caused by excessive fire magic. Amami classified the priest as a green patient because the burn on his hand was only a minor injury that did not threaten his life. Without hesitation, Amami apologized and chose to prioritize another patient whose condition was far more dangerous. Alec and the priest were shocked by the decision. The priest became furious after realizing Amami refused to treat him immediately, despite his status. The priest continued demanding priority treatment, while Alec silently watched Amami focus on the collapsed victims nearby. Ignoring the pressure around him, Amami quickly performed emergency treatment on the critical patient and searched for the exact area causing the injury. Alec finally understood Amami's triage method and realized that Hike had been treated first because his injuries were the most severe and dangerous. While everyone watched in confusion, Amami prepared a strange medical tool that nobody in the fantasy world had ever seen before. Amami carefully inserted the needle into the injured woman's chest to release the trapped air threatening her life. The priest and Alec were stunned, after seeing the woman's condition immediately begin to stabilize from the treatment. As the procedure ended, the strange tool flew aside while the surrounding people remained speechless at Amami's medical skill. Amami explained that the woman suffered from tension pneumothorax, a dangerous condition where air pressure inside the chest slowly crushed the lung and threatened her life. Alec and the others silently listened while realizing the woman's injury had been far more serious than they first believed. After stabilizing her condition, Amami calmly explained that the treatment only bought enough time to move her safely to the castle. Alec immediately decided to bring Hike for treatment first and apologized for doubting Amami's judgment earlier. As they prepared to leave, Alec reflected on the unfamiliar medical rules. Amami followed and wondered if Hike could truly be saved. While everyone prepared to leave, the priest suddenly tried to escape and insulted the others, believing he could still save himself first. The black dragon instantly reacted and grabbed the fleeing priest before he could run farther from the group. Terrified, the priest begged for help and accused Amami of being a fake magician after realizing nobody intended to protect him. Amami calmly reminded the priest that his injuries were only minimal and that other patients still needed greater attention. Alec then asked Amami what he planned to do with the priest after they returned to continue treating the seriously injured patients. Alec questioned why Amami still wanted to save the selfish priest, while the black dragon also doubted whether such a human deserved help. Amami quietly listened as Alec apologized for his selfish thinking and admitted he still could not fully understand Amami's choices. Looking at the injured woman, Amami explained that he never wanted to abandon people whose lives could still be saved. Later, preparations were made near the world tree, while medicine and healing herbs were gathered for the injured patients. At the castle, the attendants apologized to the princess and served brewed world tree leaves while waiting for Amami's treatment to continue. Amami and Alec hurried through the castle while the injured patients were carried inside for treatment and rest. Alec carefully placed the wounded woman on a bed as Amami instructed everyone to let her recover quietly for the moment. After confirming the woman's condition had stabilized, Amami decided to prioritize Hike's treatment next and requested permission to use the room. The others gathered around silently while Amami began examining Hike's injuries inside the castle chamber. While checking the wounds, Amami noticed the cuts had not been properly cleaned before being wrapped, making the situation more dangerous than expected. Amami realized Hike's wounds had only been treated to reduce pain without properly cleaning the injuries, and he noticed the medicine smelled like world tree leaves. Although Hike endured the pain, Amami explained that the leaves could not fully heal him. He then asked Koron to help wash the wounds carefully. Koron assisted Amami while he thoroughly cleaned the injured areas to prevent infection from spreading deeper into the body. After applying local anesthetic, Amami warned Hike that he would need to widen the wounds in order to properly treat the damaged tissue inside. Alec and the others were shocked by Amami's explanation and could not understand why making the wounds larger was necessary for healing. Alec and the others could not accept Amami's decision to cut Hike's wounds further, believing it would only increase his suffering instead of helping him heal. Amami explained that the procedure was called debridement, a treatment used to remove damaged tissue and prevent infection from spreading deeper into the wounds. Princess Yuno quietly listened while watching Amami continue his careful explanation about the treatment process. Even after hearing the explanation, Alec admitted that he still could not fully understand the strange medical methods Amami used. Koron gently reminded Alec that, despite the confusion, Amami had always been trying to save and protect everyone from the beginning. Koron proudly defended Amami, while Alec quietly reflected on everything the doctor had done to help the injured people. Alec finally accepted Amami's methods and entrusted Hike's life to him. Amami then prepared surgical scissors and began the treatment carefully. Using the scissors, Amami slowly cut away the damaged tissue surrounding Hike's infected wounds to stop the condition from worsening further. Alec and the others watched nervously as pieces of dead tissue were removed one by one during the painful procedure. Princess Yuno and Koron silently observed the treatment, hoping Amami's strange medical knowledge would successfully save Hike's life. Amami carefully continued the debridement procedure, while Alec stayed beside Hike and silently watched every step of the treatment. After removing the damaged tissue, Amami confirmed that the debridement process had finally been completed successfully. Koron helped clean the wounds again while Amami prepared Vaseline and other medical supplies to protect the treated areas. Once the treatment was finished, Amami assured everyone that Hike's wounds were now stable and no longer in immediate danger. Seeing Hike recover safely, Amami promised that he would continue examining and treating him until he fully healed. After the treatment ended, Hike smiled with relief, while Amami quietly shared his happiness at seeing the patient recover safely. The others slowly began calling Amami's medical knowledge a kind of magic after witnessing the impossible treatment with their own eyes. Without resting, Amami immediately decided to continue treating the injured woman who had suffered from the lung injury earlier. As Koron brought his stethoscope, Amami prepared for the next examination, while the others watched him continue working tirelessly. Alec finally understood that Amami ignored social status when saving lives and accepted the doctor's belief that every patient deserved equal treatment. Alec quietly smiled after finally accepting Amami's beliefs and witnessing how the doctor treated every patient equally without hesitation. Princess Yuno and the others watched Amami with admiration as his medical knowledge continued saving lives that magic alone could not heal. Amami explained that the injured woman still needed further treatment to remove the remaining air trapped inside her chest cavity. After hearing Amami's plans, Princess Yuno decided to establish a medical place near the World Tree to support his work. The people around Amami began preparing a new place for him, believing his medical skill would change the future of their world. Far from the castle, the World Tree continued shining across the night sky, while the situation around the kingdom slowly became more unstable. The selfish priest was imprisoned inside a special magic ceiling prison cell after causing trouble during the rescue and treatment. Locked behind the iron bars, the priest panicked after realizing he could no longer escape or use his magic freely. Filled with anger, the priest shouted threats toward the lizard tribe and swore revenge for humiliating and imprisoning him. As the priest continued spreading hatred and blaming others, the lizard woman silently listened while the danger of future conflict quietly grew. The demon guards warned the imprisoned priest that nobody in the World Tree territory considered him important enough to risk their lives protecting anymore. The horned woman calmly explained that if war truly began, the priest would no longer have any value to the people around him. Overcome with fear and anger, the priest violently attacked the prison bars while desperately trying to escape the sealed cell. The demons angrily rejected the priest's insults and blamed him for causing the conflict through his selfish behavior and hatred. After the outburst ended, the priest was struck down and forced to face the reality of his powerless situation. While the patients rested peacefully near the World Tree, the distant capital remained quiet under the dark night sky. Inside the Grand Cathedral Library, a messenger reported to Archbishop Isekai'd about the failed mission involving the holy priest, and the deacon sent to the World Tree. After hearing that the priest had abandoned his healing duties and was captured, Archbishop Isekai'd calmly listened while silently considering the growing situation around the World Tree. Princess Corone officially began the conference between forest tribes and demon clans, discussing alliances protecting lands from monsters and disease. Corone respectfully requested the clans renew their kingdom pact, while elders listened carefully and attendants silently observed the important meeting. Beside the hall, the sacred tree suddenly glowed brightly after hearing the proposal, symbolizing truth and future unity together. Without hesitation, a demon representative approved the proposal and confirmed Alex supported renewing peace between both powerful races, peacefully. Following the meeting, leaders prepared rebuilding cooperation between kingdoms, while Amami continued caring for injured people suffering after recent battles. Princess Yuno comforted the demon envoy after the conference, assuring mistakes during discussions would eventually disappear from everyone's memories. Remaining silent briefly, the envoy finally made another request, causing serious tension throughout the hall while leaders anxiously waited together. Chancellor Maillard requested protection for Yuito Amami under the elves' agreement, leaving representatives shocked after hearing his name publicly mentioned. An elf leader doubted Maillard's intentions, suspecting the request involved personal emotions toward Yuito, rather than simple protection alone afterward. Before conflict erupted, the demon representative interrupted everyone, reminding them, Yuito entered their world because Princess Yuno brought him there. Representatives discussed Yuito Amami's future inside the World Tree, while Maillard admitted fearing dangers threatening kingdoms surrounding their territories constantly. Unexpectedly supporting the proposal, Yuno requested Amami remain beside them, surprising several representatives sitting around the large conference table together. Princess Corone reminded Yuno that Amami once saved her life during danger, prompting immediate acknowledgement without hesitation from her afterward. Corone approved renewing the alliance and formally requested permission, allowing Yuito Amami remain safely within the hollow of the World Tree. Preparing final approval, Maillard suddenly realized several unresolved matters still existed between kingdoms, forcing her decision process to immediately pause. Maillard insisted Yuito Amami hear the alliance proposal personally before confirmation, wanting his honest feelings regarding kingdom's treatment toward him revealed. While discussions continued nearby, Yuito rested quietly inside a room beside the World Tree surrounded by medicine bottles and equipment. Suddenly noticing unusual breathing patterns, one beastfolk girl became alarmed after hearing strange sounds from the patient beside Amami there. Quickly informing Amami about the worsening condition, the beastfolk assistant watched nervously, while Yuito immediately approached the struggling patient nearby. Calmly examining the patient using medical equipment, Amami focused entirely on identifying the dangerous cause behind her breathing difficulties inside there. Carefully listening to breathing sounds, Amami taught Corone recognizing noises from the right lung before conditions became dangerously severe again later. While examining the patient using his stethoscope, Yuito explained treatment procedures as Corone carefully memorized every important medical instruction provided. Eventually regaining consciousness, the patient opened her eyes while Corone reacted excitedly and Amami confirmed her condition stabilized successfully afterward. Suddenly entering through curtains unexpectedly, a mysterious man transformed the atmosphere surrounding the patient's bed before anyone could relax completely there. Recognizing the mysterious visitor immediately, Amami and Corone froze nervously, while tension returned throughout the room surrounding everyone present again afterward. Amami explained Alec discovered the injured man unconscious inside the forest, before safely carrying him back toward the World Tree afterward. Calmly reassuring the patient, Yuito promised proper treatment and rest would eventually restore his health despite continuing pain afterward completely. Quietly thanking Amami afterward, the injured man reflected deeply about difficult choices awaiting him after recovery, while Alec silently observed nearby, expressing gratitude toward Alec for saving him. The patient helped create a calmer atmosphere throughout the previously tense room afterward together. After confirming stable conditions, Amami questioned Alec's arrival while noticing his serious expression hidden beneath casual suggestions about drinking together later. Quietly leaving the World Tree hallway afterward, Alec appeared casual outwardly, although disappointment clearly remained visible across his troubled expression still. Later examining Amami's strange medical equipment carefully, Corone hesitated because the unfamiliar tool resembled advanced magical artifacts to her greatly. Encouraging proper practice afterward, Amami hoped Corone would master medical skills, helping protect herself and assist others during dangerous situations later. Remembering promises made with her grandfather previously, Corone tightly held the stethoscope while understanding Amami's trust in her abilities better afterward. Admitting possession of only one stethoscope, Amami requested Corone share equipment during treatments, strengthening her determination toward learning medicine seriously. Happily accepting Amami's proposal afterward, Corone thanked Yuito enthusiastically, while holding the stethoscope closely and smiling beside him, warmly there. Soon afterward, worries surrounded Amami, because limited medical supplies continued decreasing, while numerous patients still required treatment inside the World Tree. Chancellor Myard formally introduced herself before Amami, surprising both Yuito and Corone, after suddenly appearing personally before them there together, unexpectedly. Rather than feeling nervous, Amami became fascinated with Myard's unusual glasses, allowing curiosity completely distract him from formal introductions immediately afterward. After carefully inspecting the glasses, Amami discovered genuine lenses resembling technology from his original world, while Corone watched amazed nearby silently. Excitement overwhelmed Amami after learning Mayard's glasses contained real lenses instead of magical artifacts, inspiring future medical possibilities within him. Realizing prolonged examination became inappropriate, Amami apologized quickly before returning Mayard's glasses while she explained needing them constantly afterward there. Myard guided Amami back toward Alliance representatives, while leaders waited patiently and Yuito announced another important matter requiring immediate discussion there. Before hearing Alliance proposals completely, Amami prioritized discussing injured patients while representatives listened carefully as meeting atmospheres gradually shifted afterward there. Amami warned recovering victims faced dangerous infections following wolf attacks, especially emphasizing possible rabies outbreaks spreading among survivors. Afterward seriously there. Carefully explaining rabies afterward, Amami described deadly infections spreading through scratches and bites, shocking representatives, hearing terrifying details there immediately afterward. Silence filled the meeting hall once Alliance leaders understood Amami's warning seriousness, including demon representatives unable ignoring circumstances any longer there. Yuito admitted uncertainty regarding rabies existing identically within their world, yet preferred preparing carefully before dangerous diseases spread further afterward there. Calmly questioning Amami afterward, Mayard requested necessary preparations because she understood the doctor already possessed organized plans addressing the growing crisis. Amami requested permission isolating injured patients while monitoring conditions regularly and investigating historical symptoms resembling rabies throughout nearby kingdoms carefully afterward. Accepting responsibility afterward, Princess Corone promised handling patients personally, while leaving every important medical decision entirely within Yuito's control. Their completely Alliance leaders later questioned how Amami deserved repayment, because his advanced treatment methods already saved numerous lives inside the World Tree successfully. Corone explained Amami deserved proper compensation since his medical abilities surpassed expensive healers and magicians, famous throughout surrounding kingdoms greatly afterward. Quickly refusing rewards afterward, Yuito insisted genuine desires helping injured people motivated him more than receiving wealth or recognition personally there afterward. Surprised by Amami's response afterward, the demon representative realized Yuito valued saving lives beyond status, wealth, or personal advantages completely there. Brief awkwardness spread throughout the Alliance meeting after the demon representative jokingly accused Amami of undervaluing her important life there publicly. After calming tensions, Amami discussed a medical institution called Koishikawa Inpatient Facility, where ordinary people received equal treatment regardless afterward there. Yuito described the founder dedicating life toward creating hospitals where medicine benefited everyone equally, deeply fascinating Alliance leaders there afterward completely. Princess Corone realized Amami dreamed about establishing similar medical centers inside the World Tree beyond temporary patient treatments there. Afterward seriously. Openly declaring his ambitions, Amami promised providing medical care for anyone seeking help despite understanding difficulties awaiting him afterward. There completely. Quietly considering Amami's proposal afterward, Alliance leaders reflected calmly about establishing genuine medical centers within the World Tree together someday there. Princess Corone and the demon representative praised Yuito's selflessness, before Mayard interrupted politely, asking Amami something important afterward, there immediately. Mayard explained Corone already became Amami's medical disciple, before asking whether elves and other races could receive similar teachings afterward there. Immediately accepting the request afterward, Amami shocked Mayard because advanced healing methods usually remained hidden secrets among powerful healers, there completely. Yuito explained widespread medical education could save countless lives, because he alone could never rescue everyone throughout the world there afterward, completely. Inspired greatly afterward, one representative immediately supported building medical centers inside the World Tree, while hopeful atmospheres gradually spread there afterward. Princess Corone declared everyone deserved treatment regardless of status, while Amami became confused after suddenly being called forward again afterward there. Far from the meeting hall, a holy bishop prepared mysterious healing rituals inside grand cathedrals, surrounded by ancient magical prayers. Afterward there, sacred energy flowed brightly throughout the chamber, while the bishop continued rituals and injured women nervously awaited miraculous healing results afterward. Moments later, the woman discovered her injured leg healed completely, while cathedral visitors praised the bishop's miraculous divine abilities, afterward enthusiastically there. After healing her leg, the bishop warned curses remained within wounds, before giving holy water for returning pain afterward. There carefully gratefully accepting assistance afterward, the woman departed the cathedral, while followers admired miracles restoring her ability, walking normally again there afterward, completely. Priests praised the archbishop enthusiastically for healing severe injuries quickly, believing only divinely chosen individuals performed miracles afterward. They're successfully completely. However, another priest questioned whether poor commoners deserved sacred healing before the archbishop defended equality among all humans there afterward publicly, despite noble speeches earlier. The archbishop later revealed prejudice by excluding every non-human race from equal compassion and treatment afterward, there completely. Inside the cathedral, priests mocked supposed holy water until urgent news arrived regarding Archbishop Ecl Face, calling emergency meetings afterward, there suddenly completely. Following the announcement, tense atmospheres overwhelmed the church, while priests throughout the cathedral realized serious situations were unfolding there afterward, completely. As archbishops gathered through cathedral halls, Arch noticed Saul's unexpected summons, increasing suspicions surrounding the emergency assembly afterward. There immediately completely. Walking toward the gathering chamber together, Saul questioned Comet regarding emergency summons, while priests quietly followed behind them. Afterward there silently completely. Comet admitted ignorance regarding the meeting yet complained about dangerous church assignments following incidents involving slave traders. Afterward, there recently, completely. While approaching the gathering hall, Saul realized every member of the 6 stars had received emergency summons afterward, there simultaneously together. One priest believed Maya would ignore summons again, because strange experiments obsessed her beyond anyone's ability controlling afterward, there completely anymore. Inside the chamber, gathered members mocked charitable actions, lacking profit or influence, exposing corruption hidden within church organizations afterward there openly completely. Soon afterward, remaining 6 stars members arrived, gradually, while FEA and Zess joined the emergency gathering inside the chamber there together completely. Finally appearing before everyone, the 6 stars leader welcomed attendees, while chamber atmospheres grew heavier approaching the meeting's real purpose afterward there. During emergency discussions, the 6 stars leader revealed Holy Priest Kulnelson abandoned duties before capture occurred at the World Tree afterward there. Church officials realized the situation endangered secrecy surrounding sacred healing magic, while tension spread rapidly throughout the chamber. Afterward there immediately completely, declaring immediate action necessary, the leader warned information regarding healing methods must never leak beyond church control afterward, there completely publicly. As discussions continued further, imprisoned Kulnelson appeared behind iron bars, terrified the church already decided handling secrets connected afterward, there completely. Amami sat alone, while thinking carefully about a new idea. He reviewed the problems villagers faced whenever injuries or sickness appeared. The lack of proper treatment continued to trouble him. Corone noticed Amami concentrating at the table and asked about his work. Amami apologized for being distracted while organizing his thoughts. Alec arrived after hearing Amami was creating something important. Amami explained that he wanted to build a medical facility for everyone. Corone became excited after hearing the plan. Alec listened seriously as Amami described a hospital that could heal the sick and wounded without discrimination. Amami showed his sketches for the hospital design. Alec looked closely at one drawing and realized it resembled her mother, leaving her shocked and emotional. Amami announced that he wanted to create a new anatomy textbook. Corone and Alec were surprised, because no one in the kingdom had ever attempted such detailed medical writing before. Amami explained that anatomy books from his old world helped doctors understand the human body and improve treatment methods through careful study. Using his experience from operating on a dragon, Amami planned to record its anatomy on paper. He hoped Corone could someday use the knowledge to treat dragons herself. Although the idea was important, Amami admitted the book remained unfinished. He worried that incomplete information could not properly help future patients or healers. While discussing the project, the group remembered earlier failures during soap-making experiments. Even so, Amami continued believing that medical progress required patience and repeated effort. Late at night, Amami experimented with making soap inside the workshop. The mixture produced a terrible smell and smoke, causing Corone and the others to rush over after noticing the strange situation. Amami explained that soap could remove dirt and help prevent bacteria and disease. Although the ingredients were correct, he admitted he still lacked enough knowledge to make it properly. Corone became interested after learning soap could keep people healthy and improve hygiene. Even after the failed attempt, she enjoyed helping Amami test new medical ideas. Amami continued thinking about larger goals for the village. He wanted to build a hospital, prepare treatment tools, and create proper examination rooms for future patients. Despite his determination, Amami worried about limited supplies and resources. His medical briefcase would not last forever, and he feared this world lacked many things necessary for advanced treatment. After listening to Amami's long explanation about medicine and hospitals, Alec decided the group needed a break. She brought Amami and Corone out to a local pub for the evening. The group arrived at the large tavern owned by Tega. The warm building was crowded with people relaxing after work, and the atmosphere immediately felt lively. Tega welcomed Alec and her companions warmly. Many workers inside already seemed familiar with Alec, while Amami quietly observed the unusual environment around him. The tavern staff prepared the finest alcohol available for the guests. Amami looked uncomfortable as everyone around him became excited about the celebration and drinking. Alec noticed Amami avoiding alcohol and questioned him about it. Amami explained that he rarely drank because he wanted to remain careful and responsible as a doctor. While resting at the tavern, Tega suggested that Amami try a drink called Aether on the second floor. Corone admitted she knew nothing about it and became curious about the strange recommendation. Before Amami could ask further questions, an old dwarf named Norkim suddenly appeared inside the tavern carrying a large wooden mug. The atmosphere around him immediately became noisy and energetic. Norkim loudly demanded more alcohol while speaking in a rough accent. His drunken behavior confused Amami, who struggled to understand what everyone found amusing about the situation. A young man calmly handed another drink to Norkim while the others watched. Amami quietly wondered what kind of trouble the old dwarf had caused before arriving at the tavern. Norkim eventually offered Amami a mug of strong alcohol as a gift. However, he warned the doctor not to interfere with matters connected to the dangerous Thai booze. Amami carefully tasted the tavern's drink, while Alec immediately warned him not to follow the reckless habits of older drinkers around the room. The group introduced Amami to another alcohol called Kelwisha. After tasting it, Amami noticed it had a flavor similar to beer from his original world. Norkim became excited after hearing Amami describe the difference between fruit alcohol and grain alcohol. He was impressed that Amami understood the brewing process so quickly. Amami explained that drinks like beer were usually served cold where he came from. Alec and Norkim became curious after hearing about chilled alcohol for the first time. After trying the idea themselves, the tavern workers reacted with complete shock and excitement. Tega immediately realized Amami's strange knowledge could completely change their alcohol business. After hearing about chilled alcohol, Norkim demanded another serving immediately. Corone handed the drink over while Amami watched the old dwarf's excited reaction with surprise. The moment Norkim tasted the cold alcohol, he became completely overwhelmed by the experience. The refreshing flavor shocked him far more than ordinary drinks ever had before. Norkim continued drinking, while loudly praising the sensation. The cold alcohol felt so powerful to him that he compared it to an incredible adventure racing through golden sand dunes. As Norkim became noisier, Alec finally struck him to calm him down. The tavern quickly returned to normal, while Amami silently observed the chaotic scene around him. Even after calming down, Norkim continued praising the chilled drink. For the first time, he believed alcohol could create a peaceful feeling similar to watching a beautiful sunset. Norkim praised Amami's knowledge about alcohol, believing the young doctor understood brewing better than many tavern workers. Amami modestly denied being especially wise about it. Amami admitted that he used to drink often in his old world, and preferred whiskey over beer. Alec became surprised that someone who rarely drank now still knew so much about alcohol. When Amami explained the process of distillation, Norkim became completely fascinated. The idea of creating stronger alcohol by separating and condensing liquid sounded unbelievable to everyone at the table. Norkim stared at Amami with excitement and demanded more details immediately. The dwarf realized Amami possessed brewing knowledge far beyond anything known in their world. As Norkim tried forcing Amami into discussing alcohol production further, Alec stopped him. She reminded everyone that Amami had come to relax, not spend the night working again. While everyone argued noisily about cold alcohol, Amami suddenly realized that repeated distillation could create high-concentration ethanol. useful for medical disinfection and treatment. As the tavern calmed down, Norkim quietly continued thinking about Amami's unusual medical and brewing knowledge while sitting beside Alec. Norkim finally admitted he had another reason for approaching Amami. He explained that there was an important matter he wanted the doctor to handle personally. Although interested in distillation, Norkim revealed his true concern was his grandchild. He asked Amami if he could examine the child whenever he had free time. After hearing the request, Amami looked toward the young boy standing nearby. Realizing the situation was serious, he immediately focused his attention on the child's condition. After examining the child, Amami learned that Norkim's grandchild suffered from constipation and stomach pain. Norkim looked worried while explaining the symptoms to the doctor. Norkim apologized for troubling Amami during the gathering. Although the illness did not appear life-threatening, he sincerely asked the doctor to help whenever possible. Amami asked what kind of payment Norkim could offer in return for treatment. The dwarf proudly explained that dwarves specialized in blacksmithing and craftsmanship, promising to make anything needed. Rather than accepting simple compensation, Amami proposed hiring Norkim properly for future work. The dwarf became shocked after realizing the doctor respected his skills and profession seriously. As the conversation continued, Alec questioned whether the dragons in the area always worked so hard. Meanwhile, Norkim confidently promised he could still pay everyone despite drinking heavily all night. Alec explained that ether was commonly used in places where fights happened often. Corone quietly listened while Amami tried to understand why the substance was so popular. Amami asked what ether actually was. Norkim warned him that many people became addicted after smoking it and never returned to normal lives afterward. After hearing the explanation, Amami compared ether to tobacco from his own world. Norkim invited the group upstairs so they could see the substance directly for themselves. The group moved to the upper floor where smoking was allowed. Alec informed someone named Shia that they were entering the room together. Inside the room, they were welcomed by Shia, a mysterious woman connected to the smoking area. Amami immediately sensed that the atmosphere upstairs felt very different from the tavern below. Before entering deeper into the smoking area, Shia warned everyone to stay quiet and avoid using fire. The atmosphere immediately became more serious than the lively tavern downstairs. Alec explained that they only wanted to look around for now. Shia calmly accepted their presence, while Norkim reminded everyone that the group had already caused enough noise earlier. As they walked further inside, Amami observed many people quietly sitting among heavy smoke and dim lights. The upper floor felt isolated from the rest of the tavern. Amami noticed several smokers coughing heavily while using strange pipes filled with ether. Some people looked exhausted and unhealthy after continuously inhaling the smoke. Seeing the condition of the smokers, Amami finally understood the danger of ether. Alec quietly admitted that he was too kind-hearted to ignore people suffering in front of him. Alec seriously warned Amami not to misunderstand the situation around ether. She explained that, unlike ordinary entertainment, this matter involved people whose lives were already falling apart. Shia admitted she disliked hiding the truth about ether. Looking at the exhausted smokers nearby, she explained that most people came there to escape suffering, not for simple fun. Shia described ether as the breath of God, because it briefly allowed people to forget pain that could not otherwise be healed. Amami listened carefully, after hearing how desperate the smokers truly were. After hearing that ether removed pain and helped people sleep peacefully, Amami suddenly reacted with great interest. The explanation reminded him of something medically important from his own world. Alec, Corone, and Norkim became confused by Amami's sudden excitement. While everyone else worried about addiction, Amami appeared focused on another possibility hidden within ether's effects. After understanding ether's effects, Amami suddenly became excited. He realized the substance could become an essential medical tool instead of only being used for smoking and addiction. Shia became confused after hearing Amami say he wanted to use ether himself. Amami explained that he first needed to carefully verify its safety and effects. Amami finally revealed his idea to the group. He believed ether could function as general anesthesia, something necessary for performing proper surgery and building a real hospital. Far away in the capital, an important meeting was being held among powerful figures. The atmosphere suggested that dangerous political discussions were already taking place behind the scenes. During the meeting, one member questioned whether they truly intended to kill someone. Another person coldly insisted there was no more peaceful solution available for the situation. Inside the capital meeting room, the group argued about how dangerous the situation had become. While some wanted to investigate carefully first, others no longer cared whether their targets returned alive. Unable to agree on a plan, the members decided to settle the matter with a coin toss. Everyone silently watched as the coins spun through the air. The leader ordered each person to predict the results of the gold, silver, and copper coins. The atmosphere remained tense as nobody was allowed to avoid answering. One by one, the members announced their predictions while staring at the falling coins. The outcome would decide who received the dangerous assignment. When all the coins landed on tails, the group reacted with surprise. The woman named Zess was then chosen to handle the mission personally. After the coin toss ended, Zess calmly accepted responsibility for the mission. She believed someone with better luck was naturally more suited for dangerous assignments like this one. The others reacted with mixed feelings after Zess volunteered. One member complained that the target had ignored the organization's rules and caused unnecessary problems for everyone involved. Before leaving, Zess received praise from the group's leader for always completing missions efficiently. She silently bowed, accepting the task without showing fear or hesitation. Soon afterward, a merchant named Ran was summoned to a carriage waiting near the capital gates. The messenger instructed him to enter immediately for an important journey. The carriage quickly departed from the capital, pulled by a strange beast. As they traveled across the open land, Ran quietly wondered where the mission would take him next. Inside the moving carriage, the mysterious traveler announced that they were heading southwest toward the territory controlled by the elves and the World Tree. The traveler quietly continued the journey while thinking about the destination ahead. The mission toward the elves' country appeared connected to the dangerous situation discussed earlier in the capital. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, Alec praised Amami for discovering a useful medical purpose for Aether, instead of treating it as only a harmful substance. Amami explained that before using Aether for treatment, he needed to perform proper clinical testing. Corone became confused after hearing unfamiliar medical terms from his world again. Amami carefully considered the risks involved with testing Aether as anesthesia. Although he already had possible volunteers in mind, he knew dosage and treatment methods needed thorough research first. Alec suggested that Amami speak with Shia again, since she understood Aether better than anyone else around them. Amami immediately agreed to continue learning more about the substance. While discussing the hospital project, Alec admitted she genuinely liked Amami's plans for helping people. She then mentioned that Norkim could create special tools and blades if needed. Amami quickly became interested after hearing about custom blades. He explained that different medical procedures required many sizes and types of sharp instruments for surgery. Alec smiled after realizing how serious Amami was about improving medicine in the village. Amami admitted he would probably continue injuring himself while testing unfamiliar tools and methods. Alec then explained that a material called soul silver could replace blood when using magic. Amami became shocked after realizing the rare substance might greatly improve medical treatment and surgery. Alec admitted that she still did not fully understand Amami's strange medical methods. Even so, she promised that she would support everything else needed for building his hospital. Excited by Amami's interest in soul silver, Alec suddenly grabbed him and rushed outside. Corone and the others watched in shock as Alec loudly promised to show him the rare material herself. Alec carried Amami through the cold sky while a small dragon flew ahead. The wind became stronger as they crossed the mountains. Amami looked around nervously while Elle stayed close beside him. He wondered where Alec was taking them. Alec told Amami they would rest after landing. Far ahead, lights appeared beyond the clouds. Amami finally saw Tosdium Mine and the large city around it. The deep pit and many castles surprised him. Alec explained that the place was once the Dwarven Kingdom before it became the giant mining city Amami now faced. Alec guided Amami through the abandoned Dwarven Kingdom. The old buildings were empty because the dwarves had moved to richer mines in Tosdium. Amami and Elle rested inside a ruined house while Alec prepared a fire. Amami still could not understand why the dwarves left everything behind. Alec explained that an old dwarf named Norim once stayed there until the end. Amami quietly thought about Norim's past and hometown. Amami remembered Norim's wish to build a hospital that could save everyone in need. While walking through the silent streets, Amami decided the hospital should be built there to continue Norim's dream. A noblewoman asked Norim to help rebuild the country. Her request reminded him that his skills were still needed. Norim quietly looked over the ruined land of the dwarves. The empty streets and silent snow made him realize how much had been lost. Norim accepted the request and swore to meet everyone's expectations. The others trusted him to restore the old kingdom again. While discussing the new construction plans, the group noticed that Amami was missing from the meeting. They soon learned that Alec had taken Amami to the abandoned Tosdium mine to search for soul silver and study dragon mana crafting. Norim warned the others that the old kingdom was only a ruined land covered in dirt and abandoned buildings. Even so, Norim believed Amami and Alec would return safely with the soul silver needed for their work. He decided the dwarves should prepare the city first. Inside the empty workshop, Noram thought carefully about what still needed to be rebuilt. The dwarves quickly gathered together after hearing about the reconstruction project. Everyone was excited to work again, after such a long time. Following Noram's orders, the dwarves spread across the area to gather stone, asphalt, and materials needed to restore the ruined kingdom. Amami noticed that Noram looked exhausted while leading the reconstruction work. He worried that the old dwarf was pushing himself too hard. Noram insisted that he was still fine and tried to continue working like usual. Amami reminded Noram that working hard and ignoring his health were different things. Even so, Amami wanted to help him rebuild the kingdom. Amami asked Noram to let him work as well. He quickly volunteered to gather lumber for the construction project. After watching Amami run off with energy, Noram finally accepted his help and agreed to work together with him. Hugh worked hard in the forest, cutting trees and carrying lumber for the rebuilding project. He proudly tried to keep up with the adult dwarves. Zone of the dwarves praised Hugh's effort after seeing how much wood he had gathered alone. While transporting materials, the dwarves noticed Hugh holding his stomach again. They became worried about his condition. Hugh laughed and claimed he was fine, but he admitted that using the bathroom had become painful for him recently. After forcing himself to continue working, Hugh suddenly froze in pain. The strange pain in his stomach became much worse, shocking everyone nearby. Hugh suddenly collapsed onto the ground while carrying lumber in the forest. The dwarves nearby immediately rushed toward him in panic. One of the workers quickly informed Noram that Hugh had fallen unconscious during the job. Noram froze after hearing the news. He realized Hugh's stomach problem had been far more serious than anyone expected. Without wasting time, Noram ordered Nino to take him directly to the castle where medical treatment could be given. The dwarves gathered around Hugh's bed after bringing him inside. Everyone anxiously waited for him to wake up again. Hugh's condition became worse as he lay in pain on the bed. Noram desperately asked Corone and the others if anything could still save him. Corone suggested calling Amami back immediately, believing he was the only one who could properly treat Hugh. The group realized the journey back from Tosdium would take 2 full days, while Hugh's condition continued getting worse every moment. Suddenly, Corone and the others sensed a strange presence approaching the castle. The forest god finally appeared before them. Everyone immediately turned toward the giant creature, hoping it could somehow help save Hugh's life. Corone asked the forest god if it truly intended to help bring Amami back before Hugh's condition became fatal. The forest god agreed, and Corone immediately offered to guide it through the safest route toward Amami's location. The dwarves silently watched as Corone prepared to leave with the giant creature to search for help. Hugh continued breathing weakly in bed while everyone anxiously waited for Amami's return. Far away, a mysterious man observed the situation from the shadows. He decided not to rely on the humans and prepared to act on his own. Princess Lintworm arrived to support the group before Corone left with the forest god to search for Amami. She warned Corone about the freezing weather outside. Riding on the forest god's back, Corone hurried toward Tosdium as fast as possible to bring Amami back in time. Princess Lintworm apologized to Noram for being unable to stop Alec and Amami from leaving earlier. She then decided to search for Alec herself. Noram blamed neither the princess nor Alec. He was only frustrated because he could do nothing to ease Hugh's suffering. As Hugh continued sweating and crying out in pain, Noram realized the boy would remain in terrible condition until Amami finally returned. Standing alone in the snow, Noram feared that Hugh might become another person he could not save. The thought reminded him of the losses he had already suffered before. Inside the castle, Corone, Princess Lintworm, and the dwarves silently worried as Hugh's condition continued getting worse. Far away in Tosdium, Amami continued discussing plans for building a proper hospital, without knowing what had happened to Hugh. Amami explained that Soul Silver and Aether could help create medical equipment and medicine for the future hospital. Determined to continue his medical project, Amami searched for a suitable location while planning how to overcome the lack of proper tools. Noram proudly told Amami that the old dwarf craftsman would gladly help build the hospital because he trusted Amami's abilities. Amami and his companion entered the underground tunnel, leading deeper into the abandoned mine. The dark stairs made Amami uneasy. After descending more than 20 floors, the group finally reached the lower mining area. Amami carefully followed the guide through the ruins, deep underground. Amami discovered a massive abandoned tunnel that once belonged to the dwarves. As Amami looked around the enormous dark mine, a sudden explosion echoed through the tunnel and shocked everyone nearby. A sudden explosion erupted deep inside the abandoned mine. Amami quickly stepped back in shock as the blast spread through the tunnel. Flames and debris rushed through the underground passage, shaking the entire area around them. The explosion continued spreading across the lower tunnels, filling the mine with smoke and dust. After escaping the blast, Amami realized the tunnel ahead had become completely dark again. He used his penlight while carefully moving deeper inside. Worried about the dangerous air underground, Amami tried to think of a way to check the oxygen level before continuing further into the mine. While exploring the dark tunnel, Amami suddenly became trapped in sticky spiderwebs hidden inside the mine. Alec quickly rushed toward Amami after hearing him struggle in the darkness. He tried to pull the webs away before the creature attacked. Amami managed to tear the webbing from his face and spit out the sticky threads covering his mouth. Realizing the threads belonged to giant spiders, Amami and Alec immediately started destroying the webs blocking the tunnel. Alec noticed that the abandoned mine had become a nest for dangerous creatures since the last time he visited the area. Deep inside the mine, Alec fought against the giant spiders while protecting Amami from the creatures surrounding them. Alec apologized to Amami because escaping the nest would take much longer than expected. The spiders continued, filling the tunnel with webs. Back at the castle, a mysterious human suddenly appeared before Noram, Princess Lintworm, and the others. The stranger asked them to allow her to treat Hugh. Everyone became shocked after hearing her sudden request. Princess Lintworm recognized the young woman as a healer who had once abandoned her treatment and run away before completing it. Noram refused to trust the mysterious healer and warned her that Hugh's life could not be risked on someone unreliable. The young healer apologized to Princess Lintworm for running away before. She promised that this time she would stay and help until Amami returned. Princess Lintworm asked Corone what Amami would do in the same situation. Everyone waited for her answer. Corone remembered how Amami always accepted help from others whenever a patient needed saving. She believed he would do the same now. Hearing Corone's words, Princess Lintworm decided to put aside the past and allow the healer to help treat Hugh. Saya explained that even a specialist should be trusted if it meant stopping Hugh's suffering before it became fatal. Noram struggled with the decision while watching his grandson continue crying out in pain on the bed. Hugh weakly admitted that the pain had spread from the center of his stomach to the right side. He also asked Saya to examine him. Corone quickly realized that Hugh's condition had changed and became even more serious than before. Finally accepting her help, Noram introduced himself and begged Saya to save his grandson Hugh before it was too late. Saya suddenly reacted. After closely examining Hugh's worsening condition, she realized the illness had become far more dangerous than expected. Holding her staff tightly, Saya prepared herself to begin treatment immediately while everyone in the room watched her with anxious expressions. Tadato Amami checked the unconscious patient, noticing severe distress. Corone and other companions watched as he prepared his medical tools. Amami observed unusual energy patterns within the patient. Deposits and mana buildup were concentrated in his body, signaling a magical interference that complicated his condition. He carefully examined the patient's torso, identifying the curse as the source of swelling and pain. The in-depth analysis revealed considerable internal stress around the stomach. Amami decided to use leaves from the world tree, requesting preparation from his companions to relieve the patient's pain effectively. Corone and the others brought the herbal remedy. Amami thanked them and prepared the treatment, determined to heal the patient using both knowledge and care. Tadato Amami began administering the world tree remedy to the suffering patient. Corone and the others closely assisted, ensuring the treatment was taken carefully. Outside, companions struggled with uncertainty. Some feared the patient's condition was beyond saving, but Amami remained focused, analyzing each detail. He reflected on his responsibility, admitting the risk was his choice. Yet he could not abandon someone he could help. His determination outweighed fear. Amami smiled at his team, reassuring them that the treatment would work. Confidence and care guided his every action. Witnessing his courage inspired the observers. They resolved to become stronger, emulating his bravery and dedication to life. Tadato Amami prepared a magical barrier, standing firm against a threatening force. She concentrated to shield herself and her companions. Alec advanced toward the enemy in the tunnel. Amami stayed behind, observing and supporting him from a safe distance while ensuring the group's safety. The enemy clashed violently, and Alec engaged it head-on. Energy erupted around him as he fought with skill and precision. Alec struck decisively, forcing the monster to recoil. The team observed, realizing their combined strategy was working. Alec noticed a new reaction from the monster. Curious and alert, he considered communicating with it, hoping to understand rather than just attack. Alec prepared to communicate with the monster, holding his ground while Amami stayed alert, observing the creature's reactions closely. Amami shielded herself, wary of sudden attacks. She measured the situation, ready to act if the monster became aggressive. Corone stumbled slightly, regaining her balance as she assessed the monster's movements. She remained cautious, protecting herself from possible harm. The monster revealed itself to be a female, surprising the team. Alec noted the change and considered its intentions carefully. The team observed the monster's subtle actions. Alec, curious and attentive, prepared to respond, hoping to establish understanding rather than conflict. The monster trembled, its movements revealing fear. Amami and the team observed carefully, preparing for any sudden action. Alec stepped forward, apologizing for startling the creature. Amami guided him to approach gently and assess the monster's reaction. Koron realized the monster had been defending the children behind her. She acknowledged its protective instincts and tension. Alec expressed his apology again, showing understanding and respect for the monster's actions. While Amami stayed vigilant, the team illuminated the area, revealing the monster clearly. Alec and Amami adjusted their approach, ensuring the encounter remained calm and non-threatening. Amami and Alec apologized to the monster for startling it. The female creature stood firm, cautious but alert, observing their actions. Alec explained the group's purpose: to collect soul silver. The monster listened carefully, assessing their intentions. The monster handed over the soul silver, indicating willingness to cooperate. Alec accepted it, ensuring no harm would come. Karo noticed the monster's leg had been injured. Alec immediately checked, concerned for its safety. Amami offered to examine the monster's injury. The team stayed calm, ensuring trust and communication were maintained with the creature. Alec offered to treat the female monster, showing care and concern. The creature reacted with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. The forest god, Yuno, appeared, startling the team. Amami and Alec prepared to respond while maintaining calm. Anelf recognized Hugh, Normam, Sama's grandson, connecting the current events to their broader lineage and relationships. Tadato Amami focused on using magic, demonstrating her strength against dangerous and deceptive foes in the forest. Amami continued to combat malevolent entities, showing exhaustion but determination, highlighting her resolve to protect others. Amami pushed herself to the limit, using purification magic despite her exhaustion. Koron checked on her, worried about the strain. Alec observed Amami's condition, sweating from the intensity of her magical effort. Gan and Kuro watched, concerned for her safety. Amami continued, focusing on exorcising the curse and the evil spirits afflicting the patient's stomach. Her determination was unwavering. With the purification magic taking effect, Amami felt a sense of relief. Her careful control began to heal the afflicted. Amami smiled at her companions, apologizing for the worry. Despite the danger and exhaustion, she reassured everyone that she was fine. Amami stood firm, supporting Tadato while performing powerful magic. The team watched, worried for her safety as she strained against exhaustion and pain. Amami concentrated, guiding Tadato carefully to avoid injury. Her determination and precise control reassured the team. Tadato continued to focus, using magic to confront the spirits and curses affecting the patient. Amami maintained her guidance and support. The purification magic succeeded. Lifting the curse, Tadato and Amami felt relief as the threat dissipated into the air. The team cheered Tadato and Amami's success. Koron praised Tadato for not giving up, marking the triumph over danger and exhaustion. Amami's gaze focused, signaling that help had arrived. Her determination and skill gave the team confidence amid chaos. The team, including Koron and Alec, moved swiftly with Tadato and the patient, relying on Amami's guidance. Tadato's attention sharpened as he prepared to act. He acknowledged the patient's needs, keeping focus on the urgent treatment. Alec and Koron provided support, allowing Tadato to examine the patient carefully and begin necessary procedures. Amami assessed the patient's condition, noting severe induration on the stomach. She prepared for precise intervention, ensuring the patient's safety. Amami analyzed the patient, noting he was possessed by evil spirits. She assessed the situation carefully, preparing for purification magic. The team observed as Amami explained how purification magic works, considering the effects of bacteria, viruses, and other unseen threats. Amami determined that purification would be effective, but she faced difficulty removing the spirits entirely. Her careful assessment guided the team. Alec requested time to examine the patient, emphasizing the importance of checking thoroughly before proceeding with treatment. Amami considered the patient's body composition, ensuring that her magic would work effectively and safely on his unique physiology. Amami explained that the patient's body might be different from humans, referencing advice from the archbishop. Tadato apologized and prepared to examine the patient carefully, acknowledging the unusual physiology. He observed the patient's muscular defense, holding down the area cautiously to avoid causing more pain. The patient cried out in pain as Tadato pressed the correct spot to locate the source of discomfort. Tadato determined the patient's symptoms indicated appendicitis, noting the shift in pain from previous observations, and prepared for treatment. Amami focuses on Hugh, who is writhing in pain, standing against both his own suffering and the chaotic surroundings. She begins performing purification magic, her energy flowing through him as her companions watch with tense anticipation. Sweat drips down Amami's face as she strains to channel her power, determined not to falter. Her magic glows brightly, enveloping Hugh, and his body reacts violently, but she maintains her focus, undeterred. At last, the light subsides, and Hugh stabilizes. Amami, exhausted but relieved, reassures her companions that he is now safe. Amami braces herself, channeling magic to withstand pain and venom. Determination shines in her eyes as she refuses to retreat. Alec rushes toward a massive creature, instructing Amami to stay behind. Explosions and energy bursts fill the air as he attacks. Amami notices a girl struggling nearby. She cautiously approaches, realizing the girl's attack was unintentional. Trust and understanding begin to form. Amami examines the afflicted Hugh, realizing the pain stems from an internal problem. She prepares her purification magic carefully. With her allies' guidance, Amami applies the magic. Relief spreads as Hugh's suffering eases, and the group breathes a collective sigh of hope. Amami stands determined, channeling magic through her staff to fend off a powerful threat. Pain and venom attempt to overwhelm her, but she resists with unwavering will. Alec confronts the monster, keeping Amami safe. The creature retaliates, but Alec's determination drives him forward. The attack intensifies, and Amami struggles to communicate, showing her vulnerability despite her strength. A new figure arrives, observing the chaos. Amami is revealed as a protective force, and tensions begin to ease. Amami, still cautious, prepares to aid those in need, proving her resilience and skill in the face of danger. Hugh lay writhing in pain, his body tense. The team hesitated, fearing that the medicine might fail or worsen his condition. Shia, determined and resolute, stepped forward. She apologized for previous doubts, and prepared to administer the treatment. The chief offered himself first, insisting that Shia test the aether on him to ensure it was safe for Hugh. Shia and the group watched tensely as the chief endured, ready to risk himself for Hugh's life. Hugh remained helpless, while Shia focused, preparing the medicine, determined to save him at all costs. Hugh lay in agony, his body racked with pain. Shia hesitated, unsure if using the aether would truly help. The group watched tensely as Shia prepared the treatment. The forest healer stepped forward, apologizing for past doubts. The chief offered himself first, volunteering to test the aether, willing to risk his life for Hugh. Shia focused, the tension in the room mounting as everyone awaited the outcome. The chief endured the procedure with gritted teeth, proving the aether's effect. With the test successful, the group prepared to heal Hugh, hope returning to their eyes. Merchant Randano arrived at the city gate during nighttime, showing his passport calmly before entering the heavily guarded district without resistance. The elf guards questioned Randano carefully about his purpose, watching his appearance closely while maintaining strict security near the large entrance. Randano answered confidently that his visit involved business matters, hiding his true intentions beneath his calm expression and mysterious appearance carefully. After observing Randano silently for several moments, the guards finally allowed him through the gate and continued monitoring his suspicious movements afterward. Inside the city, Amami organized his transformed medical instruments carefully, preparing new surgical equipment for future treatments and dangerous medical emergencies ahead. Amami prepared medical equipment inside the room, while Corone waited outside carefully, expecting dangerous complications during the patient's treatment process. Corone brought disinfected pans to Amami after noticing his concern, helping him continue the surgery preparation without wasting valuable time. A strange crystal reacted violently near the surgical tools, releasing powerful energy, while Amami watched nervously beside Corone's calm expression. The crystal's energy spread throughout the entire room, creating loud vibrations and covering the medical instruments with mysterious glowing particles everywhere. After the strange reaction ended, Amami discovered the surgical tools transformed completely, leaving both him and Corone shocked by the result. Corone explained that the heated blades should already be clean enough, giving Amami confidence before beginning the dangerous surgical treatment carefully. While Amami prepared inside the room, Alec-kun and the others waited outside quietly, worried about the strange operation using sharp blades. The assistants became nervous after hearing Amami planned stomach surgery, struggling to understand how cutting the body could heal someone safely. Outside the treatment room, the patient's companions waited anxiously while Corone considered whether immediate medicine should be given before the operation started. Before beginning the surgery, Amami instructed everyone to wear disposable medical clothes carefully, reducing contamination risks during the difficult treatment procedure ahead. Amami checked whether Shia could hear him properly, making sure she remained calm before the painful medical procedure officially started inside the room. Amami explained the protective medical clothing carefully, asking Shia to cooperate because preventing dangerous bacteria remained extremely important during surgery preparation. Before using aether sedation, Amami prepared another anesthetic treatment first, hoping to reduce Hyukun's pain while he remained conscious during preparation. Amami demonstrated the correct position carefully and asked Corone to support Hyukun's body properly before beginning the difficult medical treatment procedure safely. Corone followed Amami's instructions immediately, holding Hyukun firmly in position while everyone prepared themselves for the dangerous surgery ahead inside the room. Amami informed Hyukun before touching his body carefully, trying to keep the patient calm during the delicate anesthesia preparation process inside the room. Using anatomical landmarks carefully, Amami identified Jacoby's line near the iliac crest to determine the safest injection point for anesthesia administration. Without proper medical markers available, Amami apologized beforehand and prepared the needle carefully, knowing the procedure would still cause significant discomfort temporarily. As the needle entered the injection point slowly, Hyukun reacted painfully while sweat covered his body during the stressful anesthesia treatment process. Amami worried about missing the correct spinal position, understanding that inaccurate anesthesia placement could seriously damage bones, flesh, or nearby vertebrae. Amami instructed Yuno to prepare povidone iodine carefully while explaining Jacoby's line, ensuring the anesthesia procedure remained as safe as possible. After filling the bowl with disinfectant solution, Yuno handed the prepared cotton carefully, while Amami continued sterilizing the patient's skin thoroughly. Amami prepared lidocaine for local anesthesia, warning Hyukun beforehand, because the injection would cause temporary pain before the main procedure started safely. As Hyukun struggled against the pain, Amami calmly prepared additional instruments nearby. Continuing the treatment carefully despite the patient's painful reactions throughout surgery. Holding the tuohi needle steadily, Amami instructed Hyukun to report numbness immediately, while preparing for the critical spinal anesthesia injection procedure carefully. Amami inserted the needle slowly into Hyukun's back, maintaining careful control while searching for the correct position inside the spinal area safely. Feeling resistance change gradually, Amami pushed the needle deeper past the interspinous ligament, advancing carefully toward the spinal anesthesia target point successfully. Amami recalled his medical knowledge about spinal anesthesia, understanding the dangerous but reliable technique developed long ago for lower body surgeries worldwide. After removing the inner tuohi needle carefully, Amami watched closely as clear fluid slowly dripped from the open spinal injection point successfully. Seeing cerebrospinal fluid appear clearly, Amami finally confirmed the needle placement correctly, feeling relieved that the difficult spinal anesthesia procedure succeeded safely. After confirming the spinal fluid flow successfully, Amami instructed the assistants to prepare the catheter carefully for the next anesthesia procedure immediately afterward. Amami inserted the catheter slowly through the needle opening, guiding the flexible tube carefully to maintain stable anesthesia access during surgery preparation. Once the catheter reached the correct depth, Amami carefully removed the tuohi needle, while ensuring the inserted tube remained safely positioned inside. Amami connected the filter and adapter carefully, securing the catheter against Hyukun's back using surgical tape before checking the spinal fluid again. With the catheter finally prepared successfully, Amami asked Shia to administer sedation next, completing the final step before the surgery officially began. Amami instructed Shia to administer enough anesthesia carefully, trusting her experience to prevent Hyukun from waking during the painful surgery procedure ahead. As the anesthesia mask covered Hyukun's face, Shia reassured him calmly, determined to protect the promise made to his worried grandfather earlier. The anesthesia gradually took effect successfully, causing Hyukun to lose consciousness while his body relaxed completely before the dangerous appendectomy finally began safely. Amami confirmed Hyukun's condition carefully and instructed Shia to maintain the anesthesia continuously until the surgery procedure was fully completed without interruption. After completing every preparation successfully, Amami announced the beginning of the appendectomy, preparing himself to make the first stomach incision carefully. Amami instructed Corone carefully during the operation, requesting specific surgical tools prepared earlier by Alec-kun for the dangerous appendectomy procedure ahead safely. After receiving the rounded scalpel, Amami pressed gently near McBurney's point and prepared to create the first abdominal incision carefully during surgery. As the scalpel cut through the skin slowly, Corone watched nervously beside Shia while the appendectomy officially began inside the treatment room successfully. The assistants stared silently at the exposed incision, shocked by the unfamiliar surgical method while Amami continued operating with complete concentration throughout treatment. Using anatomical measurements carefully, Amami extended the incision precisely around McBurney's point, ensuring enough space remained for the difficult internal operation safely. Amami asked Corone for gauze immediately, while the assistants watched silently, carefully following every step of the unfamiliar surgical treatment procedure together. Using the gauze carefully, Amami cleaned the incision area slowly while maintaining pressure around the opened wound during the continuing appendectomy operation safely. Amami used hooked forceps to pull through the subcutaneous fat layer carefully, exposing deeper tissue needed for the dangerous internal surgery procedure ahead. While cutting through the thick fat carefully, Amami realized Hyukun's dwarf body structure made the operation harder than originally expected during treatment preparations. After completing the difficult layer carefully, Amami placed the surgical instruments aside briefly, preparing himself mentally for the next operation stage ahead. Amami prepared the retractors carefully, planning to widen the surgical opening for better visibility during the difficult appendectomy operation inside the treatment room. Using the retractors successfully, Amami exposed the superficial fascia layer carefully, while continuing deeper into Hyukun's abdomen during surgery without hesitation. Amami instructed Corone how to hold the retractors properly, helping her reduce nervousness while expanding the surgical field carefully beside the operating table. After securing the surgical opening, Amami returned to the scalpel and barbed forceps, preparing to continue cutting through the deeper abdominal layers carefully. Amami slowly exposed the abdominal external oblique muscle, aponeurosis, while Corone watched nervously, realizing the surgery remained far from finished safely. Amami requested the sharp-edged scalpel carefully while Corone assisted beside him, continuing the appendectomy deeper into Hyukun's abdominal layers without hesitation safely. Amami explained that the inflamed appendix remained beneath the abdominal internal oblique muscle and peritoneum, guiding everyone through the difficult operation carefully. Following the aponeurosis fibers precisely, Amami cut through the tissue slowly, widening the surgical opening little by little during the dangerous appendectomy procedure. Amami prepared Mayo scissors and a self-retaining retractor carefully, securing the surgical field open for easier access to the deeper abdominal structures safely. After exposing the abdominal internal oblique muscle clearly, Amami realized they were finally approaching the inflamed appendix, hidden deeper inside Hyukun's abdomen. After opening the deeper abdominal layer successfully, Amami confirmed the surgical field clearly, while checking the exposed muscle tissue carefully during the appendectomy procedure. Amami instructed Corone to reposition the retractors carefully, widening the deeper opening further for safer access inside Hyukun's abdomen during surgery preparation. Identifying the semilunar line precisely, Amami prepared to cut through the transverse abdominal muscle carefully using peen scissors during the difficult operation safely. Using the scissors steadily, Amami cut through the muscle tissue slowly while maintaining careful control over the deep surgical opening throughout the operation procedure. After finally reaching the peritoneum layer, Amami allowed Corone a short break while preparing the self-retaining retractors for the next surgical stage carefully. Corone struggled to hold the retractors steadily while sweat covered her face, maintaining the surgical opening during the exhausting appendectomy procedure carefully. Another assistant wiped Corone's sweat gently, encouraging her quietly while she continued supporting Amami throughout the difficult surgery without losing concentration completely. Amami handed Corone non-barbed forceps carefully, instructing her to hold the tissue center open for easier access during the deeper abdominal operation safely. After practicing the correct position once, Corone successfully followed Amami's instructions, while Shia observed the teamwork beside the operating table carefully throughout surgery. Using the forceps and scalpel together carefully, Amami made another precise cut, realizing they were finally approaching Hyukun's inflamed appendix inside the abdomen. After the final cut carefully exposed the swollen appendix, the surgical team stared silently at the inflamed organ inside Hyukun's opened abdomen together. Amami, Corone, and Shia reacted with shock immediately after finally discovering the dangerous appendix, causing Hyukun's severe pain throughout the recent illness. Outside the treatment room, Hyukun's worried companions heard frightened screams suddenly and rushed toward the operation area in complete panic immediately afterward. One companion attempted entering the room desperately, but Corone stopped him quickly before he could interrupt Amami during the dangerous surgical procedure inside. Although trusting the village chief previously, Hyukun's companion struggled accepting Amami's surgery method, believing cutting open someone's stomach sounded completely unreasonable and terrifying. Hyukun's companion argued angrily with Kuron outside the room, demanding immediate passage after hearing frightening screams from the dangerous surgery inside earlier. Kuron refused to move aside despite the pressure, standing firmly at the entrance while protecting Amami's operation from interruption by worried companions outside. Kuron restrained the angry companion calmly, explaining she never wanted others repeating mistakes caused by panic and reckless actions during dangerous situations before. Trying to calm everyone outside the room, Kuron insisted the only option remaining now was trusting Amami completely and waiting patiently for results together. After hearing Kuron's words carefully, Hyukun's companion slowly calmed down, realizing panic alone would not help the ongoing surgery succeed safely. Outside the treatment room, Hyukun's companions apologized to Kuron sincerely, deciding the only remaining choice was trusting Amami completely until surgery finished safely. Inside the operation room, Amami remembered everyone's trust resting upon him, strengthening his determination to complete Hyukun's dangerous appendectomy successfully without failure. During the procedure suddenly, part of Hyukun's intestines pushed outward unexpectedly, causing Kuron and the assistants to panic inside the crowded operating room. Amami remained calm despite the complication, explaining the intestines emerged because of high abdominal pressure while continuing treatment carefully, without losing concentration throughout surgery. To stabilize the situation quickly, Amami instructed the assistants to hand the yellow syringe containing lidocaine directly to Shia immediately beside the operating table. The assistants quickly passed the yellow syringe carefully between themselves, making sure Amami received the correct medicine needed during the dangerous surgical complication immediately. Following Amami's instructions carefully, Shia removed the cap and connected the syringe directly to Hyukun's spinal anesthesia filter beside the operating table. After injecting all the medicine successfully, Shia completed the procedure, while Kuron questioned the unfamiliar treatment method Amami prepared earlier during surgery. Amami explained the medicine worked as spinal anesthesia, different from aether sedation, helping control pain and stabilize Hyukun's condition during the difficult operation. As the spinal anesthesia finally took effect successfully, the intestines stopped protruding outward, allowing Amami and the assistants to continue surgery safely again. Amami explained that lidocaine inside the spinal subarachnoid space relaxed Hyukun's abdominal muscles, preventing the intestines from protruding outward during surgery safely. The assistants listened carefully as Amami described spinal anesthesia's strong effects, realizing the same medicine once treated the massive forest god successfully before. Although still inexperienced during surgery, Kuron finally understood Amami's medical methods better and continued assisting the dangerous appendectomy, with growing confidence beside him. Amami warned everyone the anesthesia remained dangerous because it could lower blood pressure severely, while lidocaine itself would not last very long safely. Realizing the anesthesia time remained limited, Amami and the assistants prepared themselves mentally, understanding the appendectomy needed finishing as quickly as possible now. During surgery, Amami carefully inspected the patient's intestines, noticing human-like anatomy, while Kuron assisted searching carefully for the illness. Remaining composed, Amami observed the matching anatomy carefully and examined the swollen tissue while analyzing the patient's worsening condition. Beneath the surgical light, the enlarged appendix appeared clearly, confirming infection had spread and caused the patient's severe suffering. Watching intensely, Kuron finally understood the operation's danger as Amami calmly prepared himself for the next critical surgical procedure. Explaining urgently, Amami confirmed immediate appendix removal was necessary, because surrounding inflammation remained limited enough for survival afterward. Relief filled Yuno after Amami removed the swollen appendix, believing her purification magic stabilized the patient throughout surgery successfully. While preparing another procedure step, Amami thanked Yuno sincerely because her magic prevented deadly inflammation before surgery officially began. Hearing Amami's gratitude, Yuno proudly realized her abilities could genuinely assist medical treatment, instead of remaining ceremonial support only. Briefly considering healing magic's mystery, Amami quickly refocused completely, because the operation demanded absolute concentration and precise movements continuously. Carefully blocking the artery first, Amami calmly continued operating beside Kuron to prevent bleeding and successfully save the patient. Handing Yuno the instrument carefully, Amami instructed her firmly while she concentrated intensely to avoid disrupting the delicate operation. Carefully observing Amami prepare the suture thread, Yuno sensed growing tension because the upcoming procedure required complete surgical precision. Steadily guiding thread around the artery, Amami maintained precise movements, while Kuron continued assisting throughout the difficult operation successfully. Closely monitoring Amami's actions, Yuno learned incorrect ligature tightening could cause dangerous internal bleeding inside the patient's weakened body. Applying controlled pressure carefully, Amami secured the artery successfully and moved closer towards safely removing the dangerously infected appendix. Reaching calmly for Mayo scissors, Amami entered surgery's final stage, while Yuno and Karon observed silently beside him carefully. Carefully cutting the tied appendix section, Amami stabilized surrounding tissue, while separating the infected organ without causing dangerous bleeding, successfully. Intently focusing together, Yuno and Karon watched the appendix removal, while Amami carefully monitored the patient's fragile condition continuously. Confirming bleeding never occurred, Amami relaxed slightly afterward and thanked Yuno, because her assistance prevented dangerous surgical complications entirely. Preparing another instrument carefully, Amami explained the remaining opening still required proper closure, despite successful appendix removal already completed. Firmly instructing Yuno carefully, Amami clamped the intestinal opening precisely because damaging surrounding tissue could become extremely dangerous afterward. Concentrating intensely, Yuno watched Amami attach another clamp higher along the intestine, while tension increased around everyone nearby dramatically. Requesting threaded 3-0 Vicryl carefully, Amami positioned the needle slowly while Karon handed instruments and monitored movements attentively nearby. Methodically stitching the intestinal opening, Amami repeated precise movements several times, ensuring the wound remained completely sealed afterward securely. Tightening the final stitch carefully, Amami confirmed successful intestinal closure while everyone nearby watched the operation's completion with overwhelming relief. Asking Yuno to manage the clamp, Amami prepared surgery's final stage while she steadied her nervous trembling hands carefully nearby. Nervously touching surgical instruments directly initially, Yuno regained composure after Amami calmly reassured her during the stressful procedure afterward. Following Amami's instructions precisely, Yuno tightened the clamp carefully, despite fearing mistakes that could seriously damage surrounding tissue afterward. Finishing intestinal stitches completely, Amami prepared stronger 1-0 Vicryl sutures, while concentrating on securing remaining clamped tissue carefully afterward. Working calmly beside Yuno, Amami tied another ligature carefully, bringing the dangerous appendix operation extremely close toward completion afterward. Tightening the appendix base ligature precisely, Amami stabilized surrounding tissue carefully, because the operation reached its most critical moment afterward. Once everything remained secure, Amami lifted a sharp scalpel carefully, preparing complete appendix removal from the patient's body immediately afterward. Nervously observing silently, Yuno and Karon watched Amami cut remaining tissue slowly during surgery's final and most dangerous stage, carefully, skillfully. Separating the appendix completely, Amami avoided additional bleeding and finally removed the infected organ after prolonged surgery successfully afterward. Relief spread among assistants immediately after success, while Amami completed final patient checks and Yuno reflected proudly upon surgery afterward. After appendix removal, Amami ordered assistants away before disinfecting the remaining stump carefully, preventing additional infection inside the patient afterward. Instructing Yuno carefully, Amami requested steady support while preparing another surgical step beside the operating table afterward during recovery procedures. Slowly cutting remaining thread afterward, Amami secured the treated area carefully while cleaning the surgical field with precise movements continuously. Finishing the ligature successfully, Amami thanked Yuno sincerely while she felt relieved assisting throughout the dangerous surgery beside him afterward. Carefully repositioning the treated stump inside the intestine, Amami secured the wound completely while surgery approached successful completion afterward. Finally, maintaining steady movements carefully, Amami tightened remaining sutures securely while preventing the treated wound from reopening during surgery afterward completely. Using prepared purse string sutures carefully, Amami sealed the intestinal opening successfully, while tightening thread securely around the treated stump afterward. Closely inspecting stitched tissue afterward, Amami cut excess thread carefully and confirmed neither bleeding nor leakage appeared nearby during examination. Remaining firmly sealed afterward, the intestine showed no complications while Amami confirmed complete treatment of the infected area successfully. Afterward completely, hearing the appendix issue resolved completely. Karon and Yuno relaxed, while Amami quietly prepared final recovery procedures nearby afterward together. Exhausted yet relieved, Amami thanked Yuno and Karon sincerely for assisting him throughout the dangerous appendix surgery successfully afterward together. Reminding everyone surgery continued afterward, Amami carefully prepared stomach incision closure, while the patient rested peacefully nearby during recovery procedures. Throughout the quiet forest night, Amami and assistants continued operating, despite exhaustion while focusing completely on saving the patient successfully afterward. Slowly regaining consciousness afterward, the patient eased everyone's tension while surrounding villagers observed carefully for recovery signs nearby continuously afterward. Opening the clinic door calmly, Amami revealed successful surgery results, while villagers realized medical knowledge cured the deadly illness afterward completely. Rushing anxiously toward the clinic afterward, worried villagers gathered outside eagerly awaiting updates regarding Hugh's dangerous condition from Amami afterward. Appearing beside the chief calmly, Amami confirmed surgical success immediately, restoring hope and easing tension among gathered villagers nearby afterward. Overcome emotionally, the chief cried heavily after hearing Hugh survived peacefully, while Yuno and Corone watched with relief afterward nearby. Celebrating enthusiastically throughout the evening, villagers surrounded Amami gratefully after witnessing medicine successfully save someone's life afterward together completely. Quietly reflecting afterward, Corone realized villagers misunderstood surgery as spiritual magic, while slowly appreciating medicine's true importance completely afterward nearby. Watching celebrations silently afterward, Corone recognized Amami's actions transformed village perspectives deeply through the unforgettable successful surgery nearby completely afterward. Calming excited villagers carefully, the chief protected Hugh's recovery while everyone expressed gratitude and relief toward Amami afterward, nearby together. Through emotional tears afterward, the chief promised everlasting gratitude while respect replaced previous fear and suspicion toward Amami, completely nearby afterward. Shaking Amami's hand proudly afterward, the chief declared permanent trust, while Yuno and Corone quietly observed nearby together, afterward peacefully. Morning sunlight spread peacefully afterward, while the successful appendectomy concluded completely through Amami's knowledge and teamwork saving Hugh's life together. Inspired by successful surgery afterward, villagers discussed constructing a hospital because medical treatment became essential for protecting future generations nearby completely. Gathering joyfully that evening afterward, villagers celebrated Hugh's recovery and Amami's achievement, while raising drinks together gratefully nearby afterward continuously. Loud celebrations continued afterward, while beastmen praised Amami enthusiastically, finally accepting him completely as part of their community nearby together afterward. Later that evening afterward, Shia introduced protective clothing and equipment, while explaining defenses against poison disease and dangerous creatures nearby. Continuing her explanation afterward, Shia described protective equipment against forest dangers, while Amami learned unfamiliar survival traditions nearby carefully afterward together. After celebrations concluded afterward, villagers thanked Saya warmly for supporting Hugh's treatment, while she felt embarrassed receiving praise nearby afterward together. Reminding Saya kindly afterward, Corone explained Amami appreciated her support, because preventing infection became essential during surgery nearby afterward together. Resting comfortably afterward, Hugh smiled, while reassuring the chief his stomach pain completely disappeared, following surgery nearby successfully afterward together. Gratefully thanking everyone afterward, Hugh admitted surviving alone seemed impossible, while villagers reflected quietly upon teamwork and support nearby afterward together. Expressing gratitude sincerely afterward, the chief thanked every assistant involved, while villagers finally understood medicine's importance, alongside cooperation nearby afterward together. Relaxing peacefully together afterward, Saya, Corone, and others enjoyed the clinic's calm atmosphere after enduring stressful surgery nearby, afterward completely together. Arriving during celebrations afterward, Oldie searched for Amami, while villagers welcomed him warmly and discussed Hugh's successful recovery nearby together afterward. Despite successful surgery afterward, Oldie remained concerned about Hugh's condition, while others celebrated nearby throughout the peaceful village evening together afterward. Inspired by medical success afterward, the village chief promised Amami a proper hospital protecting villagers from future deadly illnesses nearby together. Eventually discovering Amami already returned home afterward, villagers reflected quietly upon his dedication, while Hugh rested peacefully nearby throughout recovery together. Following celebrations afterward, Corone learned Amami barely walked home because surgery placed overwhelming physical strain upon him nearby, afterward completely together. Concerned deeply afterward, Saya visited Amami's room quietly, while the peaceful village rested following surgery celebrations nearby together, afterward completely. Entering unexpectedly afterward, Saya found exhausted Amami still cooking while strong smells filled the cramped room nearby continuously afterward together completely. Scolding him firmly afterward, Saya demanded Amami rest properly, instead of exhausting himself further after nearly collapsing from fatigue nearby together. Gently reminding Amami afterward, Saya explained villagers wanted supporting him together, instead of watching him struggle completely alone nearby afterward always. Speaking honestly afterward, Amami admitted panicking during Hugh's surgery, because treating beastmen like humans still frightened him nearby completely afterward together. Explaining carefully afterward, Amami revealed his medical knowledge originated elsewhere, while unknown biological differences continued worrying him nearby, constantly afterward together. Quietly confessing afterward, Amami feared future failure because Hugh's successful operation might have succeeded merely through coincidence nearby afterward, completely together. Listening patiently afterward, Saya stayed beside exhausted Amami quietly, while allowing him expressing fears honestly without judgment nearby afterward together completely, reassuring him sincerely afterward. Saya insisted nobody else could have saved Hugh, easing Amami's burden and fear nearby afterward completely together. Admitting overwhelming anxiety afterward, Amami revealed lingering fear remained inside him, despite successfully completing Hugh's dangerous surgery nearby afterward together completely. As peaceful morning light appeared afterward, Amami thanked Alec quietly because discussing worries helped calm his exhausted thoughts nearby afterward together completely. Elsewhere afterward, repeated knocking echoed through hidden rooms, while discussions concerning humans created unsettling tension nearby continuously afterward, together completely. Arriving quietly afterward, Sir Rand discussed rumors involving humans while analyzing Amami's growing influence throughout the village nearby. Afterward together completely. Deciding against immediate action afterward, the group acknowledged rising concerns while hidden tensions continued developing far beyond village celebrations nearby afterward together. Investigating continuously afterward, Sir Rand explored rumors surrounding healing magic while discussions shifted toward unfamiliar medical ideas nearby afterward completely together. Surprisingly afterward, one man explained healing magic practitioners remained untouched, despite spreading rumors and growing uncertainty nearby continuously afterward together completely. Questioning authorities carefully afterward, the group discussed why powerful healers avoided persecution, despite changing attitudes toward medicine nearby, afterward completely together. Revealing unusual teachings afterward, Sir Rand described hand-washing, boiling water, and preventing illness through hygiene, instead of magic nearby completely together. Hearing the Queen promoted ordinary methods replacing healing magic afterward. Everyone reacted with disbelief toward such impossible-sounding ideas nearby together. Concluding discussions afterward, Sir Rand recognized the kingdom gradually abandoning dependence upon healing magic because Amami's medical practices influenced society completely. Yuno presented a newly finished garment, announcing that Rim had made it. Tadato examined the clothing, amazed at its quality, noting it resembled the attire of the master. Everyone admired the craftsmanship and attention to detail. The healed individual tested their leg and expressed relief. They enjoyed the food provided, and the steroid salve had proven effective. Yuno requested to stay, suggesting they could make more clothes. The group considered the offer seriously. An elf woman welcomed Rim, promising to inform the queen and inviting them to the World Tree Cave. Koron jumped joyfully, scattering flowers and excitement around. The group watched happily, celebrating the completion of the project with energy and cheer. Yuno reacted with shock to the commotion. A new visitor appeared, observing the chaos, curious about what had caused such ruckus. The visitor, a dragon, addressed Tadato, signaling it was time for the public lecture. Tadato prepared, slightly nervous about the audience. The crowd gathered in the village square, all races and creatures assembled, eagerly waiting for Tadato's demonstration and magical explanations. A guard checked Rim's bag, ensuring safety. Everyone followed security protocols as preparations continued for the upcoming lecture, keeping order among the crowd. The crowd gathered, observing the large audience. One expressed desire for a wadjet, noting the event's unusual scale. A guard emphasized thorough checks, reminding everyone of potential danger. The group acknowledged the advice, understanding the importance of security measures. The vampires arrived, elegantly seated. They represented their nation, observing the event closely, preparing for Tadato's public lecture at the World Tree. The characters discussed the diplomats' presence, realizing they were part of a larger interspecies gathering. Plans were shared quietly among allies. The guests explained that they invited the vampires, interested in the public lecture. Tadato prepared, aware of the diplomatic importance of the event. A young woman asked if Tadato would demonstrate his healing magic to foreign visitors, surprised by the scale of the event. The group discussed preparations, ensuring the setup was stable. Everyone reassured one another that the arrangements would not fail. The dragon explained the purpose of the public lecture, to spread knowledge widely. Tadato aimed to teach as much as possible. The dragon clarified Tadato wanted as few people to suffer as possible, emphasizing careful management of the lecture for safety. Tadato and the group gathered, confirming readiness. Everyone aligned for the lecture, prepared to present healing magic and knowledge confidently. Tadato greeted the gathered crowd, thanking everyone for attending. He prepared to teach about bacteria, emphasizing its importance in daily life. Hugh raised his hand eagerly, describing bacteria as tiny harmful creatures. Others listened attentively, absorbing the foundational lesson from Tadato. Tadato confirmed the answer, explaining that tools would allow the group to see bacteria, making the invisible threat visible. Hugh asked how they could handle bacteria if unseen normally. Tadato reassured the group, holding up a flask as an example. Tadato revealed meat soup prepared earlier for the experiment. Everyone observed, noting its smell and appearance. Setting up the practical demonstration, Hugh asked if bacteria caused stomach pain from old food. Tadato confirmed, explaining bacterial multiplication and influence on food safety. Tadato presented a swan neck flask, showing the group how bacteria struggle to enter. The crowd observed, curious and attentive. Tadato described historical experiments with swan neck flasks, explaining scientific rejection of spontaneous generation and highlighting microbiology pioneers like Pasteur. Tadato explained alternatives to swan neck flasks, low-temperature storage, airtight containers, or draining water, ensuring food remained bacteria-free for safety. The group realized why salted meat lasts long. Normim-san, tasting it, understood preservation principles, connecting science to practical cooking. Tadato explained bacteria exist everywhere and multiply quickly. The crowd listened carefully, understanding the importance of taking preventive actions. Hugh realized they could prevent bacterial contamination by washing hands. He looked surprised, but attentive, grasping the fundamental lesson clearly. Tadato emphasized limiting bacteria by proper hygiene. Everyone observed, considering washing hands or using other utensils to handle food safely. Tadato instructed to use running water for cleaning hands or tools before eating, demonstrating practical methods to reduce contamination. The crowd cheered, understanding the lesson. Normim realized washing hands with water prevents illness, and everyone felt confident applying the knowledge. The crowd applauded Tadato's lecture. Yuno watched proudly. Rim observed closely, intrigued by the reaction of those around them. Costa and another observer discussed humans' monopoly on healing magic. They debated whether Tadato could be left unattended safely. A diplomat realized Tadato's lecture and methods represented a dangerous influence. He decided immediate reporting to the church was necessary. The report was sent to Archbishop ECL Faze. The grand cityscape of the capital highlighted the importance of the message. Yuno stomped her boot, causing the ground to crack. She reacted strongly, drawing attention from nearby villagers and observers. A girl narrowly avoided danger in the rubble. Observers called for men to ensure her safety, while she thanked Neche. Neche advised the girl to stay near those who could protect her. She checked carefully for guardians nearby. A boy apologized to his sister while moving through the crowded, chaotic streets. Villagers noticed the commotion. A local man explained the girl's behavior. Lena runs around unless supervised. Others in the crowd listened attentively. A young child asked about recent events. The man explained that many people had arrived from far away, drawing attention. A child ran toward Marsh Nichan, calling out. Observers called his name, concerned for his safety in the chaotic street. Nicha told Marsh to leave if he was rude. He argued back, showing pride while walking through the slums. A villager noticed Marsh had fallen and hurt himself. Children nearby expressed concern, while others commented on the severity of the fall. Summonon prepared to heal the injured hand immediately, carefully extending their hand to fix it and ensure no further damage. From above, observers noted how she overcame venom, demonstrating resilience. The crowd watched, impressed by her abilities outside the home. The crowd observed, surprised by her reaction. She looked ahead, realizing danger had passed, while others watched carefully from a distance. Marsh Nichan healed the injured child. Everyone cheered, impressed by his skill. He advised the children not to fall again. Villagers apologized to Marsh for minor injuries, offering thanks. Marsh accepted humbly, showing he helps without expecting payment. Marsh smiled, explaining he wasn't a licensed healer. He acts freely, helping those in need without formal authority. He prepared food for the crowd. The villagers expressed gratitude, feeling much obliged for his generosity and care in the slums. The villagers served food to everyone. Children and adults gathered happily, enjoying the meal prepared by Marsh, showing gratitude and excitement. Marsh observed the lively scene. He humbly accepted thanks, while his companion acknowledged that he was making a meaningful difference. Villagers eagerly offered Marsh their food. They felt indebted, particularly the young men, who insisted he partake in the meal. They expressed gratitude for Marsh curing a past disease. The villagers felt immense relief and indebtedness toward his help. Marsh tasted the meal. Villagers and companions complimented the food, showing appreciation, and the atmosphere was joyful and celebratory. Villagers and children stirred giant pots of food. Marsh and companions observed, noting that the food preparation was going well. A woman praised Marsh for curing the burning face curse, acknowledging the complete recovery, impressed by his skill and dedication. Marsh humbly attributed the cure to holy water, not solely his magic, demonstrating modesty and respect for divine aid. A man explained erysipelas, detailing symptoms, cause, and treatment with antibiotics, noting how past villagers had no access to holy water. A villager regretted the lack of help in past disease outbreaks. Marsh's companion mentioned the potential aid of the 6 stars. A villager explained the 6 stars heal the poor, comparing them to Marsh. Marsh admitted never meeting them personally. Marsh and his companion observed the city as rumors of eccentric 6 stars circulated, reflecting on their mysterious nature. The church arrived abruptly, claiming illegal healing was being performed. Holy Priest Byrne demanded villagers identify the unlicensed healer immediately. Priest Byrne threatened the villagers, asserting divine authority and demanding obedience, while Marsh's companions feared recognition and intervention. Villagers and Marsh's allies anticipated Priest Byrne's actions, hoping their district priest could protect Marsh from punishment or detection. Large crowd observes a public demonstration. A person speaks from a table while villagers watch, curious and engaged. 2 men discuss town improvements. The main character modestly credits his actions, complimented by a companion. Marsh delivers food to villagers, greeted warmly, emphasizing community support and gratitude for his help in distributing meals. Villagers express thanks to Marsh, amazed at recovery from illness. They feel indebted and offer gestures of appreciation. Close-up of food being served. Villagers taste happily, showing relief, satisfaction, and gratitude for safe, nourishing meals. Atna was caught in the chaos of the slum as a priest confronted her. Agro, sensing danger, intervened, grabbing Atna to protect her from the aggressive men. Agro struggled to shield Atna from the priest's followers, keeping her away from their grasp while moving through the crowded streets. The priest threatened punishment for illegal healing, demanding Atna's capture, but Agro maintained control, refusing to hand her over. The priest, empowered by his authority, realized the scent of holy water on Atna and recognized her presence. He accused her of heresy and vowed she would face execution, brandishing his staff in anger. Agro and Atna faced the imminent threat together, preparing for the confrontation that could decide her fate. Fia and Comet prepared to leave the city. Comet asked if he should accompany Fia, as both were part of the 6 stars, a group striving to improve the world. On their way, they encountered obstacles in the slums. Comet intervened to help, while Fia guided their path. They discussed how to reach those in need efficiently. Near the slums, they planned to secure a factory and gather workers to produce holy water in large amounts to aid the population. They noticed the archbishop, who focused only on producing more holy water. Fia grew frustrated with his narrow priorities while Comet stayed thoughtful. Comet revealed that a curse was spreading among prostitutes in town. Fia listened carefully, realizing the archbishop's intentions would force them to act sooner to protect the vulnerable. Fia decided she couldn't wait any longer. She rose from the bench and told Comet and the others to continue with their tasks while she moved forward to take action. Comet watched her leave, worried about the archbishop's unpredictable behavior. He wondered what plans the archbishop had, unsure how it might affect Fia's mission. In the slums, local thugs attempted to cause trouble, but Fia stepped forward, ready to confront them. Fia challenged the thugs, calling out a healer operating without authorization. She declared their actions unfit for members of the Holy Church. A young girl stumbled while fleeing, and Fia's presence ensured she stayed safe, preventing further harm as the chaos unfolded. Fia faced a group in the slums, her eyes sharp as she assessed the situation. A man confronted her, surprised to see her in the rough area. She challenged them directly, asserting her presence and questioning whether they intended to cause trouble. Her confidence forced the group to hesitate. Fia moved through the crowd, checking for anything they might need while keeping control of the situation. The group stepped back, yielding to her authority. A figure observed from a distance, silently watching Fia as she maintained order in the slums. The townspeople expressed gratitude toward F for her intervention. She acknowledged them calmly, continuing her work as a member of the 6 stars. A healer used her skills to help a young girl, performing her work in a crowded area so that no one would be left untreated. The townspeople expressed their gratitude, including a child who hoped the healer could help her mother next. The healer calmly accepted their thanks. The unlicensed healer walked through the crowd alongside Fia, preparing to discuss important matters privately with her companion. A man called out, alarmed by the healer's presence, but Fia moved forward confidently, undeterred by warnings. Another ally reassured the townspeople, affirming that Fia was trustworthy, and she began to lead the group on a careful walk. Fia and her companion confronted a man in the ruins. The man acknowledged her presence, impressed by her authority. Fia led a group of townspeople through the deserted area, questioning the true reason behind her mission. She focused on a key figure, Sir Isekai'd, confirming his identity while assessing the situation around her. The companion revealed that their meeting had a purpose, explaining that this secluded location allowed them to act away from external oversight. Fia indicated that she had a new task for her companion, signaling the start of another mission. Sir Isekai'd asked Isekai'd to lend her power, explaining that a situation was deteriorating from within. Fia listened attentively, ready to assist. A grand building stood in the city as someone shouted in anger at the 6 stars, signaling unrest and rising tensions. A group of townspeople reacted violently, but others tried to maintain control and prevent chaos. An official assessed the threat posed by an unlicensed healer, considering how it might affect their ongoing plans. A man dismissed the disturbance as the whims of young members, confident their authority and plan would remain intact. A visitor, Sir Bascom, announced his arrival to Byrne, entering the room with confidence and purpose. Sir Bascom apologized for the interruption, acknowledging Byrne's busy schedule. While both men examined the materials and tools present, they discussed the progress of that plan, evaluating the current status, and considering next steps carefully. Byrne focused on a piece of prime land, insisting it was crucial for their objectives, and emphasizing its importance. Meanwhile, Fia and her companion walked through the city's red light district, noting how deserted it had become, and observing the scene quietly. Fia and her companion observed tents set up in the streets. The red light district had become quiet, with brothels forced outdoors due to a spreading curse. The companion noted that not only the brothels but all shops and workplaces were affected, leaving the area nearly deserted. The curse had caused the district to become a place nobody needed, creating a scene of decay and emptiness. Fia asked about the curse, trying to understand the situation and what actions should be taken. Her companion explained he came to heal as many people as possible, advising caution for Fia while she carried out her mission. Fia spoke with her companion while walking through the town, expressing concern about a situation involving Sisis, and ensuring her orders were clear. A young girl confronted someone, wielding a weapon defensively, while the man tried to calm her, revealing a tense family dynamic. The girl expressed disgust and anger toward the man, demanding to know why he appeared in her sister's home. The group welcomed the man inside, revealing familiarity and a strong bond among the characters, while Fia and her companion observed. The girl and her companion were surprised by the man's presence, realizing the closeness between the visitor and their group, hinting at trust and cooperation. Fia apologized to her companion for making him stay, expressing concern about her sister and the ongoing situation. A young girl confronted someone with a weapon, mistaking them for a threat, while a man tried to calm her down. The girl expressed disgust and surprise at the visitor, questioning why he appeared in her sister's home. Fia and her companion observed the situation, noting the bond and familiarity among the group as they welcomed the visitor inside. A healer intervened, curing a potentially deadly infection, showing her skill in protecting the young girl from serious harm. Fia's companion examined the extent of a young girl's curse, asking about marks on her hands and feet, determined to understand the severity. The girl and Fia coordinated, checking carefully while trying to avoid alarming anyone else in the room. The curse had begun spreading across the area a few days earlier, originating from unknown intruders, and causing widespread concern. The girl admitted she had overlooked some details while chasing the intruders. Realizing her actions contributed to the ongoing curse, the companion expressed regret and concern for the town, noting that past events had worsened the red light district's reputation and the curse's impact. A man scolded a companion for always rushing into fights, claiming he worsened situations instead of helping. The companion reassured him, refusing apologies, showing awareness of the work and effort already done. Sir Isekai'd smiled confidently, promising that everything would be okay despite the chaos around them. He declared he would take responsibility for the current mess and resolve the situation directly. Elsewhere, a subordinate reported in, showing that order and communication continued even amid uncertainty and tension. Fia and her companions arrived at the slums to investigate a mysterious curse affecting the district. The once bustling area was now deserted, with tents set up by struggling shop owners. The curse had driven the residents away, leaving the district in ruins. Fia and her allies discussed the situation, realizing the danger would spread if not stopped. They met with a local informant, who explained that the fugitives had avoided the slums for unknown reasons, complicating their mission. Fia and her group strategized to inspect the area safely, planning to speak with key figures first. The mysterious curse was intensifying, threatening the town, and Fia prepared to confront its source with caution and determination. Fia arrived in the village, Observing the chaos left by a spreading curse, villagers were wary, some blaming the red light district for their suffering, while others looked to FIA for guidance. Arch and FIA walked through the deserted streets, noting the devastation and overcrowded new settlements near the slums. FIA realized the curse was part of a larger scheme, weakening the people to reduce their numbers deliberately. Determined, FIA declared she would hunt down the mastermind, instructing Arch to follow her as they set off to confront the source. FIA confronted the slum ruffians with calm authority, asserting her presence as a 6 Stars member. The men hesitated, intimidated by her reputation, while she assessed the situation and planned her next move. FIA's allies prepared to leave, trusting her judgment and leaving the troublemakers behind. Arch observed the ruins of the town, noting the impact of neglect and the ongoing curse. FIA resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the devastation, and gave Arch orders to follow her. Ready to confront the source of the chaos, FIA arrived at the desolate village, confronting the 6 Stars. Her presence unsettled them, but she remained composed, assessing the situation calm and assertive. FIA questioned the 6 Stars' motives, making them retreat and leave without resistance. Elsewhere, Arch arrived to heal the afflicted villagers, including children, using his mysterious and potent abilities. Nora and Arch investigated the spreading curse in the town, realizing it was more dangerous than anyone imagined. FIA and Arch prepared to confront the mastermind behind the crisis, determined to stop the corruption and save the town. FIA faced the suspicious group with unwavering calm. The 6 Stars emissaries tried to intimidate her, but she simply questioned their intentions. Her composure unsettled them further, and they prepared to leave under her silent warning. Outside, a distant observer watched, analyzing the ruined cityscape with careful eyes. Arch and FIA discussed the spreading curse, noting how the red light district had been devastated. Determined, FIA explained her plan to investigate the mastermind behind the calamity, ready to act with Arch at her side. Sir Bascom and his companion discussed urgent matters regarding the cursed slaves. They realized immediate action was needed to prevent further spread of the curses. Sir Bascom inspected the cursed slaves carefully, planning to burn everything that could propagate the curse before it escalated. Preparations began, including acquiring materials used for purging. The team coordinated quickly to execute the plan without delay. FIA surveyed the area, checking how far the flames could reach. She ensured that the operation would cover all necessary zones. The villagers were briefed to maintain order, and the team prepared to burn the infected zones completely, leaving no risk of further contamination. The day before the Arch of the 6 Stars investigation, Nora and her friends discuss creating holy water that can heal curses. They consider whether the special fruits could be used to produce it and help the red light district. Nora gathers the team, explaining that they have all the ingredients. She asks who can make the holy water and promises her boss will purchase it from them. Excited by the possibility of saving lives, the group agrees to act. Leftovers can be kept for themselves. The members prepare to start, sharing tasks and motivating each other to help the cursed district. Transport is arranged, and they bring all ingredients to a storage area. Nora thanks the helpers as the team begins unloading, ready to start producing the holy water. The team investigates the curse of the red light district. Nora reassures the townspeople that they are looking into the problem carefully. Lone member, Marsh, decides to stay in the district to treat everyone's curses directly. The residents express their gratitude, feeling hopeful for the first time in a long while. The townspeople thank the team, and there's a sense of relief. Nora reflects that the town is about to change for the better. Everyone works together joyfully, helping each other and sharing tasks as the holy water is prepared and distributed. The production is complete, and Marsh inspects the final results. The team smiles, satisfied that their efforts have brought real healing and hope to the district. Nora and the team inspect the completed holy water. They agree that although it smells strange, the work is worth it, as it will help those suffering from curses. Several residents decide to visit Nora's place to receive the holy water. The team welcomes them and prepares to distribute it to those in need. Some suspicious onlookers watch the town's activities, questioning whether the holy water will prevent the curse from spreading. One conspirator plans to burn the storage of holy water, hoping to sabotage the efforts. The saboteur begins their action, but another team member intervenes quietly, preventing detection and protecting the town's chance for healing and change. The conspirators discuss their plan to gain favor and wealth, quietly spreading fire in the town while keeping their intentions secret. One of the saboteurs eyes the town carefully, instructing their team to be cautious while executing the scheme. The group begins their sabotage operation, lighting the designated area as they plan to return later. The fire spreads over the plants and surroundings, igniting the storage of holy water. An explosion erupts as the holy water ignites, and the conspirators are overwhelmed by the unexpected power of the magical and medicinal combination. showing the force of Nora and her team's preparation. From a high vantage point, conspirators watch as the bonfire is lit, signaling the start of their plan. They laugh, feeling confident that the chaos below will serve their scheme, lighting the streets and preparing to intervene in the district. The fire spreads quickly toward the storage of holy water, threatening to destroy the team's efforts. One of the conspirators notices the intensity of the blaze, realizing it may be stronger than expected. Nora and her team stand firm in the street, determined and ready to confront the sabotage, their resolve unshaken as the conspirators approach. Nora confronts the saboteur, noting that he carries flammable oil and that the town has already been evacuated, neutralizing his leverage. The conspirator panics as Nora and her allies advance, realizing that their plan to harm the town is failing. The team strikes decisively, targeting the saboteurs and dismantling their attack. The holy water and magical defenses erupt, overwhelming the conspirators and thwarting their scheme. Nora's group explains to the captured saboteurs that their actions were allowed to expose them and prevent greater harm, emphasizing that persistence, without caution, leads to failure. Despite destruction around them, Nora and her team remain determined, stating they can make holy water anywhere, even if homes are lost. The main conspirator sweats nervously, realizing that his plan to escape with magic may fail against Nora's preparedness. The saboteurs attempt to dive through the flames, trying to evade the team's countermeasures, but Nora and her allies are ready. Explosions and magical effects erupt around the saboteurs as the team's combined holy water and magic defenses overwhelm them. The town sees the destructive extinguishing in action. The conspirators are shocked, impressed, and defeated, while Nora's team stands firm, their determination proven true. The fraudulent magician confronts Nora's team, confident in his own power and unaware of who he faces. He attempts to strike with magic, shattering structures and aiming to overpower the group. His spells collide with the defenses and tactics of Nora and her allies, creating sparks of resistance. The magician reveals a ceremonial artifact, thinking the heavens favor him, and that his side is invincible. Nora's team stands united and resolute, prepared to counter the magician's arrogance with strategy, skill, and determination. Nora reveals to the conspirator that their time to act was controlled, explaining that she had help from Bascom to set up the plan. The conspirator realizes he has been outmaneuvered, and the authorities should have already arrested him long ago. A powerful figure arrives, flanked by attendants, confronting the conspirator and showing that the balance of power has shifted. Nora reminds the conspirator that the inspection was already foreseen, undermining any hope he had for quick action. She instructs the conspirator to delay moves until the planned time, asserting her control and strategic advantage over the situation. The conspirator realizes that Nora's team anticipated his moves, and she confirms Bascom helped set up the plan to counter him. The conspirator's escape and actions are thwarted, and he is exposed as vulnerable, unable to act freely. Nora strikes decisively, her holy water and magical defenses, neutralizing the threat while sending a clear warning to all saboteurs. The Papal Secret Service arrives, reinforcing the authority and control of the Archbishop, and demonstrating that the conspirators cannot escape justice. Nora and the Archbishop coordinate with the General, ensuring that any remaining threats are contained and that the town remains protected. Nora tells the Archbishop that she will not pursue the conspirators further, explaining her strategic control over the situation. She reveals how the conspirators' plan was uncovered, crediting FIA for discovering Byrne's scheme and preventing disaster. The fraudulent magician thanks AA, acknowledging her contribution to stopping the sabotage. The team expresses gratitude to Marsh, now recognized as Archbishop, showing respect for his leadership and guidance. Nora reassures the group, admitting the church's bureaucracy sometimes causes delays, but everything is resolved and peace is restored to the town. Nora commends the team, declaring that the danger has passed and that the story will continue later. A resident happily reports her skin condition has improved, thanks to the daily visits and holy water treatment. The team continues producing holy water in the new town, with Marsh and Agro overseeing operations. They discuss expanding the workshops and picking fruits from the forest to ensure sufficient supplies for everyone. Despite the gloomy surroundings, the group feels hopeful and lighter, finding comfort and warmth in each other's presence. The team exchanges thanks, each recognizing the contributions of the others, including Marsh and Nora. They laugh together, sharing a rare moment of relief and happiness after the dangers have passed. The ruined cityscape shows the aftermath of the conflict, a reminder of the destruction caused by the conspirators. Nora checks with her team, ensuring that all operations went according to plan, and that no loose ends remain. The fraudulent magician reports on the success of their objectives, including expanded holy water production and support for the town. Aided by Bascom's resources, Archbishop Marsh oversaw the construction of workshops in the red light district, determined to make it a hub of hope and healing. He reflected on the importance of healing magic, knowing that without it, many would have suffered, and relied on those closest to him to ensure its success. Fia, by his side, carried out the plan, aware of the risks but steadfast in her loyalty and resolve. Marsh committed to removing barriers, willing to act as the church's agent to achieve their goals. Through their efforts, the district became a place of light and recovery, a beacon for humanity's future. Eventually, a global pandemic swept the world. Yet humans emerged as the most populous race. FIA and other key figures observed the effects of humanity's exponential growth, which had been accelerated by a divine gift. Fia reflected on how humans chosen by God to govern the land now bore the responsibility of maintaining balance, despite the gift not fully explaining their rapid rise. Concerned, FIA considered the consequences of removing the divine gift, knowing that the world would revert to chaos. God devised a new plan to correct human dominance, assigning powers distinct from natural laws to maintain order. Fia realized that this new system would allow anyone to wield power while preserving balance, marking a critical turning point for humanity's future. The world had fallen into chaos due to a global pandemic, leaving humanity struggling for survival. ESIA, witnessing the devastation, reflected on how humans had grown powerful through God's gift, yet caused imbalance across the lands. Fia realized the humans, chosen by God to control the land, were now faced with the consequences of their unchecked growth. God, lamenting humanity's exponential expansion, chose not to revoke the gift, fearing regression to the past. Instead, God decided to bestow the world with a new force, one that would challenge human dominance. This new law allowed anyone to harness power without breaking natural laws, forever changing the balance of the world. Amami demonstrated Normim's wooden measuring box. The hospital staff watched carefully while learning how accurate measurements improved medicine preparation greatly. Amami explained the box contained 1 liter exactly. The staff finally understood why precise measurements were necessary for hospital treatment. The chancellor noticed Amami's methods differed greatly from ordinary standards. Amami explained hospitals required careful measurements to prevent dangerous mistakes. The chancellor became fascinated by Amami's measurement system. She apologized sincerely and requested him to teach their hospital staff properly. Later, the chancellor invited Amami to the hospital banquet. She wished to honor him alongside distinguished guests from abroad. Maillard insisted on accompanying Amami to the banquet. She worried dangerous problems could happen while important foreign guests visited nearby. 2 mysterious visitors from the country of night arrived suddenly. Their intimidating appearance immediately surprised Amami, Maillard, and the hospital staff. The chancellor apologized politely after arranging the unexpected meeting. She admitted wanting to personally meet the famous visitors from abroad herself. Amami quietly asked Maillard whether the strange visitors truly belonged to the country of night. Everyone watched the approaching guests carefully. A noble girl introduced herself as Clofei, the 3rd princess of the country of night. She greeted everyone with elegance politely. Princess Clofei introduced herself politely to Amami Yuito. She hoped they could maintain a good relationship during her important visit. During the banquet, Amami asked about the country of night. Clofei explained their empty daytime cities and active nighttime society carefully. As Clofei continued speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became serious. Everyone noticed the sadness hidden behind her calm expression and quiet eyes. Clofei explained that vampires treasured the night because darkness protected them from the dangerous sunlight, threatening their people constantly every day. The tall vampire attendant revealed their race suffered an ancient curse from the sun. Therefore, vampires could survive only during nighttime. Amami became shocked after hearing vampires were cursed by sunlight. He immediately asked Clofei what the terrifying curse truly meant exactly. The vampire attendant revealed painful skin damage caused by sunlight exposure. Amami quickly recognized the condition as severe photodermatosis disease symptoms. The attendant apologized for Clofei's injured condition after traveling beneath daylight. Despite the danger, they still wished to request everyone's assistance sincerely. Clofei admired the kingdom's peaceful harmony between races and healers. She believed their advanced knowledge created countless possibilities for solving difficult problems. Finally, Clofei asked Amami for help saving the country of night. She hoped his medical knowledge could cure their suffering people. Amami listened seriously to Clofei's request for help. Maillard also watched carefully, realizing the vampire's suffering was far more dangerous than expected. Maillard suddenly remembered stories about vampires drinking blood. The frightening thought shocked her, causing everyone nearby to react nervously and cautiously. Maillard immediately asked Amami for reassurance after becoming frightened. Amami calmly answered her, trying to prevent unnecessary panic among everyone present there. While observing the banquet dishes carefully, Amami noticed Clofei avoided eating meat, beans, and bread served on the table completely during dinner. Amami asked about the country of Night's ordinary meals. Clofei explained their staple. Food was special maize called plum grown domestically. Clofei explained their people survived mostly on plum because barren soil prevented other crops from growing successfully within the country of Night. After hearing their diet and symptoms, Amami realized he might understand their illness. He carefully revealed a possible medical explanation immediately. Amami diagnosed the vampire's mysterious curse as pellagra. Clofei and her grandfather became shocked after hearing his unexpected conclusion during the banquet. Amami explained, pellagra resulted from niacin deficiency caused by poor nutrition. The condition created severe sunlight sensitivity and dangerous health complications afterward. Hearing Amami's explanation, Clofei desperately asked whether he could truly cure pellagra and save the suffering people of her homeland. Amami explained, pellagra commonly appeared among people surviving entirely on maize. Everyone became shocked after learning food caused their mysterious illness. The World Tree representatives admitted they wanted helping the country of Night, but replacing plum completely remained impossible with current resources available. While thinking carefully about their situation, Amami suddenly realized another possible solution existed. His expression immediately changed after remembering important knowledge. Amami suggested processing plum differently by turning the maize into tortillas. He believed this method could reduce the dangerous nutritional deficiency. Everyone at the banquet became confused after hearing Amami mention tortillas. The unfamiliar word immediately caught the entire room's attention completely. Amami explained tortillas required treating maize with alkaline water first. This process allowed the body absorbing important nutrients properly afterward, completely. Amami described the treatment method called nixtamalization. Everyone listened carefully while learning how tortillas could prevent dangerous nutritional deficiencies successfully afterward. Clofei immediately begged Amami to teach them about tortillas. She believed this new knowledge might finally save the country of Night. The following day, Amami decided teaching tortilla preparation immediately. Everyone became excited. After hearing they would finally begin creating the special food. Inside the kitchen, Clofei and the others respectfully requested Amami's guidance. They prepared themselves to learn tortilla making seriously from him together. Koron encouraged Clofei enthusiastically before tortilla preparation started. Although nervous initially, Clofei quietly listened while everyone gathered together inside the kitchen. Clofei questioned Koron's abilities carefully despite Melina supporting Amami. Amami honestly admitted uncertainty regarding Koron's actual cooking experience and practical knowledge. Clofei explained the country of Night trusted outsiders carefully, because dangerous situations threatened their homeland constantly. Therefore, she remained cautious toward Koron initially. Amami defended Koron confidently before everyone present. He explained, she worked seriously, learned quickly, and always supported him during important hospital responsibilities. Faithfully, after hearing Amami's praise, Koron confidently reassured Clofei. Clofei finally relaxed slightly while beginning trusting Koron more than before during preparation together. Clofei apologized sincerely for doubting Koron earlier. Koron quickly forgave her while Myard urged everyone continuing the tortilla preparation immediately together. Amami instructed everyone boiling plum inside prepared lye water. Carefully, Koron managed the sand timer while assisting the cooking process enthusiastically afterward. While waiting, the group questioned whether the process required excessive time. Amami explained nixtamalization normally needed resting overnight after boiling completed properly. Amami revealed plum prepared the previous day for comparison. Everyone noticed the softened maize developed a strong golden color after treatment successfully. After observing the transformed plum closely, Amami explained the golden surface proved nixtamalization worked correctly. Everyone reacted with amazement and curiosity immediately. Amami washed the treated plum carefully with water afterward. Meanwhile, everyone complained he sacrificed proper sleep preparing ingredients since yesterday morning alone. After removing the kernels, Amami instructed everyone crushing them completely. Koron enthusiastically volunteered immediately, determined helping the tortilla preparation process successfully continue forward. Koron carefully crushed the softened kernels, while Amami encouraged her efforts. Myard quietly observed nearby, believing the work appeared surprisingly simple initially. Amami taught everyone kneading the paste thoroughly before rolling it carefully. The prepared dough slowly began resembling proper tortilla bread shapes afterward, successfully. Finally, the tortillas cooked above the heated pan evenly. Everyone became surprised after discovering the tortillas smelled pleasant instead of strange or unpleasant. The freshly cooked tortillas were finally completed successfully. Everyone tasted them immediately and praised their simple flavor with subtle sweetness afterward happily. Clofei carefully took her first bite of tortilla quietly. Everyone watched nervously while waiting for her honest reaction toward the unfamiliar food. After tasting the tortilla completely, Clofei became surprised by its delicious flavor. She happily declared the unfamiliar dish truly delightful and enjoyable. Clofei wondered whether these delicious tortillas could really cure their sunlight curse. Amami answered honestly that success remained possible, despite uncertainty still existing. Hope slowly returned to the country of night representatives afterward. Clofei sincerely thanked Amami while promising continuing their efforts toward curing the terrible illness. Amami prepared another unfamiliar dish using tortillas, meat, vegetables, and spicy ingredients. Maynard became confused after seeing the unusual combination together. Amami introduced the completed dish as tacos. He selected ingredients resembling foods commonly eaten within the country of night before serving everyone. Maynard complained about the spicy and strong-smelling ingredients immediately. However, Amami explained tacos tasted much better when every ingredient combined together properly. After reluctantly tasting the taco, Maynard became completely shocked by the flavor. The delicious taste instantly changed her opinion toward the strange ingredients. Everyone happily watched Maynard enjoying tacos enthusiastically afterward. Amami promised teaching taco preparation too, while the room filled with excitement and laughter. Tega suddenly arrived while everyone relaxed together afterward. He urgently asked whether Amami was available for another important medical situation nearby, immediately. Several soldiers from the country of night entered the hospital injured. Amami quickly guided them inside, while Clofei worried about their condition seriously. One soldier explained his companion became heavily drunk after drinking chilled kelwisha. The intoxicated soldier accidentally crashed directly into a nearby wall. Amami immediately treated the injured soldier carefully, despite his embarrassment. Clofei comforted him while promising their people would eventually overcome such shameful incidents. After examining the injury carefully, Coron informed Amami the soldier's bone probably remained unbroken. Everyone felt relieved hearing the positive medical assessment afterward. Coron confidently volunteered, cleaning the injured soldier's abrasion carefully. The surprised soldier immediately watched her preparing medical treatment beside Amami attentively afterward. Coron gently washed the wound using saline solution instead of ordinary water. The soldier became shocked after feeling absolutely no pain whatsoever. Watching Coron's careful treatment closely, the injured soldier realized her healing abilities were genuine. His earlier doubts completely disappeared immediately afterward entirely. The soldier sincerely apologized for doubting Coron previously. Everyone acknowledged her impressive medical skill, while Amami proudly watched beside the hospital staff together. Clofei admitted feeling jealous, because vampires could not use healing magic. Coron listened quietly, after receiving unexpected praise from the vampire princess sincerely. Clofei believed healing magic required special talent originally. Coron immediately denied this, explaining Amami taught anyone could learn medical knowledge gradually. Coron revealed she previously lived as a slave without freedom. However, learning beside Amami slowly helped her gain confidence and purpose afterward. Inspired by Coron's words, Clofei realized she could also learn healing methods. She dreamed bringing medical knowledge back to her suffering homeland someday. Clofei passionately begged Amami accepting her as another disciple. Amami became completely surprised after hearing the princess's sudden and emotional request directly. Clofei argued healing knowledge could save countless vampires within the country of night. However, her grandfather warned royalty carried greater responsibilities beyond personal wishes. Amami rejected the grandfather's argument calmly afterward. He explained his purpose involved spreading medical knowledge and treatment methods to as many people possible. Without hesitation, Amami accepted Clofei's request, becoming his disciple. The grandfather became completely shocked after hearing his unexpected decision immediately afterward inside the hospital. Clofei politely introduced herself as an inexperienced student afterward. Despite her nervousness, she sincerely asked Amami and everyone treating her kindly while learning. Coron happily welcomed Clofei as her junior disciple immediately afterward. Amami also smiled warmly, creating a comfortable atmosphere between everyone gathered together nearby. Finally, Clofei smiled brightly for the first time peacefully. Beneath the glowing world tree, she finally discovered hope for her country's future. Amami spent time with Coron, Elle, and Yuno inside the clinic, while an unknown visitor quietly approached during the night. The vampire of the true heart learned about Amami and became interested in the doctor changing the kingdom through medical knowledge. Radu decided leaving his territory was necessary after hearing rumors about Amami and the growing influence surrounding his medical abilities. Radu met the vampire of the true heart again inside the forest, while discussing the mysterious otherworldly doctor named Amami carefully. The vampire of the true heart warned Radu to avoid interfering with Amami, because she intended protecting the doctor from danger. Radu accepted the vampire of the true heart's warning and pretended peaceful intentions, while carefully hiding his true thoughts from her. The vampire of the true heart questioned Radu after discovering he secretly approached Amami and his companions disguised as an elderly servant. Radu calmly explained his actions and insisted he only wished staying near Amami quietly while observing the doctor from distance. The vampire of the true heart remained suspicious toward Radu and promised uncovering his hidden motives before allowing him near Amami again. Later, Amami became confused after hearing rumors about an elderly man secretly watching him around the clinic during recent nights. Radu admitted approaching Amami carelessly and explained he never intended becoming an enemy toward the mysterious elder doctor protecting many lives. The vampire of the true heart accepted Radu's explanation carefully, but continued observing him while standing silently inside the ancient forest pathway. Radu revealed he once suspected Amami connected to plans surrounding the world tree, yet quickly understood the doctor desired no authority. Radu promised respecting the vampire of the true heart's wishes temporarily, while remaining curious about Amami and his growing influence everywhere. Before leaving, the vampire of the true heart warned Radu again, and carefully called his full name while watching his reaction closely. Radu watched the vampire of the true heart leave without another glance, realizing she still refused trusting him completely after their discussion. The vampire of the true heart quietly smiled while leaving the forest, knowing Radu would continue thinking carefully about Amami from now onward. Radu looked toward the bright night sky and believed Amami's arrival created new possibilities, without bringing unnecessary conflict or bloodshed into kingdoms. Elsewhere, the vampire of the true heart prepared leaving the forest, and carefully wrapped an important object before starting her quiet journey alone. She finished securing the small package properly, intending delivering it safely while continuing protecting Amami from hidden dangers surrounding the growing political tensions. The vampire of the true heart carefully finished preparing the small package, while ensuring the thread remained tightly secured before leaving quietly alone. Inside the clinic, Chloe proudly showed Coron her improved stitching technique after practicing carefully under Amami's guidance for many recent days together. Chloe compared her sewing work beside Coron's results, and became nervous after noticing the clear difference between their current skill levels. Still, Coron encouraged Chloe kindly and reminded her continuous practice would improve her abilities, while everyone inside the clinic continued learning useful medical techniques. Later, Amami revealed newly created threaded needles, giving Coron and Chloe better tools for stitching wounds and helping future patients safely together. Coron and the others praised the newly threaded needles, while Chloe proudly explained helping create them together for Amami's growing hospital project. The group accepted the medical tools carefully and hoped the new needles would help Amami save more suffering patients across nearby regions. Everyone became shocked after seeing the enormous hospital construction site, where Amami and his companions continued building advanced medical facilities together. Amami proudly watched the hospital construction progress, while workers, beasts, and allies cooperated together to complete the ambitious medical project successfully. Although amazed by the massive hospital, Amami wondered whether such an enormous building was truly necessary for only one doctor alone. Amami thanked the workers after hearing they planned building a lecture hall beside the hospital for future medical lessons and public education. The group visited the completed lecture hall while Amami explained he needed proper space for teaching medicine and sharing important medical knowledge. Amami explained modern medicine depended on 3 important pillars, and believed the hospital would support future medical progress throughout the kingdom successfully. He described practice, research, and education as the foundations of medicine. While everyone listened carefully beside the enormous hospital construction site together, Yuno and the workers learned research meant developing better treatments for every species living throughout the world, surrounding Amami's expanding hospital project. Shia explained Amami still depended heavily on personal experience when using Aether, because reliable medical records about it remained extremely limited everywhere. Amami declared he wanted documenting proper Aether quantities for every species, age, and body type, through careful future medical research studies. The elves understood Amami's plans and explained researching the world tree's leaves carefully would become necessary for advancing his medical discoveries further. One elf worried Amami's medical tools and supplies were running low while the world tree alone could not provide every needed resource. Amami admitted Norman and Alec currently supplied his tools, yet he understood those limited resources would eventually become insufficient for future demands. Amami explained research and education remained essential for medicine, while planning investigations into useful materials every species could provide for treatments. Amami admitted accomplishing everything alone was impossible, so he decided teaching medical knowledge widely throughout the kingdom, became absolutely necessary for progress. After reaching an important decision, Amami prepared the lecture hall and organized his first official medical education session inside the growing hospital. The students gathered nervously while the instructor proudly announced the beginning of practical lessons involving healing techniques and patient examination methods together. During the lesson, the students learned proper healing magic required careful examinations before treatment, instead of relying only on magical power alone. During the medical lesson, Deacon Peel correctly explained patient examination required seeing, hearing, asking questions, and carefully touching the patient's body. The instructor demonstrated physical examinations and explained touching methods often revealed hidden illnesses before healing magic could properly identify dangerous conditions. After examining the patient's stomach carefully, the instructor identified curse symptoms and explained abnormal conditions affecting digestion through practical abdominal examination techniques. Deacon Quinan answered confidently during the lesson, while the instructor encouraged every student speaking immediately whenever they discovered important medical observations independently. The students discussed tongue marks seriously and learned unusual patterns often revealed illnesses, curses, or dangerous physical conditions requiring immediate medical attention. Deacon Quinan nervously confirmed tooth marks on the tongue caused the patient's sloshy stomach condition, while the instructor listened carefully beside everyone. The instructor asked Deacon Peel for the correct diagnosis, causing the nervous students to immediately focus carefully on the important medical question. After hearing the explanation, the instructor proudly confirmed Deacon Quinan answered correctly, while the gathered students reacted with surprise and excitement together afterward. The instructor questioned the patient further about swelling symptoms, while the students applauded Deacon Quinan's impressive medical observation skills during class enthusiastically. The patient learned the curse caused water congestion inside his body, and improper eating habits could worsen his dangerous medical condition further. The instructor explained proper examinations allowed healers understanding curses accurately because symptoms appeared differently depending on each patient's physical condition and body. After class ended, the students followed Bishop Saul through the hospital corridors while continuing discussing the practical medical lessons they recently learned. Deacon Quinan approached Bishop Saul respectfully and asked additional questions about handling difficult curse symptoms during future patient examinations and treatments carefully. The instructor praised Deacon Quinan's thoughtful question and explained stronger curse symptoms would create noticeable differences during abdominal examinations on affected patients. The instructor demonstrated proper examination posture by relaxing the patient's abdomen first, making hidden swelling and abnormal conditions easier detecting through touch. Deacon Quinan admitted other bishops never taught examination methods, like Bishop Saul's practical techniques for identifying curses and evil spirit symptoms properly. After class, Comet approached Bishop Saul and praised his teaching ability while quietly revealing he had observed the entire medical lesson carefully. Comet explained, Archbishop Isekai'd conducted unusual investigations into evil spirits, producing unconventional results that outsiders often considered irrational or difficult understanding completely. While walking through the cathedral halls, Bishop Saul complained about political conflicts surrounding Archbishop Isekai'd and the church leadership's constant disagreements recently. Comet suspected Cardinal Sislap transferred certain people to monitor Archbishop Isekai'd closely, believing Zess would never make careless mistakes involving important missions. A mysterious man observed the kingdom's rapid growth and wondered whether Amami alone caused the peaceful changes spreading throughout the entire country recently. Nearby citizens, beastmen, and flying messengers continued living happily together while the hospital project brought hope and stability across surrounding communities daily. Elsewhere, Costa secretly met suspicious allies and confirmed preparations were complete, while discussing an upcoming operation hidden from the kingdom's authorities entirely. Costa revealed the hooded mercenaries were dark elves hired secretly, while church officials erased records proving their illegal entrance into the country. Suddenly, a massive explosion struck the peaceful city, destroying buildings violently and throwing the kingdom into chaos without any warning during the night. The masked attacker announced their mission involved rescuing Connelson while capturing Amami, whom they called a dangerous fake healer, threatening their plans. The vampire of the true heart immediately realized the spreading fires were not accidents, and suspected organized enemies launched the sudden violent attack. After hearing explosions nearby, Amami and his companions learned enormous fires were spreading rapidly throughout parts of the peaceful kingdom. Unexpectedly during nighttime, additional explosions destroyed nearby structures continuously, causing panic everywhere, while citizens struggled escaping the rapidly spreading flames and falling debris safely. Alec quickly organized rescue efforts while ordering Amami toward the castle, planning transporting injured victims directly to the hospital for emergency treatment. Mai and the others realized the explosions were caused by bombs instead of fire magic, meaning additional hidden attacks could happen soon. The elves prepared informing their guards about the bomb attacks, while Amami asked a water spirit helping extinguish the spreading fires immediately nearby. As explosions continued destroying buildings, the giant beast and nearby allies searched carefully for enemies hiding within the burning city streets everywhere. Saya hurried Amami toward the castle for safety, while others stayed behind protecting the hospital and assisting injured citizens during the emergency. Alec reported successful neighborhood evacuations while flames continued spreading dangerously across the city. Despite everyone's desperate rescue efforts throughout the chaotic night, another violent explosion erupted across the city, destroying nearby structures while burning debris scattered dangerously through the streets and surrounding buildings everywhere. Tega struggled controlling the spreading flames while smoke covered the area and terrified citizens continued fleeing from the growing disaster desperately together. The attackers watched the chaos carefully from hiding while the fire expanded rapidly beyond everyone's current ability to contain it completely anymore. Tega admitted using full dragon power inside the city would destroy nearby surroundings, limiting the strength he could safely release against flames. While Tega desperately searched for another solution, unexpected rain suddenly began falling across the burning city and weakened the dangerous spreading fires. Heavy rain suddenly extinguished the enormous flames, shocking everyone nearby while Tega and the others watched the dangerous fire disappear, instantly completely. The small water spirit received praise after helping stop the spreading disaster, while nearby allies acknowledged the elder's overwhelming magical abilities respectfully afterward. After securing the area, the rescue team searched carefully for injured civilians and questioned why fires erupted where no homes existed nearby. Another explosion suddenly echoed from the castle, causing everyone nearby realizing the attackers continued targeting important locations across the kingdom aggressively tonight. Inside the smoke-filled castle area, a mysterious figure appeared calmly and greeted someone nearby while destruction and confusion continued spreading around them silently. Inside the smoke-filled castle, Holy Priest Connelson appeared confused and demanded explanations after suddenly encountering armed strangers surrounding the damaged area completely. Connelson questioned the masked intruders angrily while smoke covered the castle halls and explosions continued echoing throughout nearby sections during the attack. A young guard discovered the suspicious hooded figures surrounding Connelson and immediately realized dangerous enemies had infiltrated the castle secretly during chaos. Amami, Yuno, and Saya rushed toward the castle after hearing another explosion, hoping everyone inside remained alive despite the ongoing violent attacks. The masked leader confronted Yuno, Saya, and Amami directly, introducing himself calmly before openly calling Amami a fraudulent healer before everyone present. Amami discovered an underground prison filled with unconscious prisoners lying silently across cold stone floors beneath the abandoned facility. A masked stranger approached Amami carefully, claiming he arrived to rescue him before dangerous prison guards suddenly returned. Koron angrily stopped the strangers, refusing to allow prisoners escaping freely from the underground prison without official permission. The masked fighter launched a sudden attack, creating explosions and sparks that blocked approaching guards inside the underground corridor. Koron watched nervously as collapsing walls separated the guards, allowing the mysterious group escaping deeper underground safely. Costa escaped through the forest while explosions destroyed pursuing enemies behind him, forcing frightened guards retreating from dangerous attacks. Costa carefully questioned Reverend about his hidden allies, suspecting connections with mysterious bomb users operating outside church authority recently. Reverend nervously admitted the church considered him troublesome, believing assassination attempts could happen after recent suspicious underground incidents nearby. Costa revealed he never served the church, exposing his true intentions while observing Reverend's fearful reaction carefully during negotiations. Reverend suddenly laughed wildly after hearing Costa's proposal, becoming interested cooperating together against enemies threatening underground operations recently. Karon carefully practiced surgical knot techniques while Amami guided her movements patiently inside the peaceful clinic during evening training sessions. Amami praised Karon's steady improvement after watching her complete difficult medical practice successfully, without making dangerous mistakes during training. Koron realized Amami trusted her abilities enough handling future patient ligatures independently during important medical operations inside the growing clinic. Koron hesitated nervously about performing operations alone, but Amami encouraged her becoming familiar with realistic surgical situations quickly afterward. Amami explained doctors cannot always remain beside patients forever, reminding Koron about responsibilities during dangerous emergencies involving injured villagers frequently. Koron became nervous after remembering Amami's serious advice about responsibilities, doctors must carry during dangerous medical emergencies frequently afterward. Amami encouraged Korone continuing difficult medical training carefully, promising support whenever unexpected mistakes happen during future surgical operations together. Korone confidently accepted Amami's expectations, determined improving her medical abilities while protecting patients needing urgent treatment inside nearby villages. While traveling beside Amami, Korone encountered mysterious nobles blocking the road, immediately sensing dangerous intentions from unfamiliar strangers approaching nearby. The masked stranger warned Amami their meeting differed completely from previous encounters, creating tension throughout the silent road before sunset arrived. A suspicious village guard warned Amami's group leave immediately, fearing humans would bring conflict into their peaceful homeland unnecessarily again. The villagers explained everyone only desired healthy lives peacefully, refusing involvement with human wars threatening nearby territories and settlements recently. The masked traveler denied connections with any human kingdom, confusing villagers, while carefully hiding personal motives beneath mysterious appearances during discussions. Korone argued passionately about protecting ideals helping everyone equally, while the masked stranger criticized unrealistic beliefs disconnected from harsh reality completely. Without warning, the masked fighters suddenly attacked each other violently, turning the tense roadside discussion into another dangerous confrontation immediately afterward. The masked attackers suddenly launched another violent strike, forcing Amami and Korone retreating quickly from the dangerous battlefield nearby immediately. A masked swordsman rushed toward Yuno rapidly, creating panic among Amami's group, while hidden enemies surrounded the chaotic roadside confrontation. Yuno narrowly avoided the deadly attack, falling across the ground while the masked assassin continued pursuing her aggressively without hesitation afterward. A mysterious dark elf appeared suddenly, blocking the assassin's attack and protecting Yuno from certain death during the fierce roadside battle. The masked assassin attempted attacking Yuno again secretly, but Amami noticed the danger immediately and warned everyone before another strike landed. The masked assassin attacked Yuno suddenly again, forcing nearby allies protecting her desperately during the dangerous roadside battle continuing fiercely. Yuno suffered an injury while blocking the attack, leaving Amami shocked after witnessing blood spreading across her wounded arm nearby. The dark elf counterattacked powerfully against the assassin, creating enough distance allowing Yuno and Amami avoiding immediate danger temporarily afterward. Despite her injury, Yuno urged Amami, escaping quickly while nearby allies worried about worsening attacks from masked enemies surrounding them completely. Yuno bravely decided remaining behind temporarily, hoping delaying the assassins long enough protecting Amami and everyone escaping safely from danger. The dark elves criticized their companion's hesitation harshly, warning careless mistakes would only weaken their dangerous assassination mission further afterward. The assassins charged forward together violently, forcing Amami's exhausted group retreating, while explosions shattered the surrounding road repeatedly during battle. Amami, Korone, and Yuno prepared themselves desperately, realizing the attackers intended continuing their relentless pursuit without stopping any time soon afterward. The dark elf assassins suddenly sensed unexpected movement nearby, immediately interrupting their attack while searching the dark skies cautiously above everyone. Flying beasts and mysterious warriors appeared overhead unexpectedly, shocking both assassins and Amami's group during the chaotic roadside confrontation completely. The masked assassin realized unexpected reinforcements arrived nearby, ruining their carefully planned ambush against Yuno and Amami completely tonight afterward. After assessing the dangerous situation carefully, the assassins decided abandoning their mission before additional enemies overwhelmed them during battle completely. One assassin hesitated briefly, questioning whether retreating now wasted everything they originally planned accomplishing during the deadly roadside ambush earlier. The masked leader explained other groups continued advancing elsewhere, believing Yuno's arrival at the castle remained impossible despite their temporary retreat. The dark elf assassins finally withdrew calmly, leaving Amami's exhausted group relieved after surviving another dangerous confrontation beside the forest road. Amami, Yuno, and Korone watched silently as the dark elf assassins prepared leaving after abandoning their failed mission nearby completely. Before disappearing, one assassin secretly activated another explosive device, intending causing destruction after escaping from the battlefield safely afterward. Tonight Korone immediately noticed the dangerous bomb nearby, realizing the explosion would seriously injure everyone standing beside the road instantly afterward. A massive explosion suddenly erupted across the forest path, shaking the ground violently while smoke consumed the surrounding battlefield completely nearby. Amami's companions screamed desperately through the smoke, fearing the unexpected explosion struck him during the assassin's final escape attempt afterward. The explosion expanded violently across the forest road, throwing debris everywhere, while Yuno desperately protected nearby allies from destruction completely. Smoke covered the battlefield afterward, leaving Amami's companions searching frantically through burning debris for his missing figure nearby immediately afterward. Amami finally appeared beneath the smoke, seriously injured, collapsing across broken stones, after enduring the assassin's deadly explosion alone, completely. Karon and nearby villagers quickly rushed toward Amami, shocked seeing his wounded body lying motionless across the destroyed forest road. Yuno realized Amami suffered severe injuries protecting everyone, leaving the entire group terrified about his condition after the violent explosion. Despite serious injuries, Amami insisted Yuno's wounded arm required treatment first, while everyone worried about his worsening condition and sighed urgently afterward. Yuno cried helplessly after realizing Amami protected everyone during the explosion, blaming herself for failing protecting him properly during battle recently. Amami revealed his arm suffered severe damage, forcing Karon and nearby allies, becoming terrified, after seeing the terrible wound closely afterward. Amami calmly asked Karon handling the medical treatment herself, trusting her abilities despite the dangerous situation surrounding everyone inside the shelter. Smiling weakly through pain, Amami entrusted both his treatment and Yuno's recovery completely to Karon's growing medical skills afterward. Karon accepted Amami's request seriously, promising everyone she would perform the difficult treatment, despite overwhelming fear, inside herself afterward tonight. Karon and Chloe prepared carefully for surgery, wearing protective uniforms created specially for dangerous medical procedures inside the temporary shelter. After examining Amami's shoulder closely, Karon discovered dangerous metal fragments deeply embedded inside the severe explosion wound painfully afterward tonight. Karon organized every surgical tool carefully while Chloe assisted beside her, preparing the operation exactly following Amami's medical teachings beforehand. Fighting nervousness silently, Karon finally began the difficult surgery, removing dangerous metal debris from Amami's heavily injured shoulder, carefully. Far beyond the battlefield, Costa's group traveled across isolated valleys while discussing the failed assassination mission quietly together afterward. Recently tonight, Costa admitted their operation achieved nothing meaningful, while masked allies observed him carefully during the tense conversation beside remote wilderness pathways. The assassins explained furious dragons searched everywhere nearby, forcing them abandoning impossible objectives before becoming trapped by powerful enemies completely afterward. A masked woman demanded Costa surrender their captured target immediately, planning returning safely toward Papacy territory before additional complications emerged afterward. Costa refused calmly, revealing another prior agreement prevented him abandoning the prisoner, despite the dangerous situation surrounding everyone currently afterward. Costa coldly announced the true mastermind must die there, shocking nearby assassins while hidden tensions inside the group suddenly intensified afterward. Karon handed Amami the surgical instrument carefully. The operation became tense as the patient's condition suddenly worsened inside the clinic. Karon disinfected the wound exactly like Amami previously instructed. She stayed focused while assisting the difficult emergency treatment procedure carefully. Amami received another emergency call and left temporarily. Karon continued the operation alone, while everyone silently watched her actions closely. Karon remembered Amami's expectations during surgery. She controlled her fear and continued treating the patient with steady determination alone. The patient's condition finally stabilized after surgery. Karon successfully prepared every instrument correctly and earned everyone's trust inside the clinic. Karon prepared the lidocaine injection carefully before surgery. She followed Amami's instructions while trying to calm the injured beastfolk patient. Karon inserted the needle slowly into the patient's skin. The patient suddenly reacted painfully, causing her concentration to break briefly. Karon became shocked after hearing the patient's painful reaction. She immediately checked his condition while sweating nervously beside the operating table. Amami calmly reassured Karon after the injection succeeded safely. She lowered her head slightly and regained confidence during the operation afterward. Karon pressed the syringe carefully while Amami prepared removing the sharpnel. Both continued the difficult surgery with serious concentration together. Karon prepared the straight peen forceps carefully before surgery continued. Amami immediately instructed everyone to remain calm beside the patient. Karon grabbed the shrapnel carefully using forceps, while another assistant encouraged her. Everyone watched nervously as surgery reached its dangerous stage. Blood suddenly burst from the wound after shrapnel removal. Karon and the beastfolk assistant became shocked by the unexpected bleeding immediately. Karon warned Amami that continued removal could cause severe bleeding. Amami calmly explained proper treatment would still save the patient safely. Karon regained her focus and continued pulling the shrapnel carefully again. The operation proceeded steadily while everyone trusted her growing experience. Couronne noticed the trapped shrapnel finally moving inside the wound. She carefully adjusted the forceps while watching the patient closely. Couronne checked Amami's condition before continuing surgery. The lidocaine worked successfully, allowing the painful treatment to continue safely without interruption. Couronne slowly pulled the shrapnel outward, using forceps carefully. Everyone stayed silent while the dangerous object gradually loosened from the wound. The shrapnel finally came out completely during surgery. Couronne immediately checked the bleeding and realized the patient remained stable afterward, successfully. After removing the shrapnel, Amami instructed Couronne to clean the wound carefully. She prepared another needle and continued assisting seriously. Amami taught Couronne how to wash deep wounds properly, using saline solution. She carefully followed every instruction during treatment afterward. Couronne gently dried the cleaned wound surface, using gauze carefully. The bleeding remained controlled after removing the dangerous shrapnel successfully earlier. Amami prepared to begin suturing the wound carefully. Couronne immediately searched for the correct needle holder beside the medical equipment tray. Couronne handed the proper needle holder to Amami quickly. She then prepared another tray containing surgical needles and thread carefully nearby. The surgical tray became fully organized with needles and thread. Couronne continued assisting seriously while Amami focused on closing the wound carefully. Couronne struggled holding the slippery surgical needle steadily. After several attempts, she finally managed gripping it properly beside Amami confidently. Couronne carefully studied the wound placement before stitching. She slowly inserted the needle while remembering Amami's previous medical training lessons. Couronne tied the surgical thread carefully exactly like practice sessions. Sweat covered her face while maintaining complete concentration during suturing afterward. Couronne tightened and rotated the thread carefully around the wound. The stitched area slowly closed successfully under Amami's careful supervision nearby. Couronne pulled the surgical thread firmly to secure the wound. The completed stitches finally closed the patient's injury safely without complications. Couronne continued stitching the wound carefully while Clofei prepared the Cooper scissors nearby. Both assistants followed Amami's surgical instructions seriously together. Couronne cut the completed thread carefully before continuing suturing again. The wound slowly closed properly with each precise stitch, afterward successfully. Another stitch tightened firmly across the patient's wound surface. Couronne maintained steady hands while carefully controlling the surgical thread tension throughout. Couronne and Clofei focused completely on the final stitches together. The operation room became silent while surgery neared completion successfully afterward. The wound finally closed, completely after multiple careful stitches. Couronne looked relieved after successfully helping finish the difficult surgery beside Amami. Couronne immediately checked Amami's condition after surgery ended. She worried the exhausting procedure may have caused him additional pain afterward. Amami thanked Couronne sincerely for assisting throughout the dangerous operation. He admitted her support helped save his life during surgery successfully. Couronne became overwhelmed after hearing Amami's gratitude directly. Relief slowly replaced the tension she carried throughout the difficult operation completely afterward. Couronne cried happily after confirming the surgery succeeded safely. Everyone inside the clinic finally relaxed after removing the dangerous shoulder debris successfully. Outside the clinic, Costa quietly reflected about Couronne's behavior afterward. He realized her harsh attitude never matched her true compassionate personality. A mysterious priest confronted Costa about his hidden employer secretly. The tense meeting revealed dangerous connections involving powerful religious authorities nearby afterward. An elf woman suddenly interrupted the discussion impatiently. She ordered the priest captured immediately and brought directly before the Demon King afterward. The priest became visibly shocked after hearing the Demon King mentioned. Fear quickly spread across his face during the unexpected confrontation. Instantly, Costa realized the situation had become far more dangerous suddenly. The priest complained nervously while surrounded by the armed group outside nearby. The elf woman coldly explained her ruthless beliefs afterward. She insisted enemies would die regardless, making mercy completely meaningless during conflicts anyway. The mysterious priest finally understood the Demon King's strategy completely. Magical firebombs and diversion tactics revealed their hidden enemy movements clearly. The elf commander immediately ordered her subordinates to attack the priest. Dark elves launched magic attacks while surrounding the escaping target quickly afterward. The priest realized the attackers intended killing him immediately. Carrying dangerous information, he desperately searched for an escape route during the ambush. A massive magical explosion suddenly destroyed the surrounding area violently. Smoke and debris spread everywhere, while the dark elves lost sight completely afterward. Using the explosion as cover, the priest escaped across the forest quickly. The pursuing dark elves continued chasing him through the damaged battlefield. The elf commander finally discovered the escaping priest's location. She immediately ordered her subordinates to pursue him through the forest quickly. The priest continued running desperately while avoiding incoming attacks carefully. Explosions destroyed the surrounding trees as the chase intensified dangerously behind him afterward. The priest activated a strange magical weapon during the pursuit suddenly. Bright energy burst forward while the dark elves attacked relentlessly nearby afterward. Using mysterious magic, the priest resisted the deadly venom successfully. The glowing energy surrounding his body shocked the pursuing dark elves immediately afterward. A bright magical light suddenly appeared deeper inside the forest. The dark elves immediately realized their target had escaped farther ahead successfully again. The elf commander noticed the priest healing himself while escaping. She confidently believed human abilities could never surpass dark elf physical strength. The injured priest hid himself carefully inside tall grass nearby. Meanwhile, the pursuing dark elves searched the surrounding area cautiously afterward together. The elf commander questioned whether the priest still possessed another hidden ability. Her suspicion immediately increased after losing sight of him temporarily afterward. The priest suddenly launched himself upward from the tall grass quickly. The unexpected movement shocked the dark elves chasing him through the field. The priest attacked fiercely while trying escaping the dangerous pursuit desperately. His expression revealed complete determination during the intense battle against the dark elves. A massive explosion erupted across the grass field suddenly. Fire and smoke spread violently while the escaping priest disappeared inside the chaos. The dark elves discovered the injured priest hiding within the smoke afterward. Their commander approached calmly while preparing another deadly magical attack immediately. The priest counterattacked desperately using his strange magical weapon again. Bright energy blasts collided violently against the dark elves during combat nearby. Despite his injuries, the priest continued fighting fiercely against the attackers. His expression showed determination while magical energy surrounded his damaged body completely. The priest suffered another direct attack during the intense battle afterward. Blood covered his face while the dark elves continued overwhelming him relentlessly. The elf commander raised her weapon confidently during the battle. Her subordinates surrounded the injured priest while preparing another coordinated attack together. A violent magical blast struck the priest directly afterward. Blood and debris exploded outward, while his body suffered severe damage immediately during combat. Smoke filled the battlefield after the destructive attack ended suddenly. The wounded priest collapsed heavily onto the ground while struggling to survive afterward. The elf commander calmly approached the fallen priest afterward, confidently. She threw aside his weapon while preparing to end the battle completely herself. The elf commander pointed her blade directly toward the injured priest. Her cold expression revealed she intended finishing him without hesitation immediately afterward. The injured priest struggled desperately while lying across the battlefield. Despite severe wounds, he refused accepting death inside the forest alone afterward. A sudden sound echoed nearby across the battlefield unexpectedly. Someone finally discovered the wounded priest and the pursuing dark elves nearby afterward. Another group immediately identified the dark elves hiding nearby afterward. They quickly called for reinforcements, while the battlefield situation suddenly changed completely around everyone. The elf commander realized enemies from the World Tree approached nearby already. She calmly discussed their next decision with her remaining subordinates afterward together. The dark elves abandoned the wounded priest before retreating afterward. Believing his injuries were fatal, they returned home without finishing him personally. Hidden inside the forest, Mio quietly confirmed the dark elves finally retreated. She watched the battlefield carefully after their dangerous pursuit ended. Mio approached the wounded priest gently after the battle concluded. She introduced herself while preparing to help the severely injured survivor recover. Zess noticed strange resonance between the crystal jewels. The magic reacted violently after apple poison disappeared, making everyone feel uneasy nearby. Koron guided Gnarl through the forest while remembering the jewel exchange ceremony. The connected crystals allowed everyone to sense danger instantly. The mysterious woman borrowed Zess's crystal again. She realized Comet already understood the jewel's hidden power and dangerous magical connection completely. Suddenly, the ruins collapsed beside Gnarl's carriage. The unstable crystal resonance spread through nearby trees, causing the entire forest path shaking violently. Koron quickly protected the injured traveler beside her. She feared the crystal resonance might seriously hurt Zess if the magic continued growing. Koron carried the unconscious traveler through the forest. Despite healing the wounds earlier, the strange crystal corruption continued spreading across the body. The traveler remained asleep beside Koron. Dark marks covered the skin completely, making Koron fear the crystal resonance was becoming irreversible. Comet remembered the 6 stars standing together years earlier. Their promise connected every crystal jewel, binding all 6 members through powerful magic. A sudden full roll call gathered the remaining members near the Capitol Tower. Everyone sensed unusual resonance spreading across distant connected crystals rapidly. Comet finally met the mysterious cloaked figure beside the tower. The dangerous crystal connection threatened every surviving member of the 6 stars. Arch suddenly sensed his crystal activating violently. He immediately realized Mio had used the connected jewel somewhere near the world tree. Comet and the others noticed the dangerous resonance instantly. Everyone understood something terrible had happened to Zess through the crystal connection system. Arch decided to leave immediately for the world tree. Comet tried calming him down, but Arch ignored every warning without hesitation completely. Sol prepared to support Arch during the mission. The remaining members stayed behind, fearing the crystal resonance would trigger another disaster soon. Unable to control his emotions anymore, Arch forcefully kicked open the tower entrance. He refused remaining calm, while Zess stayed endangered elsewhere. Sol explained Comet rarely became furious unless someone precious suffered. The crystal resonance reminded everyone how deeply Comet cared about his companions. Arch remembered hearing about Comet's past anger during the Barony homicide incident. The memory explained Comet's dangerous emotional reaction now completely. 10 years earlier, Comet arrived quietly at the Church Academy. Many students immediately noticed the strange boy standing alone near the entrance. Young Comet carried heavy training equipment daily without complaints. Other students watched silently while mocking his background and unusual determination constantly behind him. Rumors spread that Comet's family gained influence through wealth alone. The cruel accusations isolated him from many students inside the academy completely. Comet suddenly approached the students, spreading cruel rumors nearby. His loud greeting shocked everyone, causing several boys to panic and stumble backward. Arch stepped forward confidently and stopped the bullying immediately. He criticized the students for insulting Comet behind his back without shame openly there. The frightened students quickly retreated from the courtyard afterward. None of them wanted trouble with Arch after his direct confrontation against their behavior. Comet quietly admitted the insults never bothered him deeply anymore. Arch still became angry because Comet and the others lacked real families themselves completely. Later, Arch casually visited Comet inside the academy building. Their friendship slowly grew stronger after the confrontation with the mocking students earlier that day. Comet informed the others that Reverend Isekai'd would miss today's lesson. The students prepared themselves for another difficult self-study session together quietly. Arch complained about the overwhelming amount of study material assigned recently. He worried Reverend Isekai'd pushed the students beyond normal academic limits daily. Comet calmly explained Mio left earlier for personal experiments outside. The remaining students assumed the others were probably relaxing around the academy courtyard. Mio continued dangerous experiments using gunpowder despite previous warnings. Her reckless curiosity repeatedly caused accidents throughout the academy grounds during self-study periods there. Another magical accident suddenly exploded near the courtyard afterward. Mio panicked immediately, while the others realized she accidentally activated unstable magic again nearby. Another explosion suddenly erupted inside the academy courtyard laboratory. Mio and the others were thrown backward, while magical sparks scattered everywhere violently afterward. Arch asked about the latest dangerous experiment immediately afterward. The students explained Mio researched methods to increase magic effectiveness through unstable amplification techniques recently. Comet discovered Zess hiding quietly inside a large tree nearby. Reverend Isekai'd previously ordered him monitoring Mio whenever experiments became dangerously unstable around others. Zess admitted he underestimated the experiment's danger completely. While speaking with Comet, he revealed another important message had already reached him earlier that day. Zess finally handed Comet an official sealed letter carefully. The bishop apparently requested Comet personally appear for an important challenge issued against him publicly. Zess carefully examined the bishop's challenge letter beside Comet. Reverend Isekai'd trusted Comet's judgment and believed he could understand the hidden meaning correctly. Later, Zess and Mio secretly approached the barony mansion together. While Mio worried about future accidents, suspicious guards immediately stopped them near the entrance. A murder case suddenly spread through the church district. The nobles and church members gathered in fear after Lady Misery was found dead inside the mansion. Everyone believed the case was impossible to solve quickly. Amami calmly sat before the witnesses and began asking questions. Corone and the others watched silently as he focused on every small detail around the room and the people involved. Some nobles became impatient and wanted the investigation to end immediately. However, Amami continued examining the body and the medical evidence because he believed the truth had not been revealed yet. Amami asked about Lady Misery's past injuries and medical history. The family insisted she had always been healthy, but their nervous reactions made Amami suspect they were hiding something important. After hearing every answer, Amami quietly prepared his next question. His sharp observations slowly exposed contradictions inside the mansion, bringing the hidden truth of the murder closer to the surface. Amami suddenly asked about Lady Misery's monthly condition. The nobles were shocked by the strange question, but Amami carefully watched their reactions instead of their answers. A servant nervously explained that Lady Misery had already stopped menstruating. Amami immediately noticed the tension between the maids and the family members standing nearby. The interrogation continued as one noble angrily demanded the questioning to stop. Amami ignored the complaints because the medical details were slowly revealing hidden facts about the victim's condition. A church knight, named Lawrence, stepped forward after noticing something unusual. His serious expression changed the atmosphere inside the mansion as everyone waited for his report. Lawrence revealed that a special permit had just been delivered far earlier than normal church procedures allowed. Amami realized someone inside the mansion had secretly prepared everything before Lady Misery's death was discovered. Lawrence revealed that Reverend Faze had already prepared the special permit before the murder investigation began. Amami immediately realized someone inside the church had expected Lady Misery's death in advance. Comet suddenly reacted with excitement after hearing the new evidence. Her sharp expression showed that she had already connected the hidden details surrounding the case. While walking beside Comet, Amami quietly concluded that Zess had misunderstood the entire situation. The real cause of the murder was far more complicated than simple revenge. Comet confidently explained that solving the case was never difficult for them. Amami remained cautious because he understood that the criminal was still hiding among the nobles. The atmosphere inside the mansion exploded with panic after accusations spread across the room. One of the nobles desperately denied involvement, while Amami carefully watched everyone's reactions to uncover the true murderer. Amami pointed out that the first person who discovered Lady Misery's body naturally became a suspect. The room immediately grew tense as the nobles began accusing one another without hesitation. One servant desperately defended herself, insisting she had no reason to harm her mistress. Amami carefully listened, while noticing how fear and pressure were affecting everyone inside the mansion. Another maid revealed that Lady Misery had recently suffered emotional stress because of repeated demands from the county. The information exposed possible conflict between the noble families. The nobles quickly connected the argument to Countess Flania and claimed Lady Misery had been involved in a serious dispute. Suspicion continued spreading as emotions inside the room became unstable. Amami noticed the sudden reaction from the older noble after Flania's name was mentioned. That small response convinced him someone in the mansion already knew the hidden truth behind Lady Misery's death. Amami questioned Hennet about the county's supplies and deliveries. He explained that Misery had trusted Hennet with important responsibilities, which connected him closely to the conflict surrounding the household goods. Hennet suddenly turned his suspicions toward another noble and claimed that person had argued with his wife more than anyone else. The accusations inside the mansion became even more chaotic. Lawrence tried to calm everyone before the argument completely lost control. Amami remained focused and announced that the recent quarrel had actually helped reveal an important clue about the murder. Amami then asked who among the people near Lady Misery could use healing magic. The unexpected question caused silence to spread through the room once again. The church agents explained that the Secret Service members could not use healing magic despite their connection to the papacy. Hearing that answer, Amami finally narrowed down the possible murderer hiding inside the mansion. Hennet froze in shock. After Amami narrowed the suspects down to a single person, the nervous expression on Baron Glucon's face immediately drew attention from everyone inside the mansion. Amami calmly declared that only Baron Glucon remained suspicious after eliminating everyone else connected to the case. The room fell silent as the accusation became direct. The nobles stared in disbelief while Amami pointed directly at Baron Glucon and exposed him as the culprit behind Lady Misery's death. Panic quickly spread across the mansion hall. Baron Glucon tried defending himself by claiming that using healing magic alone could not prove murder. He attempted to dismiss the accusation as nothing more than a misunderstanding. Amami then explained the final medical evidence involving needle marks near Lady Misery's body. With Comet supporting the conclusion, the hidden method behind the murder was finally revealed to everyone present. Baron Glucan angrily tried to stop the investigation and demanded that Lady Misery's body remain untouched. Captain Ostea watched carefully as the noble's emotional reaction became stronger than before. Amami then revealed the special permit authorized by the Pope himself. The document allowed an autopsy that would normally be forbidden by church law, shocking everyone inside the mansion. The nobles panicked after learning the church had already approved the examination before the case was solved. Baron Glucan's expression immediately changed as Amami exposed the hidden preparation behind the investigation. Comet carefully examined the needle marks near Lady Misery's abdomen. She discovered unusual resistance beneath the skin, suggesting something unnatural had been placed inside the body before death. Amami demonstrated the medical evidence by forcing blood through the hidden wound pattern. The experiment proved that the murder weapon and healing magic had been used together, finally cornering Baron Glukin with undeniable proof. Comet suddenly embraced Lady Misery's body, while protecting the evidence from being disturbed. The emotional scene shocked the nobles as the investigation reached its most dangerous moment. Amami harshly exposed Baron Glukin's fake ignorance and prepared to explain the true murder method in front of everyone gathered inside the mansion hall. Using another needle, Amami demonstrated the exact technique used on Lady Misery's body. Captain Ostea carefully observed the experiment as the hidden details became clearer. Ostea confirmed that traces of blood remained on the needle, even though no liquid was stored inside it. The strange result proved the murder involved more than a simple stabbing. Before Amami could finish explaining everything, a sudden magical attack burst toward the group. The hidden culprit realized the truth had been exposed and desperately tried to silence the investigation. Mio praised Comet after protecting the investigation despite the sudden attack. Comet smiled brightly. Though the dangerous situation inside the mansion was far from over, Amami stayed calm while the nobles panicked around him. He ignored the chaos and focused entirely on explaining the medical evidence behind Lady Misery's death. Comet quietly thanked Mio for the support, admitting that dealing with foolish adults had exhausted her. Even so, she continued helping Amami uncover the truth. Amami finally revealed the abnormal condition inside Lady Misery's abdomen. Her muscles were heavily damaged and covered with blood, proving something violent had happened before her death. Amami concluded that Lady Misery had been stabbed in the stomach with a knife and left to bleed internally. The murder had then been hidden using healing magic to disguise the fatal wound as a natural death. Amami explained that Baron Glukin had healed the skin over Lady Misery's stab wound to hide the external injury. The lack of blood beneath her body proved she had slowly bled internally after the attack. Amami cornered the Baron by declaring that only someone capable of healing magic could commit such a carefully hidden murder. Baron Glukin's terrified expression revealed that the accusation had struck the truth. Unable to deny the evidence any longer, Baron Glukin collapsed to the floor while the nobles demanded answers. Amami calmly concluded that the motive was most likely money. The Baron admitted that his noble position was weak. Despite his aristocratic status, maintaining appearances had become impossible as financial pressure continued destroying his household. Baron Glukin confessed that his economy was collapsing and his title could eventually be revoked. Driven by desperation and greed, he murdered Lady Misery to secure wealth before losing everything. Baron Glukin blamed Lady Misery for wasting the family's remaining funds on the county and merchants. His anger revealed the resentment he had hidden for a long time behind his noble appearance. The Baron confessed that he once dreamed of becoming a magician, but the county forced him into marriage and political duty instead. Over the years, his dreams and wealth slowly disappeared, turning his frustration into hatred. Comet remembered the miserable people she had seen before, including children abandoned by greed and selfish adults. The confession inside the mansion reminded her of those painful memories. A tragic memory surfaced of a lonely child crying in a ruined room while holding a burned object close. The suffering caused by selfish decisions had continued destroying innocent lives long before this murder happened. Even after confessing, Baron Glukin cried in self-pity, but Comet rejected his excuses completely. She coldly reminded him that admitting the crime did not erase the fact that he murdered Lady Misery for his own desires. Comet angrily rejected Baron Glukin's excuses and declared that hurting people close to him was unforgivable. Her fury filled the mansion as everyone watched the criminal break down in fear. Standing beside Mio, Comet coldly told Baron Glukin that he had no right to cry after murdering Lady Misery. The nobles fell silent as the weight of the crime finally settled over the room. Another noble then revealed the truth Lady Misery had hidden for years. She had secretly supported Baron Glukin's dream of returning to magic, and even lobbied the papacy on his behalf. Lady Misery had also used gifts and political connections through Hennet to improve Baron Glukin's future. Everything she did was meant to protect his dignity and restore his lost ambitions. After learning the truth, Baron Glukin completely collapsed in despair. Realizing he had murdered the one person still trying to save him, he screamed Lady Misery's name while drowning in regret. Baron Glukin suddenly grabbed Mio and threatened everyone with a weapon. The nobles panicked as Captain Ostea demanded to know what he was trying to do inside the mansion hall. Completely consumed by madness, Baron Glukin declared that he would escape no matter what happened. He shouted that he deserved happiness even after committing murder. Glukin pressed the blade against Mio and threatened to stab her if anyone moved. Comet immediately focused her magic, while Astea and Amami carefully tried to calm the situation. Before Glukin could attack, Mio reacted first and struck him directly. At the same moment, magical force exploded around the room. As Comet supported the counterattack, the mansion erupted into chaos as powerful attacks collided across the hall. Wooden debris and magical energy scattered everywhere. While Glukin desperately fought against Comet and the others, after losing control completely, Baron Glukin desperately continued fighting as magical energy filled the mansion hall. Comet, Mio, and the others stood together and finally overwhelmed him with their combined power. A massive explosion burst through the upper floor as the battle ended. Glukin was thrown across the mansion while Comet calmly watched the destruction settle around them. After the conflict ended, Captain Astea entrusted the remaining matters to Lawrence before preparing to leave. The mansion slowly returned to silence after the long investigation and battle. Lawrence then asked Amami about the strange examination performed on Lady Misery's body. Amami casually explained that he had only participated because someone requested his medical expertise. Amami revealed that most examinations in this world relied entirely on healing magic. If the magic failed, the body was simply declared dead without deeper investigation, which allowed Baron Glukin to hide the murder for so long. Captain Astea admitted that Amami's examination methods were completely different from ordinary healing investigations. Because of that careful approach, the hidden murder case had been solved far more quickly than expected. Amami simply smiled and explained that he was only following the medical teachings passed down by his teacher. After saying goodbye to Astea, he quietly left the mansion hall. Astea watched Amami leave and reflected on how mysterious both Isekai'd and Comet truly were. Despite being young, Comet possessed knowledge and abilities far beyond ordinary people. Outside the mansion, the group slowly relaxed after the intense battle. Mio proudly talked about making an earring from the damaged item, while the others teased Comet about her messy hair. Comet complained about the troublesome Permit 42 investigation, but the others reminded her that Isekai'd had specifically requested them to help Mio and Comet. Even after the case ended, Amami's strange methods continued, leaving a strong impression on everyone. After leaving the mansion, Comet's companions teased her for acting cold, despite clearly being happy they had all come together. Embarrassed by their comments, Comet quickly tried to hide her feelings. The remaining nobles sincerely thanked Amami, Comet, and the others for uncovering the truth behind Lady Misery's death and Baron Glukin's crime. Their gratitude quietly closed the painful investigation. Later that night, the group discussed a new proposal while standing outside the Grand Church building. They realized future dangers would continue appearing even after this case ended. Amami suggested that everyone exchange magic jewels with one another. By carrying another person's jewel, they could immediately sense when something dangerous happened to their companions. The group learned that crystallized magic jewels naturally resonated with their owners over great distances. Even if separated far away, the connection would allow them to understand each other's condition and respond quickly in times of danger. The group happily agreed to exchange magic jewels and promised to protect one another whenever danger appeared. Their trust grew stronger after surviving the murder case together. Comet accepted the proposal without hesitation, while the others asked everyone to swear an oath together. For the first time in a long while, the group truly felt united. Standing beneath the church towers, Comet declared that the 6 stars would never lose each other again. The others quietly accepted her words with confidence and relief. The group smiled together as Mio admitted that they had become her true family. After everything they experienced, their bond felt stronger than blood relations. News of the solved aristocratic murder case soon spread through the city streets, while ordinary people whispered about the mysterious investigators. Amami and the 6 stars continued moving toward their next journey together. News about the 6 stars spread quickly through the city after the aristocratic murder case ended. People began talking about how healing magic had nearly been misused after being forced back into secular society. A young man named Colnelson listened to the rumors, while imagining himself becoming someone just as important as the 6 stars. His excitement grew as the story reached more citizens. Suddenly, Archbishop Sislarp appeared before Colnelson. The powerful church figure calmly observed the boy while the atmosphere around them became heavy with tension. Sislarp declared that he would personally evaluate Colnelson's potential. Shocked by the unexpected attention, the young man could barely understand what was happening. The Archbishop then offered Colnelson protection and power if he agreed to stand under the church's influence. Tempted by the promise of strength, Colnelson faced a decision that could completely change his future. Deep inside a distant fortress connected to the World Tree, powerful figures discussed the capture of a healing magician. The mysterious organization finally confirmed that the person they had been searching for was now within their reach. A masked ruler sitting upon a dark throne ordered the frightened man to approach without fear. After losing the battle, the elf commander explained their mistakes and encouraged Couronne and Princess Yuno to improve themselves carefully. Couronne felt embarrassed by her weakness during combat, but she accepted the commander's advice and promised herself improvement afterward. Princess Yuno understood the harsh reality of battle and realized greater discipline and preparation were necessary for future missions. The entire group gathered beside their commander and prepared themselves for difficult training to avoid another painful defeat again. That night, Couronne watched everyone training seriously and strengthened her determination to become useful during the next dangerous battle. Couronne quietly watched over Amami while he slept weakly beside medical equipment after suffering from a dangerous fever recently. Suddenly, Amami slowly opened his eyes, surprising Couronne and making her immediately call everyone waiting anxiously outside the room. The entire group rushed inside happily after hearing Amami awakened, accidentally startling him while celebrating his recovery from illness together. Amami smiled weakly afterward and apologized sincerely for worrying everyone during the long period. He remained unconscious from severe fever. While resting, Amami listened carefully as everyone explained how dangerous his condition became after exhausting himself and overusing magical energy. After recovering, Amami happily thanked Couronne for helping him during his illness, making her become embarrassed and unable to answer properly. Couronne immediately reminded Amami to examine Princess Yuno's injured arm, because everyone remained worried about her recovery condition afterward. Amami learned that Saya continuously used purification magic after surgery to prevent dangerous infections, while he remained unconscious from severe fever. After checking his wound carefully, Amami became surprised because the surgery healed perfectly without rashes, pus, or infection appearing afterward. Couronne explained that Clofei protected and watched over Amami throughout the entire night, making him sincerely appreciate everyone supporting his recovery. During the night, Clofei and several companions visited Amami's room, explaining they protected him carefully while he recovered from illness. Clofei explained that helping Amami during recovery was natural, because she wanted to repay the kindness he previously showed everyone. Couronne learned that many companions, including the Prince of Dragons, stayed nearby throughout every night to protect Amami together continuously. After hearing everyone's efforts, Amami became deeply emotional because he finally realized how much his companions truly cared about him. Unable to control his feelings anymore, Amami hugged everyone tightly while sincerely thanking them for protecting and supporting him during recovery. While Amami recovered, Clofei shyly mentioned a secret vampire technique and asked whether he wanted her to demonstrate it personally. The others became curious after hearing Clofei's strange suggestion, while the vampire princess calmly allowed her daughter to continue explaining further. Clofei demonstrated special vampire magic, capable of secretly retrieving blood from targets without immediately causing pain or detection during contact. As magical energy surrounded the bed, Amami suddenly noticed strange sensations spreading around his injured body and became completely confused afterward. Amami quickly realized the vampire magic targeted his wound directly, leaving him shocked and embarrassed while everyone watched his reaction silently. After using vampire magic, Clofei noticed Amami's pain disappeared completely, making both of them surprised by the treatment's effectiveness afterward. Amami became fascinated by the unusual magic while Clofei explained. She developed the technique after observing Couronne's medical anesthesia methods carefully. Couronne admitted she felt frightened and uncertain while treating patients alone, despite successfully handling difficult responsibilities during Amami's unconscious condition previously. Wanting greater confidence, Couronne decided to study medicine seriously and gain more practical experience to avoid fear during future emergencies again. Hearing Couronne's determination, Amami happily agreed to teach her everything possible so she could continue improving as a skilled healer. After Amami awakened, many companions crowded into his room happily, each wanting to confirm personally that the doctor recovered safely afterward. The noisy gathering quickly filled Amami's room, while everyone asked about his condition and expressed concern for his recent dangerous illness. Nearby, a small creature relaxed peacefully after spending the entire night beside Amami during his difficult recovery from severe fever symptoms. Far away, another doctor carefully prepared surgical instruments inside an isolated medical facility, while concentrating seriously before beginning an important operation. Outside the operating room, a worried father anxiously waited and desperately asked Dr. Okusawa about his son's dangerous appendicitis condition afterward. Dr. Okusawa successfully completed the appendicitis surgery, allowing the young patient to finally sleep peacefully and safely recover inside the hospital. The patient's father gratefully thanked Dr. Okusawa repeatedly, while shaking his hands excitedly after hearing his son survived the dangerous surgery. Before leaving, the father warmly offered support and promised Dr. Okusawa immediate help whenever difficult problems appeared during future work assignments. Dr. Okusawa calmly refused additional rewards and instead requested the father remain beside his recovering son throughout the weekend carefully. Later that evening, Dr. Okusawa quietly walked outside alone while thinking seriously about the next medical challenges awaiting him ahead. After leaving the hospital, Dr. Okusawa walked alone through the island roads while quietly observing unusual stone statues beside the path. Back inside the hospital, Kaguya visited the recovering patient and learned Dr. Okusawa already left for important fieldwork outside. Recently, Kaguya worried about Dr. Okusawa constantly overworking himself, especially while searching for the missing doctor named Amami across remote areas. Meanwhile, Dr. Okusawa carefully examined the roadside statues and wrote notes explaining their names and meanings throughout different island regions carefully. Dr. Okusawa discovered the statues protected island roads from evil spirits, storms, powerful gales, and dangerous typhoons approaching nearby villages. While studying island folklore, Dr. Okusawa wondered whether the protective legends surrounding the statues also included dangerous lightning disasters nearby. Dr. Okusawa thanked Natsume for accompanying him during research, because the island investigation required gathering information from many isolated locations carefully. Through a phone conversation, Natsume asked local historians about ancient stories concerning mysterious spirit disappearances, passed down across Iwajima generations previously. After receiving directions, Dr. Okusawa headed toward an abandoned shrine mentioned during the investigation, while continuing recording important information carefully afterward. As Dr. Okusawa approached the mountain shrine, he learned the place supposedly disappeared long ago, increasing his curiosity and concern greatly. Dr. Okusawa followed the narrow forest path carefully, while questioning whether the island legends about disasters also included powerful lightning strikes. Meanwhile, Natsume researched ancient folklore remotely and asked local residents about Raiho Shin traditions connected to mysterious spiritual disappearances on Iwajima. Natsume explained that masked Raiho Shin figures appeared during festivals and supposedly cleansed evil spirits affecting nearby villagers across several Japanese islands. While exploring deeper mountains, Dr. Okusawa suddenly discovered enormous ruined stone structures hidden beneath thick vegetation and immediately became alarmed afterward. Although doubting supernatural explanations, Dr. Okusawa admitted the island's strange lightning incident resembled ancient folklore described by local traditions surprisingly closely. Isekai'd finally arrived at the large cathedral after being delayed, where several important faction leaders already waited inside impatiently together. Inside the Grand Library Hall, Isekai'd informed Lady Cupra that he recently received shocking and completely unbelievable information from distant territories. The gathered faction leaders immediately demanded details because the news seemed serious enough to interrupt their important Kavash faction meeting unexpectedly today. Isekai'd revealed that a priest connected to their organization recently died while investigating matters involving elves and the sacred world tree. After hearing the report, the leaders discussed an old priest named Kunnelson, whose failed mission remained remembered within their faction for years. During the faction meeting, several leaders questioned Isekai'd's claims and demanded proper evidence supporting the shocking reports he recently presented. The discussion revealed that injured Six Stars members survived a violent battle, raising fears about possible war between dragons and elves. One faction leader coldly suggested the Six Stars commander should accept responsibility personally after the disastrous failure involving Kunnelson's mission recently. Elsewhere, priests performed dangerous rituals beside an unconscious patient while reciting sacred words intended to remove deadly poison from the victim. After the ritual ended, Isekai'd finally awakened before relieved companions, though his strange expression worried everyone standing nearby watching silently afterward. After awakening, Isekai'd immediately asked about the World Tree incident, while his worried companions carefully told him to continue resting quietly. Hearing the words World Tree, Isekai'd suddenly became silent and stared blankly ahead, as if struggling to remember something important afterward. When Comet questioned him further, Isekai'd claimed he remembered nothing about the incident, shocking everyone gathered beside the hospital bed completely. Comet became frustrated by Isekai'd's strange behavior, while Mio reminded everyone that Isekai'd barely survived the dangerous attack from Dark Elves. The group finally realized Isekai'd suffered temporary memory loss after severe head trauma, explaining why important memories disappeared following the violent battle. Before leaving the room, Comet promised Isekai'd that everyone would continue protecting his goals while he recovered from serious injuries completely. Mio decided to remain beside Phase temporarily because his condition still appeared unstable despite recovering consciousness after the dangerous recent battle. Outside the room, the others quietly discussed whether Phytes would fully recover after suffering severe trauma during the World Tree incident. Owen Healer suggested examining Phytes with a special Wadjet artifact capable of investigating unusual mental or magical conditions affecting memories carefully afterward. The group realized finding a Wadjet artifact would be difficult, forcing everyone to prepare another dangerous mission before helping Phytes completely recover. Comet revealed that a Wadjet artifact already existed nearby, under the protection of His Holiness' trusted retainer named Hennet recently. Although relieved, the group worried obtaining the Wadjet would not be easy, while Phace's true injuries still remained unclear afterward. Mio explained that Phace was already overwhelmed by Dark Elves before reinforcements reached the World Tree battlefield during the chaotic attack. Comet suddenly realized the incident possibly involved something much larger than the World Tree conflict everyone previously believed throughout their investigation recently. The group began suspecting the Cardinals faction orchestrated the attack because they strongly hated Teach and frequently opposed his activities publicly. The group discussed the suspicious Kavash faction carefully while considering possible connections between the World Tree attack and political conspiracies recently uncovered. Comet argued the ambush seemed unusual because enemies normally attacked within national borders, suggesting hidden motives behind Phy's dangerous encounter there. After reconsidering the evidence carefully, the group slowly realized someone intentionally targeted Phy's, specifically during the World Tree incident investigation mission. Before the discussion continued further, an unfamiliar man suddenly appeared inside the hallway and silently approached the gathered companions without hesitation afterward. The mysterious visitor introduced himself as Tylon from the Inquisition and requested an immediate meeting with Archbishop Phase regarding urgent matters. Tylon arrived with numerous hooded Inquisition members, surrounding Phytes and his companions inside the palace corridor without giving anyone opportunity to escape. Before the shocked group could respond, Tylon accused Phase of rebellion against the church and officially placed everyone under immediate arrest. Amami studied the old records about healing magic and the history of the church. The documents explained how humanity once suffered under oppression and disease before the era of miracles began. The records described Clemenius, known as the Man of Origin, together with his 10 disciples. He founded the church and spread healing magic across the land. During the calamity, the church used healing magic to rebuild relations between humans and other races. Their influence grew as more people depended on their miracles. After the calamity ended, the church became the center of the world. Cardinals and rulers gathered to control healing magic and maintain authority over humanity. Amami looked at the cardinal and realized the church no longer existed only to save lives. Power and leadership had become more important than medicine itself. The church's hierarchy held firm under the Pope, with 10 cardinals guiding its policies. The chain of authority extended through archbishops, bishops, priests, and deacons, each chosen for their judgment. As time passed, the selection of cardinals shifted, influenced by politics and personal ambitions, replacing tradition with wealth and influence. Amidst this, the church's hierarchy faced scrutiny, contrasting centralized control with decentralized structures in other religions. Cardinals and clergy gathered in the Grand Hall, their faces solemn, as power and decisions weighed heavily upon them. The Inquisition rose, enforcing the Church's authority over those who opposed its doctrines. The Church guided humanity's future, performing missionary work while miracles inspired faith across the land. Humanity sought unity and harmony, attempting to maintain balance between races and preserve civilization. The Inquisition judged transgressors, punishing anyone defying the Church under Clemenius's dogma. Magicians, once restricted, could now serve the Pope directly through the Inquisition, ensuring loyalty and control. 3 cardinals, Kupla, Isekai'd, and Sislarp, led the Kavash faction within the Church. The Kavash faction propagated anthropocentric theories, asserting human dominance and guiding followers through ideology. Unlike other factions, Kavash relied on control and militarism, while Chalamet and Sweemhosh pursued harmony or doctrine. The faction operated discreetly, separating public appearances from covert influence and maintaining measured control over followers. A cardinal reminded observers that the faction's authority was fixed, warning others not to misunderstand its purpose. A cardinal summoned another, explaining the reason for the gathering and its importance. The purpose revealed was protection, shielding the Church and humanity from threats. A character noted limited time, emphasizing urgency and the necessity of decisive action. Another excused themselves, leaving the assembly as responsibilities called elsewhere, showing differing priorities. The remaining figure radiated authority and presence, preparing to act, reinforcing the church's power and influence. A powerful figure commanded Archbishop Ecl to stand down, asserting authority over the Inquisition. The cardinal addressed the accusations, insisting their actions were serious and not frivolous. Suspicion arose as Saint Selena's presence highlighted the scrutiny upon Ecl and his motives. The reasoning behind their actions was revealed. The crown symbolized humanity's duty, faith, and divine protection. The cardinal challenged opposition, questioning why anyone would obstruct the church's divine mission and sacred authority. Isekai'd addressed the assembly, stating he had 4 points of concern regarding recent actions. The first issue involved the abandonment of a subordinate, Colonel's son, at the World Tree. Isekai'd questioned whether the subordinate truly fled, highlighting the inhumanity of leaving him amid dangerous creatures. The speaker warned that such negligence placed the country on the edge of an emergency. In response, an apology was offered sincerely, acknowledging the potential consequences and expressing regret for the misstep. The cardinal and Isekai'd faced each other as the assembly observed, tension thick in the air. Isekai'd's presence was met by allies and observers, their expressions revealing concern and attention. A character stated they could not have anticipated the disciple Sislarp's incompetence as described. The revelation shocked the assembly, as the cardinal and Isekai'd struggled to reconcile the new information. Outrage erupted among some members, questioning whether leaving the disciple behind was acceptable, while the other suggested departure. The cardinal confronted Isekai'd, accusing him of leaving Colonel's son under his care, without oversight. Isekai'd denied wrongdoing, explaining all accusations contradicted the facts, and expressing his intention to withdraw. The cardinal insisted that responsibility remained with Isekai'd, even if the subordinate was previously unaffiliated. Isekai'd affirmed he would defend the country if needed, questioning whether he should be held responsible. Outrage erupted as Isekai'd argued the cardinal should first investigate his own orders before placing blame. The cardinal accused the archbishop of complicity in a recent disaster, demanding answers about deliberate negligence. Witnesses testified that the archbishop allowed arson to occur, escalating tension in the assembly. The archbishop defended himself, explaining he acted on evidence and questioning the validity of the accusations. He acknowledged the potential for disaster, but emphasized that responsibility lay with those who misjudged the situation. The archbishop revealed that Cardinal Nosap governed the affected area and could have prevented the catastrophe, redirecting accountability. The archbishop prepared to explain details to Cardinal Nosap, highlighting the unfolding events. Accusations of forcing conflict with other cardinals and mismanaging dragons were confronted, exposing tensions. The archbishop turned toward Lady Saint, questioning her motives and intentions in the assembly. Lady Saint demanded an explanation for the attitude shown toward her, emphasizing her authority despite not being a cardinal. With resolve, the archbishop requested that the disruptive party leave, asserting control over the proceedings and maintaining order. The archbishop confronted Lady Selena, preparing to explain critical details to Cardinal Nosap. Accusations emerged regarding conflict and manipulations among cardinals, exposing underlying rivalries and tension. Lady Selena was questioned about her motives, revealing the influence of personal rivalry in the assembly. The third concern arose: the suspicious holy water, a traditional remedy now repurposed and misunderstood. The cardinal challenged the explanation, questioning whether the archbishop's defense adequately addressed all suspicions and accountability. The archbishop accused Lady Saint of violating tradition, highlighting how holy water was produced by slum dwellers. The cardinal confirmed the scale of arson and the deliberate use of the concoction to incite chaos. The archbishop dismissed the accusation as delusional, demanding evidence to substantiate claims against him. Villagers appeared, demonstrating their ability to produce the liquid, challenging assumptions and traditions upheld by the clergy. Lady Saint's expression hardened, realizing the tension between evidence, tradition, and the ethical responsibility of the church. The cardinal demanded an answer, glaring at Lady Selena, with intensity and urgency. The archbishop reflected, realizing the Inquisition had been informal from the start, a feodate of authority. Lady Selena noted the intimidation tactics and hostage situation, dismissing the proceedings as a farce. She asked what the assembly expected her to do, questioning their intentions and moral authority. The cardinal reacted with glee, believing her compliance would simplify their plans and solidify control. The cardinal raised the fourth concern, questioning the archbishop about an injured Six Stars member after Colnelson's incident. Lady Selena confronted the cardinal, emphasizing the responsibility of properly managing subordinates and acknowledging the failure. She prepared to act, moving toward the World Tree to resolve the situation herself. Lady Selena carefully lifted the medical instruments, demonstrating precision and skill. The assistant confirmed the procedure's completion, checking on the master's condition, signaling relief and order restored. Lady Selena glares fiercely, demanding answers about failures and misconduct of the 6 stars. The Archbishop sweats nervously, caught between accusations and the undeniable truth confronting him directly. Lady Selena calmly explains the Inquisition was never formal, questioning their motives behind hostages. She asks firmly, "What do you want me to do?" emphasizing responsibility and clarity. The Archbishop claps hands, smiling widely, realizing Lady Selena's cooperation makes solving this crisis easier. The 3 leaders of the Kavash faction, Kuplay, Isekai'd, and Sislarp, are introduced formally. These 3 cardinals control the Kavash faction, driving anthropocentrism within the church hierarchy explicitly. The Chalamet and Suimhach factions are described. Kavash manipulates followers, Suimhach enforces doctrine militaristically. The Kavash faction maintains a fixed, discrete influence, separate from the outward operations of the church. Do not misunderstand their intentions. Their influence is precise, aiming to protect church and humanity. The reason they summoned the protagonist is to protect the church and humanity from threats. Dozastal tried to stop the collapsing cave with his remaining magic, but the barrier continued breaking apart. Amami noticed the magic device losing control. Sweat covered his face as he realized the entire rescue mission would fail if nobody repaired the damaged mechanism immediately. Despite the danger, Amami stepped deeper into the unstable tunnel. He understood that nobody else had enough knowledge to complete the operation before the cave completely collapsed. Corone stared silently at Amami while he continued forward alone. She understood he was risking his own life because the trapped villagers still depended on him. Meanwhile, another survivor hurried through the forest carrying supplies and equipment. Corone finally reached the mountain near the World Tree after traveling through heavy rain. She climbed onto a rocky cliff and searched for a safe place to rest before continuing her journey. After entering a narrow cave behind the waterfall, Corone believed she had escaped the storm. She dried herself and relaxed for a moment while checking her supplies carefully. Suddenly, Corone noticed strange glowing eyes watching from deeper inside the cave. Fear overwhelmed Corone as the creature lunged toward her. She lost her footing on the wet rocks and slid uncontrollably down the steep underground slope. Corone was thrown into a violent underground river connected to the roots of the World Tree. The strong current carried her deeper into the unknown darkness far beneath the mountain. Corone was swept through the violent underground current while the roots of the World Tree passed beside her. She struggled desperately to stay above the water as the darkness closed around her. The rushing river carried Corone directly toward a massive tree root blocking the tunnel. She tried to avoid the collision, but the powerful current moved too fast for her body to react. Believing she would never return, Corone apologized in her heart to Dozastal, Chief Normam, and the others waiting for her. At the last moment, the small lion-like spirit beside her used its remaining power to push Corone away from the deadly impact. Exhausted from the fall and the freezing current, Corone finally lost consciousness beside the underground stream, while the storm continued shaking the World Tree above her. Fia and Saul waited near the entrance of the settlement, while rain continued falling around the World Tree. They discussed searching the area for anything that could help Zess before meeting the village leaders. As they walked deeper into the settlement, the two noticed the heavy security surrounding the upper district. The tense atmosphere made Saul uneasy, but Fia continued observing the surroundings calmly. While searching for supplies, Fia suddenly sensed movement nearby. She stopped walking and looked toward the flooded clearing beyond the large roots of the World Tree. Saul quickly stepped forward after noticing a gigantic shadow approaching through the rain, believing a dangerous monster had appeared inside the settlement. The creature finally emerged from the darkness, revealing the same lion-like guardian that had saved Corone underground. Fia and Saul froze in shock as the massive beast silently stood before them. Corone regained consciousness beside the giant guardian that had carried her through the storm. Although frightened at first, she thanked the creature for saving her life, and continued walking despite her serious injuries. Her body weakened quickly as blood continued running down her face and clothes. Even while collapsing from exhaustion, Corone forced herself forward because she still needed to reach Chief Normam. Fia and Saul finally discovered Corone near the outer path of the settlement. Shocked by her condition, they immediately rushed toward her and promised to find a way to treat her wounds. A hooded figure stepped forward and carried Corone carefully in his arms. However, he warned Fia and Saul that depending on outsiders would place the settlement in even greater danger. The strange figure then looked directly at the injured Corone and questioned whether anyone there truly possessed the ability to save her condition before it became too late. News of Corone's injuries quickly spread through the settlement. Several villagers gathered around the transport wagon, shocked that humans had arrived together with someone so badly wounded. The villagers explained that there had still been enough time to hide Alec before the human forces entered the area. At the same moment, concern spread after they realized Amami had still not returned safely. Amami finally appeared near the medical shelter while checking on the others he had left under L's protection. Although exhausted, he immediately focused on the injured people waiting for treatment. Fia warned Amami that the hostile group searching the settlement could already be targeting him directly. She insisted that protecting his life had become more important than continuing risky negotiations. Even after hearing the warning, Amami could not ignore Coron's condition. He decided he would still meet the villagers and continue treating anyone who became sick or injured before the situation worsened further. Fia watched Amami carefully while Coron's condition worsened inside the shelter. The deep injuries covering Coron's face continued bleeding, and the atmosphere inside the room became increasingly tense. Coron struggled to stay conscious as the pain spread through her body. Every movement caused fresh bleeding, making the nearby villagers realize her life was now in serious danger. A young beast folk healer desperately searched for a solution. Although she wanted to call her master for help, fear of the nearby humans forced her to continue treating Coron alone, despite her lack of experience. Meanwhile, the village leaders argued over whether the humans should be allowed inside the settlement. Some believed accepting their help could place the entire community at risk if hidden motives existed behind their arrival. Suspicion toward Amami's group quickly grew after reports connected humans to the prison explosion and the disappearance of several hostages. The settlement feared Coron's injuries might become the reason for a larger conflict. Several village guards surrounded the shelter while watching Amami's group carefully. Fakie and Sol stood silently under the rain as tension spread between the humans and the beastfolk villagers protecting Coron. A young beastfolk leader finally stepped forward and apologized to Coron. Although the village feared the humans, she admitted that Coron's injuries had become too severe to handle without outside treatment. Even while suffering from intense pain, Coron refused the suggestion immediately. She feared accepting help from humans would only create more trouble for the villagers who had already risked themselves protecting her. Coron explained that healing through human magic would require more money than the settlement could ever gather. The villagers lowered their heads after realizing they had no way to pay the cost for proper treatment. Overcome with guilt, Coron begged everyone to leave her alone. She blamed herself for bringing danger to the settlement and believed her injuries had become a burden to everyone around her. The young beastfolk healer remembered Amami's words about doctors never abandoning their patients. Determination replaced her fear as she stared at Coron's worsening condition inside the crowded shelter. Coron apologized weakly for causing trouble to everyone around her. However, the healer refused to listen and focused entirely on controlling the bleeding before the injuries became impossible to treat. Realizing there was no more time to hesitate, the healer ordered Saya and Clofe to leave the room immediately. She decided she would personally complete Coron's treatment, even without her master's support. Instead of leaving, Saya and Clofe chose to remain beside her. They declared they would stop running away and help protect the patients no matter how dangerous the situation became. Encouraged by their resolve, the young healer finally accepted her role completely. She asked Coron for instructions while preparing herself to continue the emergency treatment until Amami returned. Following Coron's instructions, Clofe prepared heated water while Saya activated the support technique she had practiced earlier. The young healer carefully cleaned Coron's wounds using distilled water. Although proper medical supplies were missing, she continued the procedure while checking Coron's reactions and controlling the bleeding as best as possible. Saya stepped forward to assist with the treatment while Coron forced herself to remain calm. Seeing Coron endure the pain without complaint gave the others confidence to continue helping her. Outside the shelter, panic suddenly spread through the settlement after reports claimed the humans had disappeared. Fie and Sol immediately realized the situation around the village was becoming unstable. Again, inside the room, the healer noticed something unusual within Coron's injuries. The strange poison spreading through the wound reacted differently than expected, suggesting the condition was far more dangerous than anyone first believed. Guards suddenly stormed toward the medical shelter after discovering unauthorized humans inside the castle grounds. Their leader demanded everyone stand down immediately before the situation escalated further. Hearing the shouting outside, Saya, Clofe, and the young healer froze in shock. The treatment room fell silent as they realized the guards might forcefully stop Coron's operation before it was completed. Fia stepped between the guards and the shelter entrance to protect the ongoing treatment. She warned them not to interfere because Coron's condition remained unstable, and stopping now could endanger her life. The guards hesitated after seeing the strange treatment taking place inside the room. Fia calmly observed the healer's actions and slowly understood that the beastfolk girl was genuinely trying to save Coron. Gathering all her courage, the young healer finally declared responsibility for the operation herself. She openly announced that Corone was now her patient, and refused to abandon the treatment halfway through. Fia calmly explained to the confused guards that the young beastfolk healer was using purification magic to support Corone's treatment. Saya recognized Fia from a previous seminar, and finally relaxed after understanding who the humans truly were. She asked about Corone's condition while carefully observing the ongoing treatment beside the bed. The healer announced that the wound cleaning and purification process had been completed. Determined to finish the operation herself, she prepared to close the wound and stop the dangerous bleeding before Corone lost consciousness again. At the same time, Sol stepped forward and activated powerful magic beside the treatment area. He focused entirely on suppressing the venom spreading through Corone's body, while supporting the healer's procedure. A violent surge of magical energy suddenly erupted throughout the shelter. Saya, Fei, and the others watched in shock as the unstable poison reacted against Sol's magic and began transforming inside Corone's wound. After the violent reaction finally settled, the bleeding completely stopped, and Corone's wound began closing rapidly. Saya and Fei stared in disbelief as the damaged skin slowly healed before their eyes. Sol calmly confirmed that the treatment had succeeded exactly as he expected. His confidence relieved the tension inside the shelter, while the exhausted healer finally lowered her hands in relief. The hooded elf scolded the others for doubting the humans from the beginning. He explained that the situation could have been resolved earlier, if everyone had trusted the treatment instead of fearing hidden intentions. Corone slowly sat up from the bed and smiled weakly at everyone surrounding her, with tears in her eyes. She thanked the villagers, the healer, Fia, and Sol for saving her life together. Although the conflict between humans and beastfolk still remained unresolved, Corone begged both sides not to fight each other anymore. She promised she would someday repay the kindness shown to her by the human country as well. After Corone recovered, Fia and Sol prepared to leave the shelter quietly. They explained that helping her had simply been the right thing to do, and asked everyone not to worry about repaying the favor. The hooded elder silently watched the humans depart through the curtain entrance. Although he remained cautious, the successful treatment had clearly changed how the villagers viewed the outsiders. Corone quickly stopped the group, after remembering an important matter connected to Chief Normum. She explained that there was still someone she needed to meet before the situation surrounding the settlement could be resolved. A young dwarf girl suddenly introduced herself as Parla while stepping into the shelter. Despite arriving late, she immediately asked the others to guide her through the village because she had urgent business to discuss. Saya, Fei, and Corone were shocked after learning Parla's true identity. She revealed herself as the daughter of Chief Normum and the wife of King Dozistol, making her the queen of the dwarves. Parla hurried through the underground workshop and finally reunited with Chief Normum after many years apart. The old dwarf welcomed her warmly, while noticing the urgency in her expression immediately. Inside the crowded forge room, Parla quickly explained that she had not returned for a normal visit. Her serious tone caused everyone nearby to stop working and listen carefully. Parla revealed that King Dozastel had been struck by the dangerous hammer sickness. Chief Normum's expression changed instantly after hearing the diagnosis, while the others reacted with confusion and alarm. Corone listened closely as Parla explained the illness in detail. Hammer sickness slowly caused a dwarf's fingers to lose feeling until they could no longer properly use crafting tools or weapons. Parla warned that the disease was especially feared among dwarves because their entire society depended on craftsmanship. If left untreated, hammer sickness could eventually spread through the body and lead to death. Parla explained that without King Dozastel's strength, the dwarves could no longer mine adamantite properly. Fear spread through the workshop as everyone realized their entire livelihood depended on the king recovering from hammer sickness. Believing Chief Normum was their final hope, Parla begged him to return and save the dwarven kingdom. However, the old dwarf suddenly rejected the request and coldly ordered her to leave immediately. Chief Normum continued working at his forge without even turning around. He declared that he was no longer their king, leaving Parla completely shocked by his refusal to help Dozastel or the kingdom. Corone watched the painful exchange silently, while Parla struggled to accept the answer. The atmosphere inside the workshop became heavy, as even the nearby villagers could not understand Normum's harsh reaction. After leaving the forge, Parla stood outside in confusion and despair. Unsure what to do next, she could only ask Corone for guidance while trying to find another way to save the dwarven kingdom. While Parla struggled outside the forge, a small child suddenly ran toward her after recognizing her face. The surprised girl froze for a moment before realizing the child was calling out for his mother. Parla immediately embraced the crying child tightly after years of separation. The emotional reunion brought relief to everyone nearby as the child finally stopped trembling in her arms. As they spoke together, the child explained how lonely life had become without her. The child then revealed that he had recently suffered from appendicitis, but survived because Dr. Amami treated him successfully. Corone quickly explained that Amami was her master and the person who had saved many lives already. After hearing about Amami's medical achievements, Parla could hardly believe a single person possessed such knowledge. Her expression brightened with hope as she realized King Dozastal might still be saved. Corone proudly praised Amami, while encouraging Parla to meet him immediately. She explained that her master never abandoned patients and always searched for ways to cure impossible illnesses. Meanwhile, Amami reunited with FIA in Seoul, on the upper bridge of the World Tree Settlement. Seoul reported that they had discovered valuable information during their investigation around the settlement. FIA carefully analyzed the unusual medical methods used within the World Tree community, realizing the World Tree itself might hold the key to the mystery. EIA concluded that the entire structure needed to be investigated further. Amami listened carefully as the elves questioned the sudden dark elf raid. The Forest Council remained tense while El quietly observed the room. The elf leaders admitted that treating the spitting blood disease had been their mistake. Amami understood the misunderstanding between humans and elves was becoming dangerous. The horned elf leader explained that humans also lacked information about the dark elves. Corone noticed everyone growing suspicious of each other. The leader proposed working together to solve every misunderstanding before another conflict started. Amami believed cooperation was the only way to save both sides. As the meeting continued, the leaders prepared to discuss the truth behind the dark elf incident. The Archbishop invited Amami and the others to continue their discussion over tea after the tense council meeting ended peacefully. During the conversation, the Archbishop revealed that a healing priest had neglected his duties and was arrested near the World Tree. Amami realized the situation was connected to the spreading disease. Later, Corone guided the group toward a famous restaurant managed by dragons deep inside the forest district. Excited by the long journey, Corone quickly ordered the restaurant's recommended food and drinks, while El watched curiously. As the group relaxed around the table, Sol confirmed that alcohol was acceptable, allowing everyone to finally enjoy a peaceful evening together. Amami and his group entered the Dragon restaurant, where a horned hostess welcomed them warmly. The strange atmosphere made Amami feel uneasy as many customers quietly stared at the newcomers. Corone ignored the tension and immediately ordered the restaurant's special beer and tacos for everyone. Sol watched curiously while Amami examined the unfamiliar food. After taking his first bite, Amami quickly realized the tacos tasted far better than he expected. The strong flavor surprised him completely. Excited by the meal, Amami drank the cold Kelwisha beer without stopping. The rich taste impressed even Sol and the others. Corone laughed as Amami became overwhelmed by the delicious food and drinks served by the dragons. While eating at the Dragon restaurant, Corone suddenly remembered a strange incident involving a tree struck by lightning near the seminary. The memory returned clearly after hearing the discussion about the World Tree. Realizing the connection might be important, Corone became shocked by her own thoughts. Amami noticed her sudden reaction immediately. Sol continued drinking while the dragon bartender calmly served more food. Corone carefully questioned whether the dish was truly traditional dragon cuisine. The bartender seemed surprised by Corone's suspicion. She explained that similar food could already be found around the World Tree region. Moments later, another customer revealed the dish actually came from the country of the night, making Amami realize the mystery was becoming deeper than expected. While Amami and Corone continued eating, several young girls entered the Dragon restaurant and immediately caught everyone's attention. The Dragon bartender welcomed the new guests warmly and prepared another large order of tacos for the table. Alex seemed interested in treating everyone together. Corone later apologized for acting impatient earlier. After calming down, she admitted hunger had affected her behavior during the discussion. Nearby, Saya nervously approached a black-haired girl from the seminary named Fia. The tense expression on FIA's face made Amami notice their complicated history. Fia quietly remembered her difficult days at the seminary and felt grateful towards Saya for supporting her during those painful moments. Amami and Corone sat with Saya and quietly discussed her future after the problems surrounding the church and the seminary. During the conversation, Saya revealed that Kulnilson had disappeared alongside the Dark Elves. Corone worried about Saya remaining alone near the World Tree. Despite their concerns, Saya chose to stay where she was instead of returning to the church. Amami understood she wanted to decide her own path. Corone soon prepared to leave with Sol and the others before returning to their homeland. Saya watched silently as the group said their farewells. Later, Amami noticed several unfamiliar figures observing the restaurant from a distance, making him suspect new trouble was approaching. Amami carefully examined the young girl's wound and assured her that the injury was healing properly. The girl became excited after hearing his explanation. Wanting to help further, Amami offered to clean the scar more carefully using his medical knowledge instead of ordinary regeneration magic. Alec quietly watched the treatment from nearby. Amami explained that the mark on her arm was a hypertrophic scar that could become more visible over time without proper care. The girl listened with great interest. Although curious about Amami's detailed explanation, the girl decided she was satisfied as long as the pain and bleeding stopped completely. Soon after, the girl begged Amami to investigate King Dozastal's mysterious hammer sickness, leading Amami and Alec toward another difficult medical case. Amami promised the young girl that if he could cure King Dozastal's hammer sickness, he would also properly treat the scar on her arm someday. The girl thanked Dr. Amami sincerely for helping her, but she still looked uncertain about trusting his unusual medical methods completely. Although impressed by his confidence, she nervously questioned whether Amami was truly capable of healing such dangerous illnesses. Amami remained calm despite her doubts. Alec overheard the conversation and realized Amami had already gained another patient before even confirming the exact disease affecting the king. Soon after, several villagers rushed toward Alec carrying an injured girl, causing Amami to immediately prepare for another emergency treatment. Amami immediately examined the injured girl after learning she had almost fallen and hurt her arm during the confusion near the restaurant entrance. To check the injury carefully, Amami asked the crying girl to slowly raise both of her arms. Alec and the others watched quietly nearby. After observing her movement, Amami paused and realized the structure of her wing resembled human anatomy more closely than he expected. Curious about the similarity, Amami gently inspected the feathers and joints around the injured wing to confirm whether any bones were damaged. The girl became shocked when Amami carefully touched the injured area without fear, making her realize he truly understood how to treat her condition. Following Amami's instructions, the injured girl carefully lifted her arms again and suddenly realized the pain in her elbow had disappeared completely. Excited by the successful treatment, the girl happily spread her wings while Amami explained that the injury was only a pulled elbow common among children. Amami then described the condition in detail, explaining how the joint had briefly slipped because of the sudden force on her arm during the accident. Watching the treatment closely, the young girl who requested Amami's help finally became convinced that his medical skills were genuine. As the crowd gathered around him in amazement, many people inside the restaurant began believing that Amami's advanced medicine looked exactly like magic. After successfully treating the injured child, Amami smiled calmly, while the people inside the restaurant began placing their hopes in his medical abilities. The young girl who once doubted him sincerely apologized for her earlier behavior and begged Amami to help both her and her sick husband. Amami accepted her request without hesitation. Outside the restaurant, loud voices suddenly called for the village chief, drawing everyone's attention toward the street. A young beastfolk boy excitedly announced that Dr. Amami and his mother were going to visit his injured father. The villagers quickly gathered around the chief. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the chief apologized for delaying matters and immediately agreed to guide Amami toward the patient. The village chief angrily complained about his stubborn son, who ignored traditional craftsmanship and became obsessed with technology instead of proper training. Hearing the harsh criticism, the young boy named Hugh burst into tears and accused his grandfather of being too cruel toward his father. Nino calmly reminded the chief that Hugh still deeply respected him as family despite the constant arguments between them. The chief quietly accepted those words. Soon after, the group gathered their supplies and prepared to leave the village for the difficult journey ahead. Alec revealed a special carriage designed for both forest creatures and travelers to use together. Realizing the trip would take longer than expected, Amami and the others climbed aboard to continue toward their next patient. As Amami's group prepared to depart, Yuno suddenly arrived alongside several representatives connected to the World Tree government. The moment the group approached, tension spread through the area. Many beastfolk became shocked after noticing humans standing among the visitors. One of the forest guardians immediately grew angry and demanded to know why Yuno had brought a human into their territory. Fia quickly tried calming the situation before violence could begin. She explained that Archbishop ECL Face had personally requested this meeting. Yuno then introduced FIA as one of her trusted 6 stars and proposed a new partnership between humans and the World Tree to rebuild the trust both sides had lost. The forest guardians remained suspicious after hearing that the church's attitude toward the World Tree had suddenly changed. The atmosphere around Amami's group stayed tense. Fia explained that the church no longer wanted conflict and hoped to cooperate with the World Tree. She also revealed she was acting as proof of that peaceful decision. Wanting to ease the tension, Amami politely introduced himself to everyone gathered near the carriage. His calm attitude slowly softened the atmosphere. Soon after, Amami unexpectedly invited EA to travel together with the group toward the dwarves' country. The proposal surprised her completely. Although still frightened by the recent conflict, Fie admitted she wanted to avoid causing further trouble and quietly considered Amami's invitation. Amami explained that he wanted to do everything possible to help Hugh's father and the dwarves suffering from illness. He believed Fie's experience could support their journey. Alec agreed with Amami's decision, but warned him not to wander away during the dangerous trip. Hugh listened carefully beside them. Nearby, one of the 6 stars asked about the missing archbishop, while watching the group prepare to leave the World Tree region. Fia soon pointed toward a distant figure approaching from the upper walkway, making everyone turn their attention toward the newcomer. Amami quietly wondered which person among the approaching visitors was the famous archbishop connected to the recent conflict between humans and the World Tree. The famous archbishop finally appeared before the group, revealing himself as a horned elf, whose calm presence immediately surprised Amami. After observing him closely, Amami realized the legendary human archbishop was far different from the rumors he had heard before. Nearby, Hugh's grandfather continued preparing the large carriage for the journey, and worried whether the modified vehicle could survive such a long trip. Amami suggested that the old craftsman should travel together with them in case the carriage broke during the dangerous route toward the dwarves' country. Although pretending he only wanted to supervise the situation, the grandfather eventually agreed to join the group, making Hugh and the others visibly excited. After everyone agreed on the plan, Amami and the others happily thanked the village chief for joining their dangerous journey toward the dwarves' country. With the preparations complete, the traveling group finally departed from the World Tree region, using the special carriage and flying forest beasts. As the group disappeared into the distance, the enormous World Tree stood quietly behind them, while Archbishop Ecl watched the departure carefully. Ecl admitted he still worried about Fia's condition and questioned whether allowing her to leave with Amami had truly been the right decision. Even so, Ecl accepted the responsibility for sending Fia away, knowing the church leaders would criticize him heavily for supporting cooperation with humans and the World Tree. After watching Amami's group leave, Archbishop Ecl promised to prevent any new conflict from threatening Fia or the fragile partnership with the World Tree. Meanwhile, the flying carriage carried Amami and the others high above the forest as everyone settled into the long journey toward the dwarves' country. Sitting quietly inside the vehicle, Amami looked determined as he prepared himself for the difficult medical cases waiting ahead. During the flight, Fia gazed outside the carriage with excitement and decided she would carefully observe Amami's strange medical methods throughout the trip. Snow covered Mount Boda as Zofril observed frozen canals while northern villagers struggled protecting homes before the approaching winter festival. Inside the castle, officials informed Prince Zofril that retaining walls and snow canals barely slowed the worsening mountain blizzard conditions. Zofril silently accepted the report and trusted local workers handling preparations while personally investigating dangerous conditions surrounding the northern territory. The exhausted workers complained about lacking mana resources needed repairing canals before festival spirits arrived and threatened nearby frozen settlements. Walking alone through dark hallways, Zofril realized the kingdom ignored northern suffering, despite increasing pressure caused by Mount Boda storms. Zofril remembered ancient miners curing hammer sickness by resting their arms, while King Dozistol continued believing desperate traditional recovery methods. A violent snowstorm surrounded exhausted workers as villagers demanded immediate solutions, because waiting helplessly would never protect Mount Boda settlements. Inside the moving carriage, Amami ordered windows opened carefully after sunset, while Chloe rested safely away from dangerous freezing sunlight exposure. One traveling companion nervously asked Lady Chloe whether she understood the destination nearby, and recognized the mysterious mines surrounding Northern Territory. Chloe calmly confirmed understanding the mining location while Amami and companions listened carefully during their dangerous journey toward Mount Boda settlements. The vampires apologized sincerely to Amami's group and explained ancient caves once protected their people from dangerous daylight disasters safely. Amami listened carefully after Chloe mentioned the great disaster and mysterious festival of spirits, connected deeply with northern vampire traditions. The snowstorm intensified during travel while companions promised they would arrive soon at the hidden settlement beneath Mount Boda safely. Villagers suddenly spotted flying shadows above snowy skies, and panicked immediately after recognizing dragons and dangerous chimera approaching their settlement. Armed northern guards prepared nervously for battle until a massive dragon landed peacefully before everyone surrounding the snow-covered village settlement. Parla hurried through heavy snowfall and called for Zofril, while announcing she successfully brought important help toward the struggling settlement. The northern guards watched nervously as Parla's arrival shocked everyone, raising hope throughout villagers suffering under relentless winter conditions daily. Zofril stared silently at Parla after hearing she truly brought assistance, capable of helping the isolated northern territory survive safely. Parla proudly introduced Dr. Amami and his companions, while snow continued falling heavily around the crowded village entrance during nighttime arrival. Zofril reacted with complete disbelief, after realizing Parla had brought a human doctor directly into the hidden vampire settlement unexpectedly. Zofril coldly ordered Dr. Amami and his companions to leave immediately, despite Parla desperately bringing them through dangerous snowstorms recently. Although grateful toward Parla's efforts, Zofril apologized sincerely and explained previous attempts finding human assistance ended completely without useful results. Parla learned human priests previously mocked Zofril's illness and failed helping him, causing distrust toward outsiders entering vampire settlements afterward. Fia stepped forward beside Amami and requested examining Zofril personally, because church healers already declared his strange sickness completely incurable earlier. Zofril reluctantly allowed the visitors inside snowy village homes, while warning Ifia and Amami against repeating previous church healers' mistakes again. Zofril suddenly asked Parla whether she also brought Hugh's father, causing everyone nearby becoming nervous during heavy snowfall outside. Parla angrily explained Hugh's father abandoned the settlement long ago after neglecting responsibilities and ignoring important daily survival struggles completely. Chief Normim unexpectedly appeared through the snow and greeted the exhausted villagers while Parla reacted with complete surprise beside Amami nearby. Normim calmly explained he wanted peaceful families reunited again and encouraged Zofril allowing everyone enter the settlement safely before nightfall arrived. The argument between Zofril and Normim intensified quickly after Normim defended Dr. Amami and criticized Zofril's harsh distrust toward outsiders recently. Zofril and Chief Normim glared fiercely at each other while heavy snow surrounded the tense northern village gathering that evening. Amami worried the argument would become dangerous because Zofril's worsening sickness could lose control during violent physical confrontation between both leaders. Ignoring everyone nearby, Zofril and Normim suddenly charged forward and slammed powerful punches directly against each other through falling snow violently. The villagers watched nervously, while both stubborn leaders continued fighting one-handed, refusing surrender despite painful injuries and freezing winter conditions surrounding them. Zofril and Normim smiled fiercely during their brutal clash, proving their rivalry remained strong even after many difficult years apart together. Zofril and Normim crashed violently into nearby structures, while villagers realized their fierce rivalry still carried deep friendship underneath everything. After exchanging powerful blows, Zofril and Normim prepared continuing their reckless fight despite exhaustion spreading throughout both stubborn northern leaders already. A masked elder suddenly interrupted the battle and reminded everyone the Festival of Spirits remained far more important than personal arguments tonight. Zofril respectfully spoke with Lady Chloe and remembered ancient caves protecting vampire ancestors after humans guided them toward safe northern shelter long ago. Zofril swore proudly the Festival of Spirits would succeed because the ceremony honored King Lugan and protected future generations from suffering forever. Lady Chloe thanked Zofril sincerely and reminded him protecting his health remained more important than forcing himself through painful illness daily. Inside the warm village home, Amami carefully examined Zofril's numb hand, while companions silently observed the unusual symptoms surrounding hammer sickness closely. Fia explained the strange illness showed poor compatibility with ordinary healing magic, making traditional church treatment methods completely ineffective against symptoms. Fia continued describing how healing magic struggled treating illnesses without swelling or fever, especially mysterious conditions affecting nerves and physical movement severely. The church healers admitted ordinary restoration spells barely affected Zofril's worsening condition, because the sickness had already progressed far beyond treatment. Fia admitted church healing magic could not cure everything, and believed Dr. Amami possessed knowledge capable of helping Zofril's mysterious illness. Amami politely asked King Dozastal, copying his hand posture carefully before beginning a strange medical examination inside the crowded warm village home. Following Amami's instructions, Dozastal held both hands together steadily while everyone nearby watched the unusual treatment process with nervous curiosity silently. Amami suddenly applied pressure against Dozastal's wrist, causing sharp pain and shocking sensations, spreading violently through his numb frozen hand immediately. Fia and the villagers reacted with complete surprise after Dozastal suddenly regained painful feeling inside his wrist during Amami's examination procedure. Amami apologized before continuing detailed examination procedures and carefully requested King Dozastal showing his injured hand for proper diagnosis immediately afterward. Amami tested Dozastal's palm carefully and triggered painful reactions through specific nerve pressure points during the unusual medical examination process inside. Dozastal reacted violently from intense pain, while Amami immediately confirmed the examination produced positive signs connected with hammer sickness symptoms. Clearly, Amami questioned Dozastal about numbness affecting certain fingers, and quickly connected the symptoms with damaged nerves inside the swollen wrist area. After understanding dwarf anatomy similarities, Amami confidently realized he finally discovered the true medical cause behind dangerous hammer sickness spreading widely. Parla and the villagers reacted with complete shock after Amami announced he finally understood the true cause behind hammer sickness completely. Amami calmly explained King Dozastal suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome, surprising everyone gathered inside the warm northern village house silently afterward. Using detailed medical explanations, Amami described compressed wrist nerves causing numbness, pain, and weakness. Throughout Dozastal's overworked mining hands daily, Amami explained the condition commonly affected workers constantly using their hands heavily, especially people performing repetitive labor throughout dangerous occupations regularly. Dozastal quietly understood Amami's explanation because dwarves depended entirely upon their hands for survival, mining work, and protecting northern settlements daily. Dozastal questioned whether Amami could truly cure hammer sickness after resting and traditional healing methods already failed, helping his painful condition. Amami confidently explained surgery could repair the damaged wrist directly if ordinary recovery methods and healing magic no longer worked properly. Hearing Amami mention surgery, Dozastal stared silently with disbelief because such dangerous treatment methods were completely unfamiliar within northern settlements previously. Hugh excitedly remembered Amami previously saving his life through stomach surgery and explained similar treatment could release Dozastal's compressed wrist nerve. Dozastal grabbed Amami's clothes in complete shock after realizing the young doctor once opened Hugh's stomach during emergency treatment successfully. Fie immediately stopped Dozastal after he aggressively grabbed Amami, while everyone inside the crowded house reacted with sudden panic nervously afterward. Dozastal slowly loosened his grip while staring silently at his trembling hands, struggling accepting Amami's shocking medical explanation completely inside. Hugh proudly stood beside Amami and called for his father's attention, hoping everyone would finally trust the young human doctor completely. To prove Amami's surgery succeeded previously, Hugh suddenly revealed the healed scar across his stomach before the stunned villagers silently nearby. The villagers watched speechlessly while Hugh happily explained. Amami removed the evil sickness from his stomach and completely saved his life. Hugh begged his father sincerely to trust Dr. Amami and finally allow the dangerous operation treating his worsening hand condition immediately. Amami smiled nervously while Fia calmly observed beside him, waiting silently for Dozastal's final decision regarding the risky surgery procedure ahead. Dozastal questioned whether cutting his injured hand with a knife could truly remove the terrible sickness affecting his painful wrist completely. Amami answered confidently, without hesitation, assuring Dozastal the surgery would successfully relieve pressure damaging the important nerves inside his wrist permanently. The village elders worried heavily because Dozastal's hand supported everyone's survival, making the dangerous operation an extremely important decision for northern dwarves. Dozastal smiled confidently and declared the northern settlement finally discovered hope after suffering endlessly from painful hammer sickness conditions recently. Dozastal warmly welcomed Dr. Amami again and promised sharing the finest dwarven food after accepting the dangerous surgery treatment plan completely. The villagers relaxed slightly after preparations began, while Parla quietly watched Dozastal's calmer attitude toward Dr. Amami and his companions nearby. Dozastal left temporarily with a cheerful smile, promising everyone they would meet again once surgery preparations inside the settlement were completed. Parla happily thanked Amami for convincing Dozastal accepting surgery, while nearby companions quietly reflected upon the dangerous operation approaching soon afterward. Chief Normim inspected the snowy carriage carefully, while Zofril watched silently beside him during the freezing northern festival preparations outside tonight. A desperate noble explained only Dozastal's blood relatives possessed enough mana remaining to perform the important divine ceremony successfully after calamity. The noble begged Zofril desperately, because the kingdom relied entirely upon him, protecting the Festival of Spirits tradition during the dangerous winter. Chief Normim questioned why everyone remained obsessed with preserving the Festival of Spirits instead of prioritizing the struggling northern villagers' survival first. Zofril defended the sacred tradition passionately and begged Chief Normim understanding the festival, honored ancient benefactors, protecting vampire descendants throughout history faithfully. Amami approached Chief Normim carefully and asked what happened after noticing serious discussion continuing during heavy snowfall beside the village carriage tonight. Zofril apologized calmly and explained their important conversation had already ended before Amami interrupted the tense discussion between northern leaders outside recently. Amami requested additional surgical tools and wondered whether supplies provided earlier by dragons and villagers would remain sufficient for complicated treatment procedures. Although enough equipment existed theoretically, Amami admitted wrist surgery was outside his main specialty and requested backup preparation tools carefully afterward. Chief Normim trusted Amami completely and promised supporting the operation because he owed the young doctor an important personal debt already. Chief Normim promised helping Amami completely for Zofril's sake, while secretly showing genuine concern toward the Dwarf King's dangerous condition tonight. One companion admired Dozastel's bravery because agreeing to surgery on his dominant hand carried enormous personal risk for every northern dwarf leader. Fia quietly wondered whether Dozastel's difficult decision truly remained correct, despite the dangerous operation approaching closer with every passing moment afterward. The companions realized Dozastel carried responsibility beyond himself, because hammer sickness threatened the entire northern country and future generations greatly already. Parla watched silently and understood the Dwarf King carried unbearable pressure protecting both his people and sacred traditions during the harsh winter. Alone inside the quiet room, Dozastel lowered his head heavily while preparing mentally for the dangerous surgery awaiting him very soon. Craftsman Tia prepared strange surgical tools while Yuito Amami carefully observed the dangerous sharpening process beside anxious villagers silently. Tia rapidly forged delicate instruments for Amami, creating precise surgical forceps that impressed every shocked witness nearby that night. Curious women approached Yuito Amami during preparations, studying his unusual medical knowledge before the upcoming difficult operation carefully together. One mysterious woman watched Amami closely, becoming increasingly interested after hearing detailed explanations regarding his advanced surgical methods overnight. Yuito Amami nervously accepted her attention, realizing his medical abilities were slowly changing relationships throughout the unfamiliar kingdom forever. Snow covered the village clinic, while Yuito Amami prepared surgical equipment carefully before another exhausting medical operation during winter season. Villagers admired newly prepared medical clothing, as strange snow continued falling heavily around the sacred festival grounds that morning. Tia mentioned recent earthquakes disturbing the village repeatedly, causing Amami and nearby residents to quietly worry about dangerous possibilities ahead. Amami listened seriously while Chloe considered connections between mysterious earthquakes and ancient legends surrounding the yearly spirit festival traditions carefully. Chloe finally revealed forgotten stories describing disasters accompanying the spirits festival, leaving everyone uneasy before the upcoming ceremony began suddenly. Yuito Amami realized the earthquakes and red mountain smoke possibly signaled volcanic eruption threatening Nox village during sacred festival preparations. Despite growing fears, the village leader refused spreading panic and trusted Amami's surgery would finally restore his damaged condition completely. Amami gathered assistants around the operating table, while worried villagers silently watched the dangerous medical procedure about to begin carefully. Carefully arranging sterilized instruments, Amami prepared incision markings and focused entirely on performing another precise life-saving surgery successfully that evening. The patient calmly accepted Amami's treatment while surgical markings were drawn carefully across his body before the critical operation started. Yuito Amami carefully examined the patient's hand, identifying precise surgical points needed for treating severe nerve damage successfully afterward. Using modern anatomical knowledge, Amami drew accurate operation guidelines across the patient's palm before beginning delicate medical treatment procedures carefully. Nearby assistants watched with confusion while Amami continued explaining unfamiliar medical methods nobody within the kingdom previously understood before encountering him. Amami revealed a modern pen containing oil-based ink, astonishing everyone observing the strange object during surgery preparations inside the clinic. The assistants became increasingly fascinated after learning Amami's pen worked continuously, without repeatedly dipping ink like traditional writing tools previously required. Yuito Amami explained modern surgical marking pens carefully, amazing nearby assistants unfamiliar with advanced medical tools and treatment methods completely. The patient apologized for delaying preparations while Amami calmly educated everyone assisting during the difficult surgery scheduled that evening carefully. Amami introduced elastic S-March bandages, explaining their importance for preventing excessive bleeding before beginning the delicate operation successfully inside Nox Clinic. Following Amami's instructions carefully, assistants wrapped the patient's arm tightly, while preparing proper circulation control before surgery officially started that night. Yuno and Amami worked together securing additional bandages firmly around the patient's arm before performing the dangerous medical operation carefully afterward. Amami explained, as March bandage usage carefully, showing how it temporarily restricts blood flow to prevent excessive bleeding during surgery. The patient reassured Amami that he could endure pain, refusing sleep-inducing medicine, while staying ready for the delicate operation ahead. Amami instructed Yuno and Korone to sterilize the patient before surgery, emphasizing strict hygiene to prevent infection during the operation. Korone applied disinfectant above the bandage carefully using a large cotton ball, covering the entire surgical area thoroughly for safety. The patient noticed the sensation of disinfectant on his hand, feeling unusual and tense, while preparing mentally for the surgery. Korone finished setting up a sterile drape on the patient's arm. Amami praised her for preparing the operating area perfectly. Chloe announced it was her turn to administer anesthesia, preparing to manage the patient's pain during the upcoming surgery carefully. Chloe explained they would use a local anesthetic but kept ether available for emergencies, ensuring proper pain management during the operation. Chloe discussed pain control techniques, describing methods like ether, spinal anesthesia, and nerve blocks to reduce patient suffering effectively. She emphasized teaching Yuito to manage pain, offering him a chance to learn proper anesthesia and enhance his medical skills. Chloe smiled warmly at Yuito, promising to stay by his side during the surgery to help manage anesthesia and support him. Korone and assistants prepared to use magical anesthesia on the patient, reducing discomfort from needles while following Amami's instructions carefully. The patient felt a strange sensation, as if pins and needles were leaving his hand, signaling the anesthesia was taking effect. Amami carefully pierced the patient's skin along the marked incision line, beginning the delicate surgical procedure with precision and focus. He administered lidocaine at a precise angle, near the palmaris longus muscle, ensuring proper local anesthesia for a pain-free operation. Amami asked the patient about his condition. He reported feeling no pain despite seeing Amami prepare to cut, confirming anesthesia worked. Korone confirmed readiness to continue the surgery, signaling that all assistants were prepared and sterile, allowing Amami to proceed safely. Amami announced he would open the patient's wrist for surgery, focusing carefully while the patient braced for the incision. The assistants and villagers watched tensely as Amami began the surgery, while Chloe and others observed quietly from nearby. Outside, Yuito ran through the snow, anxious to be present for Amami's surgery, desperate to support him in any way. The villagers and Tia prepared additional surgical tools, ensuring everything was ready, while Yuito struggled through the snowy path to reach the clinic. Tadato, Amami, and Yuito faced a collapsing structure while performing a critical procedure. The wooden beams creaked dangerously above them. Alec and Korone sheltered under protective debris, with Elle's help keeping them safe. They prepared to respond if the situation worsened. Amami examined the injured hand of a patient, focusing intently despite the unstable environment. His medical expertise guided every careful movement. The group coordinated under the chaos. Yuito and others ensured no additional danger interfered with Amami's ongoing surgery. Korone used her magical staff to stabilize the wreckage. Light illuminated the site, allowing Amami to continue treatment safely. Korone prepared a light to assist Tadato Amami, ensuring the surgery could continue in the darkness. Outside, snow and debris covered the village, showing the extent of the destruction from the quake. Amami realized he had dropped a crucial surgical tool during the shaking, making sterilization difficult under the circumstances. He carefully evaluated the patient's hand, calculating the risk of damaging the median nerve and worsening paralysis. Yuito and Korone looked on anxiously, awaiting Amami's decision as he focused intensely on saving the patient's hand. A patient reassured Amami, mentally preparing himself for the risky surgery, despite the chaos around them. Amami weighed the danger of performing the operation, without a dropped tool and the risk of further shaking from the unstable structure. Determined, Amami decided to cut the flexor retinaculum without the elevatorium, focusing on precision to avoid worsening the patient's condition. Korone monitored the unstable debris above them as the building continued to creak under pressure, ready to intervene. Suddenly, beams collapsed again, sending rubble crashing down. But Amami and Yuito maintained focus, pushing forward with the critical procedure. Korone unleashed a magical barrier, stopping falling debris from crushing the team, and keeping the area around Amami clear. She apologized for losing focus briefly, acknowledging the difficulty of controlling two spells at once under the stress. Korone explained how she had reinforced the space and blocked the debris, ensuring no dust or rubble interfered with the surgery. She focused intensely, encouraging Amami and Yuito to continue their tasks while she maintained the magical protection. Amami, reassured by Korone's spell, prepared to resume the critical surgery, determined to complete it safely despite the chaos around them. The patient nodded, signaling he was ready. Yuito acknowledged him, while Korone confirmed she understood the plan. Amami focused intensely on cutting the flexor retinaculum, aware of the median nerve's location underneath and the risk of damage. He carefully maneuvered the scalpel in reverse, making precise incisions while keeping the surrounding tissue protected. Amami continued cautiously, using endoscopic techniques and pausing when needed, ensuring he avoided any critical structures. Yuno provided assistance and encouragement, allowing Amami to maintain focus and proceed with the delicate surgery, despite the tense environment. Koron and Yuno noticed the sweat on each other, signaling the extreme pressure of the ongoing surgery. Amami urged the patient to endure a little longer, apologizing for the strain while keeping focus on the operation. Koron grinned, reassuring Amami and Uedo that she could maintain her magical support for the procedure. Amami continued the delicate incision on the flexor retinaculum, carefully maneuvering his tools with precision to avoid nerve damage. The team synchronized their efforts, cutting and assisting while bracing against the creaking debris surrounding them, determined to save the patient. Amami announced he had successfully cut the flexor retinaculum, signaling a critical step in the surgery was complete. Uedo and Koron observed the exposed median nerve beneath the incision, realizing the precision required to avoid complications. Amami explained that closing the wound with a horizontal mattress suture would complete the operation safely, demonstrating his expertise. The patient expressed disbelief at the progress, while the team showed relief, acknowledging the difficulty of the task. Koron reassured the patient that he might not feel the results immediately, but the operation had been a success, under extreme conditions. Amami reassured the patient with a confident smile, promising that everything would be fine, and urging him to rest. The patient, realizing the operation was nearing completion, announced that the wound could now be closed. Koron's steady focus and magical support remained constant as the team prepared to finish the surgery. Outside, the village castle and surroundings experienced a massive magical effect, drawing the attention of all onlookers. Villagers and allies, including Fia and Dozastal, reacted emotionally to the sight, cheering and calling out to loved ones, celebrating the successful outcome. Dozastal appeared dramatically, rescuing several villagers and allies from danger with a powerful magical strike. The village structures settled after the chaos, and the residents began assessing the damage, relieved that no one was seriously hurt. Fia, Dozastal, and others checked the condition of the patient, focusing on the success of Amami's surgery. The patient confirmed that his hand was functioning again, expressing gratitude to Amami-sensei for the successful operation. Everyone celebrated the outcome, relieved and thankful, recognizing both the magical and medical efforts that saved lives and restored order. The team celebrated together, cheering and laughing after the successful surgery, relief visible on every face. Shia flew off to rescue those still trapped above, coordinating with the others, while ensuring their safety. Koron quietly reminded everyone to stay calm and keep their voices down as some individuals rested nearby. Chloe and other villagers observed the aftermath, relieved to see the main team safe and uninjured. Shia commented on the 6 stars lady, noting her protective nature and kindness, as she rested after exerting herself to help everyone. The group discussed preparations for the upcoming Divine Spirit Festival, noting the limited time and necessary tools. A character suggested using Fia Senpai's regeneration magic to heal the patient's wound, showing care and concern. Amami, focused and determined, thanked them and vowed to continue despite previous exhaustion, ready to persevere. The patient and Amami exchanged determined glances, silently agreeing to push forward through the remaining challenges. The team's attention turned to a returning figure, recognized by the younger characters, evoking surprise and admiration as they reunited. Normim arrived, carrying supplies and magical resources to assist the team in preparation for upcoming challenges. Hugh celebrated the success of Amami's surgery, reassuring everyone that the patient's hand was safe and functional. The team praised Hugh, acknowledging his training and mastery in mining mana to support magical efforts. A sparkling pile of freshly mined mana amazed everyone, showing the effectiveness of their combined skills and preparation. The patient's father expressed shock and concern, highlighting the importance of the work completed and the continued care needed. The group discussed the urgency of crafting a sacred tool, noting the previous earthquake had damaged the workshop, and the importance of acting quickly. Koron explained that the adamant's mana might be affecting the mineral veins, potentially interfering with tool creation, emphasizing the need for careful planning. Dozastal reminded everyone of their responsibilities and encouraged the team to act decisively as protectors of the land. Zofrel and the others received instructions, ready to execute the plan and mobilize their efforts. Inside the workshop, the team prepared for a busy session, fully aware that the next steps would be demanding. The team worked intensely inside the workshop, hammering, heating, and shaping materials to forge a sacred tool. Dronzer carefully monitored the reactions, ensuring each element reached the correct temperature while avoiding impurities and potential accidents. The molten metal bubbled and hissed, sparks flying as the workers coordinated with precise timing and technique. A sudden eruption of molten material startled the team, but they quickly stabilized the process, keeping the forge under control. The king emphasized caution while giving orders, ensuring that every step was followed carefully to produce a flawless sacred tool. Dronzer swung his hammer with precise force, heating the metal over the forge. Normim and the young apprentice worked alongside him, each strike bringing the raw material closer to a finished form. The hammering intensified as sparks flew, reflecting in the determined eyes of the team. Sweat streamed down their faces, showing the immense effort required to craft a sacred tool. Chloe watched closely as Amami oversaw the process, ensuring every piece aligned perfectly. The teamwork was flawless, with each member knowing their role. Finally, the molten metal cooled and the sacred tool took its proper shape. Everyone stepped back in awe, witnessing the completion of their labor. The tool was finished, a symbol of their skill, perseverance, and unity. Dronzer, Normim, and the team worked tirelessly in the forge. Sparks flew as they hammered and shaped the molten metal into the sacred tool. Every strike resonated through the workshop, echoing their determination. Amami-sensei guided the team, ensuring the metal took the proper form. The team watched with awe and anticipation, seeing the progress of their hard work. Finally, the tool was completed. The sacred item, now whole, glimmered under the workshop lights. Relief and pride washed over everyone. Dronzer and Normim clasped hands in triumph, acknowledging their shared effort and perseverance. Amami-sensei assured them that no debt existed, only the bond of father and son, and the fulfillment of their promise. Dronzer and his team celebrate the completion of the sacred tool, a crucial part of their plan to fulfill their promise with the Nightland. The team is relieved as the task finishes sooner than expected, a testament to their skill and coordination. Amami-sensei, standing among the team, receives gratitude for guiding the effort. The team acknowledges the support that made this achievement possible, while Dronzer reflects on the significance of the moment. Outside, the Nightland visitors arrive at perfect timing, signaling the start of the Divine Spirit Festival, marking the next stage of their plan and uniting both lands. Isekai'd approached the caged owls. Her eyes scanned each bird carefully. The creatures clucked and fluttered, acknowledging her presence silently. Fia released one owl. It spread its wings and took flight. She raised her hand, guiding it through the morning air. Outside, cold winds swept over the mountains. Fia adjusted her cloak, bracing against the chill. She observed the horizon. Thoughtful Acress received the message. The owl carried news from Fia. He studied it intently, aware of the urgency and approaching danger. The atmospheric mana stirred uneasily. Fia had arrived early. Both leaders prepared as tension filled the city under the darkening sky. King Lugan arrived at the war-torn land. Locals bowed, expressing gratitude. His presence commanded respect, despite the kingdom's ruined state. Acress observed the approaching group, shadows stretched behind him. He focused on the festival, though his thoughts lingered on troubling news. Chloe appeared at the palace doorway. Her eyes scanned the crowd. She called out to her father, standing among allies. Chloe's sister gasped at her arrival. The reunion surprised them both. Emotions flared as family recognition broke the tense moment. Outside, multiple birds soared over the city. They signaled the festival's start. The air was alive, with movement and anticipation. Acress listened intently as King Dronzer explained his plight. He acknowledged the dire situation and the ongoing treatment with calm resolve. Chloe and the others watched closely. Acress's gaze swept the crowd, evaluating every detail while remaining focused on Amami-kun's presence. Acress confronted Amami-kun directly. He questioned him with curiosity and candor, confirming whether the rumors about his skills were true. Amami-kun shivered slightly as Acress invited him to ride into Nox. The request carried urgency and unspoken tension between them. Amami-kun agreed. The carriage rolled through snowy forests, led by Acress. The journey marked the beginning of a new critical mission. Acress reflected on ancient dreams chasing moonlight, magic, and darkness. He considered centuries of attempts to escape the curse of sunlight. Amami-kun, Fia, and Chloe listened. Acress described their past madness, explaining the desperate lengths they went to seek freedom. Acress asked Amami-kun a critical question. He credited him with providing hope and wondered if they could truly trust him. Chloe reacted with determination. Even the possibility of a solution motivated her, showing her unwavering faith in Amami-kun's guidance. King Dronzer observed thoughtfully. He acknowledged the danger of hope turning into poison, understanding that decisions affected both leaders and the still ailing kingdom. Ekris turned to Amami-kun, asking for his decision. His gaze was steady, expecting an honest response from the young doctor. Amami-kun apologized. He admitted he had done all he could, but could not guarantee King Dozastal's full recovery. Ekris nodded, appreciating Amami-kun's honesty. He valued truth over hope, acknowledging the effort and sincerity behind the answer. Chloe's eyes widened. She realized that her father trusted Amami-kun's guidance, showing that belief in him carried weight beyond doubt. Her sister cheered. Chloe's return to the Nightland brought excitement and relief, marking a hopeful new chapter for the family. Ekris addressed Chloe. He explained that sending her to the Dayland was inevitable. His voice carried both authority and concern. Chloe protested, confused and worried. Amami-kun watched silently. Fie reassured him while standing beside Chloe, showing her quiet support and understanding. Birds flew overhead, signaling movement and transition. The group prepared mentally, knowing the journey to Nox Mine would not be easy. The entrance to Nox Mine loomed. A guard warned them to watch their step, asserting authority as they began the descent. Amami-kun and the party followed, eyes wide with anticipation. Each member reacted differently, some awed, some nervous, others silently observing the strange mine. The party reached a collapsed section inside Nox Mine. Rocks blocked the path. Shock and urgency filled everyone's expressions. The guards assessed the damage. Earthquake tremors had displaced boulders. They worried about the sanctuary on the other side. Ekris instructed everyone to move away. He prepared to remove the rocks himself, signaling that haste and precision were required. He raised his hand. Magical symbols appeared, vibrating with energy. A controlled spell formed to clear the debris quickly. With a resounding crash, the rocks exploded outward. The path reopened, dust and fragments scattering, leaving the party amazed and relieved. The party watched in astonishment as the rocks shifted magically. Dust and debris rattled around them, their eyes wide with surprise. Fia explained the phenomenon. It was vibration magic, a technique the Nightland folk could sense, but others could not. Amami-kun asked Chloe if she could perform vibration magic. She nodded, admitting she was not as skilled as her father. Amami-kun's mind raced. He realized vibration magic could be applied to diagnose inside people. Fia encouraged the idea, considering its potential. Chloe panicked at the thought of harming others. Amami-kun reassured her, clarifying that it would not rip bodies apart, easing her concern. Amami-kun and Fie discussed clearing the blocked path. They noted the space was too tight for large creatures to pass. The party lifted and carried rocks together, working in coordination. Even small members joined, smiling despite the strenuous task. Ekris and Chloe used magic simultaneously. Energy surged from their hands, preparing to clear debris with precision, and force rocks exploded outward, propelled by magic. Chloe cheered in excitement, marveling at the combined magical strength overcoming obstacles. More rocks remained ahead. The party paused briefly, realizing the work was far from finished, but motivation and teamwork carried them onward. Ekris apologized to King Lugan. He warned of the collapsing mine and rising mana, sensing the impending threat of the divine. The party struggled with tradition versus urgency. Normim argued passionately against breaking the pact, fearing the consequences of disobeying history. Chloe's procedure succeeded. She wiped her tears, relieved that the metal fragment was removed from her master's shoulder safely. Amami-kun checked the group. Everyone was unharmed. The party collectively breathed a sigh of relief after the tense events. Floor dashed ahead toward the sanctuary. Excitement and determination drove her forward, eager to be first and reunite with her family. Floor noticed rocks tumbling around her unexpectedly. Dust and debris filled the air, and she stepped back, shocked by the sudden movement. Ekris realized sunlight was rising outside. He shouted to warn Floor, urgency in his voice, fearing the dangers of morning exposure. Floor charged forward, determination in her eyes. She leapt through the rubble, navigating obstacles with agility and resolve. Wind and debris whipped around her. She braced against the chaos, eyes focused, determined to survive and reach safety. Amami-kun and Ekris shouted, worried for Chloe. Their concern was palpable. As they raced to protect her from imminent danger, Chloe collapsed, covering her face. Amami-kun and the others rushed to her side, calling her name in worry and concern. Chloe lifted her face. She appeared unharmed. Relief washed over the group, realizing she had survived the dangerous collapse intact. Amami-kun smiled nervously. He speculated that the tortillas they used might have helped her recover, though time was needed to confirm. Tears streamed down Chloe's face. She realized the danger had passed, overwhelmed by relief and gratitude for everyone's protection. Floor ran joyfully toward her teacher, embracing Amami-kun. The party shared relief and happiness, grateful for each other's safety. Akres thanked Amami-kun, tears in his eyes. He expressed both gratitude and apology for the challenges they had faced together. Amami-kun reassured him. He admitted uncertainty about a complete cure, but emphasized hope and perseverance moving forward. Akres apologized for holding the group up. He prepared to move forward, ready to continue the journey with everyone. The group smiled together, united in spirit. Their shared determination strengthened their bond as they prepared to advance through the mine. A magical fairy-like creature appeared. Amami-kun and the party gazed in awe, surprised by this unexpected and fantastical presence. Amami-kun, Floor, and FIA watched in awe. A small fairy appeared, fluttering gently around, dazzling them with its magical presence. The party discussed the fairy, Koronek explained. They preferred places rich with mana, noting how dangerous they had been historically. They neared the sanctuary. Despite the cave-in, the path forward remained challenging. The group advanced cautiously, wary of hidden dangers. Amami-kun and FIA gazed at the shrine. His heartbeat quickened, sensing its significance and the unusual, almost mystical aura surrounding it. Fia commented on the uniqueness of the shrine. Amami-kun acknowledged it as the first he had ever seen, curious and intrigued. Amami-kun asked if he could inspect the old shrine building. Akres and the others cautioned him, noting its fragile state. Chloe approached Akres privately, wanting to discuss something personal. The party lined up as Akres prepared everyone for instructions. Akres instructed Chloe to recite a prayer he had taught her previously. She responded with certainty, ready to participate faithfully. The group prepared for the Divine Spirit Festival. Akres emphasized timing, and the shrine's spiritual energy shimmered around them. All participants joined hands and prayed. The group focused their intentions, uniting their strength to honor the festival's ritual. Amami, Chloe, and the others arrived at the ancient shrine, sensing the building was infused with mana. Amami noticed the mana radiating from the shrine. He observed how the energy resonated with the surroundings, and realized it could trigger the ancient mechanisms embedded in the floor. Chloe's eyes widened as the floor's magic circle activated. The group scrambled as an earthquake shook the shrine. Stones and dust fell around them, creating chaos. Lugan swung the hammer into the circle, amplifying the mana. The ritual completed as the ground settled. Mana surged outward, illuminating the shrine. Chloe and the group stared in astonishment at the power they had just witnessed, ready to proceed with the next phase of the festival. Amami raised the sacred hammer, preparing to channel the mana that surged through the shrine. The air shimmered with energy as the group watched anxiously. Alec, Chloe, and the others felt the ground quake around them. The vibrations stopped abruptly, leaving a tense silence. Amami smiled as the torrent of mana calmed, the overwhelming power now settling into a gentle flow. The seal on the shrine glowed steadily, and Lugan confirmed that the divine disorder had been restored. Chloe and the group witnessed the sunrise. The festival was officially concluded, and peace returned to the shrine.